War God, if you don't open the city gates, I'll slaughter your childhood sweetheart, your fiancé.
The voice belongs to Wei Ning, the brutal and ruthless Wei general. This time, Wei's forces invade Great Zhou's borders. Wei Ning seizes several key border cities with his iron-fisted tactics, forcing Great Zhou to finally dispatch their war god, where the Wei army is halted by the war god and his deputy, Thunder, at Laikang. Just then, Wei spies capture Bai Xuan, King Shao's childhood sweetheart and fiancé.
The Wei general resorts to such a vile tactic. Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock?
No sign of the war god on the battlements. Only young General Yang Wu, Bai Ming, with brows furrowed in anguish. The woman in Wei Ning's grasp is none other than his own blood sister.
The real laughingstock is your so-called war god. Great, Zhou's vaunted guardian deity on the battlefield. Who can't even safeguard his own fiancé? A beauty of devastating allure, enough to topple empires. And yet your King Shao shows no mercy.
What do you intend to do?
Wei Ning sneers coldly, his dagger glinting with icy menace as he shears off a lock of Bai Xuan's hair.
Oh, the young general's temper flares. But it is only a few strands of hair. If your King Shao doesn't show himself soon, I might just strip her, bare like the Monkey King.
Why humiliate this woman so cruelly?
Simply open the gates, and I won't just spare her the indignity. I'll hand her back to you at once.
Great Zhou's court festers with corruption. While Wei rises like the midday sun, so if he can break the war god and his forces with just one woman, it is victory without a single arrow loosed.
My patience wears thin, so go tell your King Shao now. Does he value this liking? Still choose your own fiancé.
Bai Ming could no longer hold back, drew his bow to shoot. Wei Ning seized Bai Xuan and used the cross to shield himself with her.
Young general, shoot the arrow!
Bai Ming's face drained of color, his body trembling with rage. Just then, Xiao Wang's deputy general Lei Ting strode up from below the city wall.
General Li, what does the prince say?
The prince commands, no one opens the gates.
What?
Is this the prince's command?
Bai Ming's voice suddenly went hoarse.
Does the prince truly abandon my sister to die?
Bai Ming, calm yourself. The enemy numbers 50,000, while the court has sent us only 2,000.
I don't care! I'm going to save my sister!
Have you made up your minds? My patience is wearing thin. Tongues, rise. If King Shao refuses to open the gates again, I'll strip this wench, bare for sure. Let everyone have a good look.
Enough.
Hold.
Open the gates. I'm going to save my sister.
Today, he'll stake his life alone and fight those Wei dogs to the death.
We're going too!
The Great Zhou soldiers, united in righteous fury, seethe with indignation.
No one moves.
Bai Ming, heedless of all else, drew his long sword.
Open the gates for me!
The gates, opening. Everyone froze in stunned silence. It was third, Miss Bai's voice. No! She never saw it coming. The plane she was on exploded out of nowhere, and she found herself transported to ancient times, captured as a hostage to force the city defenders to open the gates. She, the elite commander of China's Special Forces training camp, how could she end up a mere hostage the moment she crossed over?
Bai Ming, listen up. We'll never open those gates.
Even if it kills your sister Bai Shui, she won't let a single enemy brute cross into Laikeng.
What sister?
Everyone stared in stunned disbelief. Miss Bai III truly lives up to her name as the tigress of a warrior clan. That unyielding spirit of the general's line is truly awe-inspiring. Wei Ming's face darkened.
So, does Miss Bai III fancy being stripped bare? No issue with giving the crowd a show.
Strip me naked. Tear me apart with 5 horses. Bring it on.
Bai Ming,
Tell Prince Xiao that my death, Bai Xuan's, means nothing. But this grave national humiliation must be avenged. General Wei's clan is illustrious and easy to trace. Their ancestral graves won't be hard to locate. Just tell His Highness not to dig up too many. All 18 generations of their forebears.
don't spare a single one.
Atop the walls of Laikeng, the blood of Great Zhou soldiers surged with fervor. Bound to the cross, the young woman appeared so fragile and joyful. Yet her voice carried the mighty force to swallow mountains and rivers, leaving all who heard it profoundly shaken. Within the enemy's elite Iron Sand battalion, a stern-faced man lay in wait, absorbing every stirring word without missing a beat. This girl wasn't always trailing after the third prince all day, cooing, "Brother Mo this," and Brother Movat, even chasing him into the jaws of the enemy's wolf pack here, who would have thought she'd utter such righteous, impassioned words? The vengeance for entering his wife's. And indeed, she was truly his betrothed, although it was an arranged marriage set by my parents since childhood. But his heart isn't with me.
Are we all ready?
This girl has suddenly woken up. She is already enraged, Wei Ming. They must act fast.
Prince Wei, we're ready.
Seize the moment and get close to Wei Ming. Rescue her.
Yes, your highness.
Wei Ming's face turned ashen. How dare this wretched girl spout such insolence?
This general will strip you bare today. Let's see how your dear Xiaowang saves face. Where will his dignity be?
At that moment, Bai Shuan lifted one long leg and fiercely kicked toward Wei Ming's abdomen. Wei Ming didn't budge, but Bai Shuan was sent staggering back, barely steadying herself after several steps. Though this original body belongs to a daughter of a military family, her physical condition is decent enough. But compared to Wei Ming, honed by years of training, she is still far from a match. Wei Ming's face was full of disbelief. This woman actually dared to kick him.
She is courting death.
Bai Shuan steadied herself and held her ground, waiting until Wei Ming charged forward, then spun around sharply, the cross on her back, whipping toward Wei Ming's face with emotion. Wei Ming's reflexes were sharp. He swiftly leaped back, barely dodging the wooden frame strike. At that instant, Bai Shuan had already wrenched free from the cross binding her, with a flick of her sleeve, tossing the cross high into the air, then catching it firmly, and leisurely untying the ropes from it. As if this flimsy thing could hold me.
Remember what you've done. It is okay. Kill him.
In an instant, the soldiers of the Wei Army's Iron Sand Battalion charged toward Lady Bai Shuan. Lady Bai Shuan locked eyes on the man beside General Wei Ming. The man's face was fair and tender, with no scars etched by the hardships of battle, as if he were a spoiled youth raised in the lap of luxury. Lady Bai Shuan summoned all her fury and charged straight at General Wei Ming to avenge her kin. But as she closed in on General Wei Ming, she wheeled around, seizing General Wei Ming's nephew, Li Xuan, in an iron grip. Lady Bai Shuan swiftly drew the sword from Li Xuan's belt and fell back.
Or else, I'll slit his throat without a second thought.
General Wei Ming's face darkened with rage. This woman has actually taken his nephew hostage.
You're threatening me now.
I'm just repaying you in kind. When you, General Wei, used me to force General Li Chuan's death, weren't you utterly merciless?
Kanar, to die for your country is your eternal glory.
Uncle, aren't you going to save me?
This is his own blood uncle, the younger brother of his mother, Princess Xunyang.
General Li Chuan gave his life for the nation, forcing me to capture the murderer of General Li.
With one command, General Li Chuan was sentenced to death. Lady Bai Shuan knew General Wei was a formidable foe, but she was no easy prey herself. With a brutal twist of her wrist, she snapped Li Xuan's neck and flung his corpse at the charging enemy soldiers. The front ranks tumbled to the ground under the impact. General Wei Ming had thought Lady Bai Shuan would scruple to harm the hostage, never imagining she would mercilessly break the boy's neck.
Kill this woman for me. I'll pay any price.
Lady Bai Shuan's expression was frosty as ice. She raised the sword drawn from Li Xuan and threw herself into the fray against the enemy. General Wei Ming's nephew was dead. He had no better choice. He had to capture the leader first and seize General Wei Ming.
Let me go! Let me go!
Chaos erupted on the city tower just outside the gates, as Bai Ming forced his way through the city gate, only to be overpowered by the soldiers and dragged up to the tower.
Wang Yuli refused to open the gates, so tie me up.
Let me go! I have to save my sister!
Wei Ming glanced up at the tower and smirked.
You wretched girl. How fortunate you are to have such a foolish brother willing to die for you.
Before he could finish, Lady Bai Shuan thrust her sword toward his mount's neck, causing Wei Ming's horse to rear up in panic, forcing him to leap from the saddle. He barely regained his footing when, before he could steady himself, Lady Bai Shuan sprang into the air, landing astride his back and yanking his hair hard, wrenching his head backward. Even the stoic General Wei, unflinching in the face of blades, cried out in agony.
What are you waiting for? Kill this woman and fall back!
Or I'll slit his throat!
The Iron Sand Battalion soldiers broke into cold sweats, with the woman locked in a deadly grapple with their general. An impossible situation. The general's temper was ferocious. One wrong move that harmed him, and they'd face severe punishment. Wei Ming summoned every ounce of strength, and finally tore Lady Bai Shuan from his back, hurling her forcefully to the ground. Her body was simply too frail. She couldn't withstand Wei Ming's brute power. She hit the dirt and coughed up a mouthful of blood.
You wretched girl. I'll tear you limb from limb.
At that moment, a shadowy figure streaks out like a shooting star, hurtling straight toward Lady Baixuan. A handsome and formidable man charges in, long sword in hand, as a chestnut steed rears up on its hind legs from the lower left, front hooves pawing the air beside Lady Baixuan. He leaned down from his horse. With a sweep of his large hand, he hoisted Baixuan's body upward, securing her firmly in one arm. At that very moment, behind him, the 18 light guards burst from the enemy ranks in an instant, their swords slashing fiercely at the foes, slaughtering the startled enemy in a frenzy.
Heart-pinching horse general's divine strike.
A faint blood lotus fragrance lingers on the man, his scorching breath brushing hotly over her skin.
It is you, harboring ill intent. Do you truly believe you can escape?
King Shao cast a cold glance at Wei Ming, then vaulted fiercely from his horse, his foot striking toward Wei Ming's temple. In the next instant, two of King Shao's guards surged forward from left and right, instantly pinning Wei Ming to the ground, swift as lightning. In a blink, Wei Ming became King Shao's hostage, General Wei Dao.
The choice is yours now. Retreat and preserve your life, or journey westward to join your nephew in the afterlife.
How is this general to know, after the retreat, that you honor your word and release me?
General Wei, you understand now. Or shall you need another blade to grasp it?
Wei Ming has no choice left. Half a quarter hour later, the mournful horn wailed across the skies over Liking, as the Wei army's Iron Sand Eagle warriors ebbed away like the tide. King Xiao carried Baixuan back into the city. Once they were secure, citing breach of covenant as cause.
King Xiao, just you wait. If I do not avenge this wrong, I swear as a man I shall be no more.
We stand ready to welcome King Shao's return to the city.
As the Great Zhou soldiers surged forward in greeting, King Xiao's gaze softly swept over Baixuan, unfastening the cloak from his shoulders and draping it gently over hers. Thank you. King Xiao was momentarily taken aback. This fierce lass would actually thank him, and no longer shun him for refusing to back the third prince.
My lord, why not just kill Wei Min, my lord?
Killing him would be pointless. For Wei boasts fierce generals beyond count. Slay one Wei Ming, and another will rise in his place. If we truly executed him, it would only provoke Wei's wrath. Better to humiliate him utterly than send him slinking back to Wei, so that Wei dares not underestimate Great Zhou again.
The officers nodded in firm agreement.
I have no cure.
All eyes now turned to Baixuan at their side. This third Miss Bai, truly worthy of being the prince's betrothed, a heroine who rivals any man in valor. Baixuan, now free from peril, let her taut nerves unwind at last, only for her body to falter under the strain, her steps stumbling unsteadily. Close call, Xiao Wang, was swift as lightning, scooping her up in his arms.
Quick, summon a female physician.
King Xiao carried Baixuan back to his makeshift quarters at the border outpost. Nanny Zhou and the maid Xiaozhu, seeing this, hurriedly dropped their basins and rushed to help. Moments later, Lei Ting arrived in haste.
My lord, this border pass has only common healers.
We've asked the locals. No female physicians to be found.
I've spoken to several of them, and they all say the clinic beyond the walls is staffed only by men.
Fu Huanyi furrowed his brow. Third Miss Bai being an unmarried young lady, and grievously wounded, to boot. Were this the capital above, a female physician would normally attend her. But here on the barren frontier, such healers are nowhere to be had.
My lord! Third Miss Bai has lost too much blood. I'm afraid she can't hold on much longer.
Third Prince Fu radiated a chilling aura.
My lord, Third Miss Bai's life hangs in the balance. Why not summon an ordinary physician instead?
Before he could finish, his lord abruptly pulled aside the curtain and strode inside.
Prepare scissors, a bucket of hot water, and spirits. Fetch the finest premium herbs, and bring a clean set of women's clothes.
Baixuan felt utterly groggy, sensing only someone gently wiping her body clean. The pain from her wounds throbbing through her, numbing her limbs, leaving her too weak to move. She desperately tried to open her eyes, but everything before her was a hazy blur, nothing coming into focus. Her body weakened to its utmost limits. She slipped back into a deep slumber. When Prince Xiao emerged from the room, it was already deep into the night, a full moon hanging high in the sky. The man was drenched in sweat from head to toe, his deep, dark eyes gazing toward the outskirts of the city. Pondering the great humiliation suffered that day, they surely wouldn't let it rest easily.
Pass down the order. Arm the troops and heighten defenses.
Yes.
Just then, Xiaozhu, the maid tending to Baixuan, rushed out in a panic once more.
My lord, it is bad! Miss Bai has a fever! Her forehead burning hot, and she is muttering deliriously.
Fetch a basin of water, and bring several more cloths.
Third Prince Fu's brows furrowed deeply, and he hurried back into the room. After 3 full days in a coma, Bai Xuan finally stirred awake, roused by a splash of water. Bai Xuan's eyes snapped open, revealing a furious girl in red clothes standing by the bedside, an empty teapot clutched in her hand.
You splashed me. It is you, you shameless little wretch. As my cousin's fiancé, yet you rushed to the border to seek out the third prince. Don't you have any sense of shame?
The girl in red glares at Bai Xuan with icy eyes, a flicker of jealousy in her gaze. This woman is truly exquisite in her beauty. Her porcelain face framed by a pair of deep, limpid eyes. Skin like frost-kissed jade. No man could see her and not be moved. Bai Xuan suddenly remembers. This is the second miss of the Liang household, Liang Yuhang, who calls King Xiao her cousin. This Miss Liang is bold and skilled in martial arts, with a prowess that is no mere show, often sneaking into the camp to stay by King Xiao's side. But surely she hasn't given this Miss Liang any cause for offense. Without waiting for Bai Xuan to respond, a torrent of furious curses follows.
Captured by the enemy. Now you're nothing but a tarnished flower, a withered willow, utterly unworthy of my cousin. So if you know what is good for you, break off the engagement with him at once, and go. Cling to your third prince, stringing along my cousin on one side, while seducing the third prince on the other. The height of shamelessness!
Bai Xuan's face darkens. Not a word escapes her lips, as she slowly rises from the bed, then lifts her foot and kicks squarely at the girl in red.
You dare lay a hand on me!
If you value your life,
get out.
Bai Xuan, you actually told me to get out!
Liang Yuhan flies into a rage, her hand rearing back for a resounding slap. But Bai Xuan is no mild-mannered soul. Woken at dawn by a dousing of cold water, and then berated without mercy. Her temper now at its breaking point. She seizes Liang Yuhang's wrist. In the next instant, Bai Xuan hoists Liang Yuhang up entirely and hurls her toward the door. Liang Yuhan lands hard on her backside, sprawling out flat on her back.
Bai Xuan, you vile wretch! How dare you treat me like this? Bai Xuan, you wench! How dare you treat me like this?
Liang Yuhan struggled to her feet from the ground, charging toward the room. The door slammed shut from inside, and Liang Yuhang's delicate face collided with the doorframe.
Bai Xuan, I'll kill you!
Bai Xuan remained calm and composed. As she walked back into the room and took a cloth from a nearby rack to dry her hair, Bai Xuan vaguely recalled the moment she lay gravely injured and unconscious when someone had carried her back and tended to her wounds. The image of that man charging through the enemy's ranks flashing in her mind. Prince Yao was the original owner's childhood sweetheart and betrothed, a union arranged by their elders when they were mere children. Now, both sets of parents had long passed away, and for reasons the original owner could never fathom. She had turned her affections toward the third prince. This time, she had journeyed to the border pass seeking the third prince, only to be seized by Wei's invading forces. Bai Xuan turned her head slightly, gazing up at the bronze mirror before her. The woman in the mirror was breathtakingly beautiful, with a lithe and graceful figure. But Bai Xuan knew all too well that in this cutthroat world, without the power to defend herself, even beauty could become a curse. Since she had arrived in Great Zhou, inheriting the original host's body, she resolved to make her mark. In her past life, she had grown accustomed to issuing commands from the pinnacle of power, and in this life, she would do no less, aiming once more for the heights of authority.
Smash this door down!
Moments later, the door suddenly swung open. These were guards from Duke Liang's estate, assigned to protect Liang Yuhang.
Drag this little harlot! Out here!
The guards searched in one after another, completely disregarding that Bai Xuan is still gravely injured and unhealed. They charged into the room just the same, only to be hurled right back out. The last one was hoisted up by Bai Xuan herself and slammed heavily onto Liang Yuhang's body.
Are you blind? Didn't you see me right behind you? Do you have a death wish?
I'm sorry, miss. I truly didn't see you there.
Useless fool! You can't even handle one wounded woman!
Liang Yuhan furrowed her brows tightly, her face edged with deep suspicion.
How did Shui suddenly become so formidable? Did she swallow some strength-enhancing pill?
Bai Xuan leaned lightly against the doorframe, watching the spectacle like a monkey show. She gazed at the fallen figures on the ground, while Liang Yuhan stamped her feet in fury, her face twisted in utter defiance. Suddenly, Liang Yuhan spotted the bow in her guard's hand nearby, snatched it without a second thought, and aimed straight at Bai Xuan in the doorway. The feathered arrow shot forth, hurtling toward Bai Shi with lethal intent. Bai Xuan let out a cold sneer, sidestepped deftly as the arrow whistled past harmlessly, embedding itself in the doorframe behind her.
That wretch dares to dodge!
This time, she pulled the string with even greater force, the arrow flying faster toward Bai Xuan.
Seeking to end her life!
Liang Yuhan gloated in smug satisfaction, when suddenly a fierce gust of inner force surged toward her, and the very arrow she just loosed flew back at her. Liang Yuhan recoiled in terror, too late to evade. As Bai Shuan's fatal strike loomed, the guards of Liang State's martial hall all paled in shock. Just as the arrow reached Liang Yuhan, a slender arm shot out from the side, seizing the arrow inches from Liang Yuhan's face out of thin air. Liang Yuhan was already trembling with fear, her legs going weak. She turned back to the man at her side, her eyes bloodshot.
Cousin! You finally arrived! I was nearly shot dead by that woman! Cousin! You must stand up for me!
King Xiao's gaze turned icy and piercing as he shot a glance at Liang Yuhan.
You're unharmed. What brings you here?
Naturally, Liang Yuhan wouldn't admit she was here to harass Bai Shi. Behind King Xiao, Lei Ting glanced at the guard from Duke Liang's mansion sprawled at the door. What more was there to misunderstand? He simply hadn't expected the two of them to clash so fiercely this time, nearly costing a life.
Go back! I didn't return home. Wasn't it all for you, Bai Shuan? This shameless woman. She doesn't deserve you at all. My lord, you even rushed to save her, charging into the enemy ranks to guard her for 3 days and 3 nights. Yet, she only has the third prince on her mind. Earlier, in her sleep, she was calling the third prince's name.
Shut up!
That is exactly right! Have you forgotten how that chill entered your body? Wasn't it because you saved her? You've only just recovered, and saving her caused your cold chi to relapse. Last night, the pain was unbearable. Is it worth it?
My cold chi flare-up has nothing to do with him. Escort Miss Liang II away at once.
I didn't say anything wrong. The weather at the border pass is already bitterly cold, and to save her, you stayed a whole night in the enemy's Iron Fiend camp, freezing your legs in the process.
Yang Yuhan kept prattling on. Lei Ting hurriedly ordered the guards to drag her away.
Are these things to be aired in public? Don't I have any face to save?
The air grew still, and Prince Xiao's expression turned uneasy. Bai Shuan leaned against the doorframe, her dark, burning eyes gazing at him boldly and without restraint. Their gazes locked, intertwining in silence, neither of them speaking, as if unsure what to say, or as if there was nothing to say at all. After a long moment, the woman spoke softly.
I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat, for instance, vegetable and lean pork congee?
Prince Xiao waved to the attendants beside him, and someone immediately headed to the kitchen. Soon after, a bowl of steaming congee was brought in, and it looked so soft and glutinous. The lean pork inside has been slow stewed to tenderness. It takes at least 2 or 3 hours to get it just right. It must have been prepared ages ago. Bai Xuan quietly sips her porridge, her movements graceful, and so unlike her everyday self. Prince Xiao sits across from Bai Xuan, waiting until she finishes before speaking in a measured tone.
Have you ever considered, what if you'd actually struck Liang Yuhan? Would the Yuan Duke's household simply let it go?
Your Highness, is this worry for me or for your cousin?
Prince Xiao purses his thin lips, saying nothing.
Some folks never know when to quit while they're ahead. If you don't give her a proper scare, she'll never learn. Your Highness arrived late. You might not have seen what Miss Liang II was up to. Those arrows of hers were aimed right at taking my life.
A little lesson is fair enough, but taking her life, that is going too far.
When have I ever wanted her life?
Bai Shuan lets out a soft chuckle, her clear voice tinkling like a distant bell, each note striking Prince Xiao's heart.
If I hadn't arrived just in time, that arrow of yours would have pierced straight through her heart.
Didn't your Highness arrive right on time?
Prince Xiao falls silent, speechless. Bai Quan polishes off the porridge in a few quick gulps, then gently sets down the bowl and chopsticks, glancing at Prince Xiao with a face taut with tension. Liang Yuhan has no sense of limits. If she shot someone dead, her father Duke Liang would cover for her, while the Bai family behind her holds no power or sway, and she herself has no mighty allies. If she truly shot Liang Yuhan dead, the entire Bai household would pay the price. That is why Bai Shuan only loosed that arrow once she saw Prince Xiao approaching, just to give Liang Yuhan a good scare, leaving Prince Yao utterly at a loss for words. This girl may seem all soft and gentle on the surface, but her entire demeanor has utterly transformed.
If your Highness has the time, you'd best rein in your dear cousin. She won't always have you there to shield her from the arrows.
An awkward tension hung between them once more, as Prince Xiao regarded Bai Shuan in silence, his expression inscrutable, while Bai Shuan leaned back gently in her chair, boldly taking in the man's handsome features. Recalling how this man had plunged into the heart of the enemy army to rescue her, Bai Shuan's expression softened ever so slightly.
Thank you, your Highness, for saving my life. Thank you for saving my life. Your Highness, what is the story behind your Highness's chronic cold affliction?
It is nothing. Don't take Liang Yuhan's words to heart. It has nothing to do with you. Once you're recovered, I'll personally arrange for your return to Shangxing. The third prince will be fine. Staying here won't do any good.
I don't care what happens to the third prince. I'm asking about you.
That chronic cold of yours?
The sun must be rising in the west today. Bai Shuan doesn't care about the third prince, but she is suddenly concerned about him.
This king is fine.
The prince felt a bit uneasy and replied curtly, then rose and headed for the door. Bai Shuan stared at the man's retreating figure, recalling how he charged into the enemy ranks amid thousands of troops to save her. She was someone who hated owing favors to others. Bai Shuan watched King Xiao depart. After a moment of silence, she said to her maid, Xiao Zhu,
Take me to see Miss Liang II.
Liang Yuhan lived not far away. A few corridors later, they arrived. At that moment, she was sprawled on the bed, muttering curses to the empty air.
What are you doing here? Come to laugh at me. Let me tell you, I won't let you off the hook. Bai Shuan, just you wait.
Bai Shuan pretended not to hear.
What is the deal with your cousin's chronic cold affliction?
What is going on? Isn't it all because of you? My cousin's always had poor health since he was young. Back then, when you fell into that icy crevasse, to save you, he gave you all the clothes he was wearing. And ever since, he has been plagued by this chronic cold affliction. You've forgotten all about it. Now, after all this time, his health was finally improving. Who knew you'd come meddling again? Instead of staying put in the capital, you had to come all the way to this border to chase after the third prince. To save you, my cousin's cold, she flared up again, almost dying in agony last night.
Bai Shuan fell into silence, carefully sifting through the original host's memories. It seems that is exactly what happened. However, the original host's mind was consumed by the third prince, so this memory had faded into the background. Seeing Bai Shuan remain stoically silent, Liang Yuhang sneered mockingly.
If you truly had any conscience, have your precious third prince bring back the one from Medicine King Valley. The chill dispelling pill for my cousin.
Yes, the chill dispelling pill.
It can suppress my cousin's chronic cold affliction.
Where is the third prince?
Gaiyang City.
Bai Shuan turned and strode out the door. Liang Yuhang froze in surprise, yelling after her.
You're really planning to go? Let me tell you, the road from here to Gaiyang City is riddled with bandits and brigands. And if you're captured, don't come crying that I didn't warn you.
Bai Shuan ignored her completely. Marching straight out, Xiao Wang bore the lasting scars from saving the original host, now dwelling in her body, and having been rescued by him amid the chaos of battle. Fetching him a chill dispelling pill hardly seemed excessive. The path to Gaiyang City was not distant, yet the mountain trails were steep and twisting, overgrown with thick jungle, making the journey perilous. As she entered a dense thicket, suddenly, a horse-tripping rope whipped across the road from the center. Bai Shuan yanked hard on the reins, but it was too late. The horse stumbled and crashed to the ground.
Who goes there?
The boss is a real beauty!
More than just a beauty. This is an absolute knockout. All right.
Wow, such a stunning beauty. Hurry and seize her. Deliver her to the boss's wife in the stronghold.
Bai Shuan's face turned icy cold. Her gaze locked onto the three ringleaders, who were clad in ragged, threadbare garments, with a slovenly, devil-may-care air about them.
Come on, grab that little wench for me.
Suddenly, over a dozen minions charged straight at Bai Shuan, her aura turning icy cold in an instant. One punch per thug. One kick sends another flying. These minions couldn't even graze the hem of Bai Shuan's garments. They're all knocked flat on the ground, wailing in agony one after another.
Who knew a slip of a girl like me had some real moves? Second and third, bro, get in there together.
Right, big, bro.
Bai Shuan lets out a cold sneer, snatching the axe from his grip in just a few swift moves. Seeing this, the third boss hurriedly thrusts his sword toward Bai Shuan, but she disarms him in a flash, slamming him down to the dirt. The three bosses stand there, utterly dumbfounded. It is all over for us.
Speak up. How do you want to die?
Mercy, Granny, our dear Granny. We don't want to die.
If you don't want to die, why play bandits? And rob folks on the road?
No right. Fine, I'm walking then. We swear, we'll never do it again.
Bai Shuan's expression remains impassive as she eyes the trio coolly.
Your lot spooked my horse and made it bold. So tell me, what is your plan to make it right?
We'll make it up to you.
Oh, yeah, right. Right, we'll give you a horse.
Bai Shuan turns her sharp gaze on the three bandit bosses. Their clothes nothing but a patchwork of ragged patches. Clearly so dirt poor, they rattle when they walk.
Even pulling everything you've got from head to toe, I'm afraid it wouldn't buy a decent horse.
Female hero, don't judge us by these rags we wear. We've got some savings tucked away, but it is all up on the mountain. We were saving it to get through the winter. Female hero, if you don't believe us, come on up the mountain with us.
You plan to wait until I've followed you up the mountain to deal with me.
The boss's scheme is exposed, startling him.
How could we dare? The heroine's skills are so formidable. She is truly a role model for the likes of us. If the heroine wouldn't mind, why not stay and lead us? From now on, we'll follow you, our new chief.
Bai Shuan couldn't help it. The corner of her mouth twitched. She looked a bit disdainful. But with her horse having bolted, she couldn't very well walk all the way to Gaiyang City.
Alright then, I'll tag along up the mountain for now. See what kind of goods you've got. Enough to make up for my horse.
Great! Great!
The band of lackeys hurriedly led the way ahead, beckoning Bai Xuan to follow up the mountain. Nightfall. The outskirts of the city lay in serene quiet. Suddenly, a shrill voice shattered the courtyard's tranquility.
My lord, the third miss is missing.
How could she just vanish?
After you and your men departed, the third miss went straight to the second Miss Liang to inquire about Prince Hanji. The second Miss Liang mentioned that the third prince holds the chill dispelling pill. The third miss must have headed to Gaiyang City to seek out the third prince and that pill.
Take men and scour the city.
It was the Lord's thunderous command, leading men to search everywhere in Laicheng for Bai Xuan. Little did they know, after scouring half the night, not a trace of Bai Xuan was found. Nightfall. Liang Yuhanshao then turned, unable to sleep. Gazing at the flickering lantern lights outside, she sat up in bed and asked her maid Xi'er, only to learn that Bai Xuan was missing.
But, miss, I've never heard that the third prince possesses any chill-dispelling pills.
She never had that young miss to begin with. You fool of a Yan Baishe. She deserves it. How dare she humiliate me in public? I'll make sure he meets a miserable end.
But, miss, I'm worried if the prince finds out.
Even if cousin finds out, what of it? The Baya family has long fallen from grace. Could cousin possibly hold me accountable over someone as trivial as Bai Xuan?
But...
No buts off to bed with you. Bai Shu is never coming back.
Liang Yuhang had just closed her eyes when a clamor of footsteps erupted at the door.
This is bad, Miss Liang. His Highness has left the city.
What on earth is cousin doing outside the city?
Word is third Miss Bai slipped out of the city, and His Highness has gone after her.
Why didn't you stop him?
Who could possibly stop His Highness?
Liang Yuhan turned livid with rage, utterly oblivious to the length cousin has gone for her sake, that wretched Bai Xuan. Lord Xiao searched relentlessly from nightfall till dawn, until at last a faint trace emerged on the road to Gaiyang City.
Your Highness, signs of a skirmish here. Your Highness, the locals have reported before. Bandits prowling near Tiger Head Mountain. Third Miss Bai must have been abducted by them.
Up the mountain.
Your Highness, the slopes ahead are perilous. Let your humble servant take a squad to scout first.
We'll await your Highness's lead.
If Bai Xuan has truly fallen into bandits' clutches, the consequences don't bear thinking about. Some half an hour later, a breakthrough came.
Your Highness, we've spotted them. The bandits carousing in their cave. Their sentries already subdued by our men. We can strike now.
Have you found third Miss Bai?
Not yet. To avoid raising the alarm, we kept our distance.
Move out. Let's see for ourselves.
Prince Xiao's face was a mask of frost, a palpable aura of killing intent emanating from him. At that moment, Bai Xuan was encircled by a band of rowdy bandits, perched upon a tiger skin rug, drink heartily and feast on meat. To entertain Bai Xuan, the bandits brought out all their meager remaining supplies.
Brothers, cheers! Let's make it thrilling! 5 fingers up! That is awesome!
Everyone started a finger-guessing game, the bandits figuring Bai Xuan would get crushed. But they ended up losing badly themselves.
Big brother, time to drink up. Second brother, you lost again. Third brother, drink.
The 3 bandit bosses were all stunned.
The 3 of us can't even beat the heroine at this. Heroine, you're unstoppable!
Heroine, a toast to you!
Everyone looked at Bai Xuan with full admiration, stars twinkling in their eyes.
Heroine, why don't you stay here at Tiger Head Mountain and be our mountain queen? Our bandit operation will surely thrive.
Yeah, with a heroine like you, we'll definitely make a name for ourselves. Who knows, maybe even take over Lai the Second's gang next door.
Yes!
You bunch of able-bodied men. Why not seek honest livelihoods and become bandits instead?
The cave fell silent at once, everyone's actions slowing to a halt.
Heroine. That is a long story. Ever since the war broke out at the border, the people have been barely scraping by. Our days have become unbearable. So we took to robbing the rich to help the poor. But the poor ones are us, the very men we are.
In times of national peril, one ought to step forward and serve the country. So why didn't you enlist?
Heroine. It is not that we wouldn't serve, but the soldiers' pay at this border is embezzled layer upon layer. By the time it reaches the troops, there is hardly anything left. You say these soldiers can't even fill their stomachs. How can they fight? Wouldn't that just mean throwing their lives away?
Things like this happen. Does Prince Xiao know?
The second-in-command waved his hand dismissively.
This Prince Xiao, he is like a clay Buddha crossing the river right now, barely able to save himself. The enemy has 50,000 troops, yet the court only gives him 2,000 men. Isn't that just blatantly sending Prince Xiao to his death?
Bai Xuan fell into a moment of silence. Though she knew the Great Zhou court was corrupt, she hadn't realized it had gotten this bad. In that case, Prince Xiao's situation is truly dire. She is nominally Prince Xiao's fiancée, and stands on the same battlefield as him, so she must help him.
It is over! Officers and soldiers are charging in!
Everyone jolted in shock and hurriedly grabbed their weapons. In the midst of the chaos, a squad of officers had already stormed in.
Drop your weapons! Surrender and leave!
The bandits immediately cowered, heads in hands, squatting obediently on the ground, giving up even the thought of resistance. Lifting her gaze, she spotted someone still seated on the chair, about to bark an order, only to realize with a start that the seated figure was none other than Miss Bai III, the very one they sought. Thunder couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, stepping aside, revealing the tall, imposing figure of the man behind him in the cavern. Bai Xuan arched an eyebrow slightly, a flicker of shock in her eyes. Little Wang, aren't you supposed to be in Lai City plotting against Wei Ming right now?
The prince has arrived. Sit down and have a drink.
King Xiao's face nearly cracked with a forced smile. Approaching Bai Xuan step by step, Bai Xuan wasn't foolish. She could tell at a glance that this man had come specifically for her.
You must be hungry. Have something to eat.
Can we stop this nonsense?
How am I causing trouble?
Seeing the tense atmosphere, Thunder quickly stepped forward to mediate.
Miss Bai III, the prince has been worried about you all night.
No need for his worry anymore.
Didn't he leave a note saying he'd be back in a few days after leaving the city? Thunder was at a loss for words. The head-hugging, squatting bandits even more dumbfounded. Hey, what is this situation? This man before us is the renowned His Highness King Xiao.
Oh my.
That lady knight sure has guts. Daring to snap even at King Xiao. Bai Xuan paid no mind to King Xiao's expression, to the bandits huddled on the ground. What are you still squatting there for?
Get up. We're all family here.
The bandits exchanged uneasy glances, then scrambled to their feet with awkward grins. The big boss, ever quick to read the room, hurriedly poured a cup of wine for King Xiao, and beckoned his men to massage King Xiao's shoulders. King Xiao flicked his sleeve, waving them off dismissively, his aura of icy chill, sending them all retreating. The room's atmosphere turned frigid and tense. Thunder hurriedly ushered all the men out. The bandit brothers, sensing the tension, shuffled out with trembling limbs. The once lively cave fell eerily empty and silent. King Xiao's face clouded with gloom, his expression stern and wordless.
Spit it out, then.
You're that desperate to see the third prince?
Yes. If my horse hadn't bolted from your bandit brothers, I'd be in Gaiyang City by now.
If you're so keen on seeing the third prince, you could have just told me, and I'd have sent you there myself. Sneaking out of the city alone, do you want to get caught by Wei Ming again?
First off, I left in broad daylight. Not sneaking. Second, I wasn't caught. I was captured by Wei Ming once, but that doesn't mean I'll fear him from now on. Next time I see Wei Ming, I'll make him pay dearly.
Bai Xuan.
King Xiao sighed. This stubborn girl wouldn't listen anyway, but spouting such lofty nonsense, she truly has no sense of propriety.
The prince just can't let me go that easily. Amidst all his duties, he still rushed to this bandit hideout to track me down. Yet here I am, being so brazen with him.
King Xiao's face flushes crimson, his anger boiling over. No one's ever dared to flirt with him like this before.
Bai Xuan. Prince.
No need to shout. You head back first, just to leave me a horse. That'll do. I'll go find the third prince and get you a cold dispelling pill. Once I have it, I'll rush right back. Won't take more than a day or two.
If you want to see the third prince, just say so. Don't drag me into it as your excuse.
What excuse? You saved my life. Getting you a cold dispelling pill is small repayment. That is all there is to it.
The third prince doesn't even have a cold dispelling pill. Sneaking out of the city at night, all just to meet him. Liking the third prince, that is fair enough. But do you have to rope me in?
The third prince has no cold dispelling pill. That scheming vixen Liang Yuhan lied to me.
Bai Xuan's silence is taken by King Xiao as guilty admission. His face darkens to iron gray.
Didn't you want to head to Gaiyang City to see Qimou? I'll escort you there right now.
I've changed my mind.
Since the third prince has no cold dispelling pill, what is the point of going? Only then does King Xiao's expression ease a little.
If not, then return to Leicheng with me. Later, I'll send a man to escort you back to the capital.
I'm not going back.
Going back empty-handed now. I'd lose all face. I've come all this way. Sitting idle isn't my style. Can't get a cold dispelling pill. But something else. Now that is worth pursuing.
You think I want to babysit you? If not for your father once saving my life, I won't even spare you another glance.
My lord, you're free now. So from here on out, you don't have to concern yourself with me anymore.
So what exactly are you doing, sticking around here? Don't tell me. You're actually planning to become a mountain bandit king.
What is so bad about being a mountain bandit king? Free as a bird, doing whatever you please. And honestly, that is exactly what I'm doing. staying right here as the king of these hills.
Fu Huanyu's gaze darkened slightly as he seized Bai Shuan's slender wrist in one swift grip.
Believe me, I could wipe out this entire thieves' den in one fell swoop.
This man was coming on strong, but Bai Shuan was the type who melted for kindness, not force. King Xiao might be unyielding, but she was even more so. She twisted back, grabbing King Xiao's wrist in return, and with a fierce yank, pulled him right up against her.
Believe me, I could pin you to the ground and grind you into the dirt.
Fu Huanyu's ear burned hot, his breath growing noticeably heavier. Her words sparked a surge of shock and fury in him, so she waited for his next move, then shoved him hard, slamming the man down onto the table. She leaned in close.
My lord, you just can't let me go, can you? Even in the midst of all your duties, you chased me all the way to this thieves' den. Deep down, you've got me on your mind.
Insolent.
King Xiao flushed crimson, seething with rage. No one had ever dared to flirt with him like this.
Oh, I'm just getting started.
Bai Shuan let out a soft chuckle, taking in the man up close, chiseled like a masterpiece, his features the epitome of timeless perfection.
My lord, you're quite the sight.
King Xiao was utterly speechless, flabbergasted that this woman had the audacity to toy with him. Veins throbbed on his forehead. What in the world was wrong with this woman? She must be off her rocker. Hadn't she always said the third prince's gentle refinement was what caught her eye, raving about how the third prince was so refined and graceful? Unlike him, cold and rugged, just like a damn rock. Xiao Wang slips back to reality, shoving Bai Shuan away. But little does he know when. The rope in Bai Shuan's hand has already snaked around his wrists, swiftly securing it with a quirky knot, tying him right up.
What are you doing?
If you don't want to lose face, your highness, then go ahead and shout at the top of your lungs. Best to have your men and those bandits burst in and witness it firsthand. Their noble prince bound and helpless at the hands of a woman.
What on earth do you want?
I have a plan for you, your highness.
What plan?
You're holding the line at Lai City right now, in the thick of crisis. Your forces sorely outnumbered. If you don't draw on old Prince Xiao's lingering networks and loyal forces, victory will slip through your fingers. But should you ally with the old prince's men, the court will murmur of collusion, branding you a rebel in the old prince's shadow.
Prince Xiao paused, taken aback, never imagining Bai Shuan would pierce so deeply into the heart of it.
Here is my counsel for you, your highness. It is devilishly simple. Drag the third prince into the mire, and let him bear the blame.
Prince Xiao fixed his gaze on Bai Shuan for a long moment. This face before him exquisitely beautiful, yet profoundly changed. The Bai Shuan of old would never have spoken of pinning blame on the third prince.
Now the third prince skulks in Gaoyang City, poised to pounce on any misstep of mine. How to make him take the fall? Child's play.
Infiltrate Gaoyang City, seize him, force his hand to march.
But he is the third prince.
And what of it? A prince bereft of power is but chaff in the wind, trampled underfoot.
Bai Shuan's words dripped with audacious defiance. Even as she spoke, her luminous eyes alight with unbridled spirit, Prince Xiao found himself momentarily transfixed.
The third prince's standing at court fares little better than your own. Your highness, the eldest and second princes ever looming above, doomed to trail in their shadow. The third prince's arrival to oversee the troops this time is merely to catch your highness in a misstep and curry favor with his majesty. Why not force the third prince to shoulder the blame for this victory, dragging him fully into the mire and letting him bear the full consequences? He is a prince, after all. Even if it displeases his imperial father once more, it is merely displeasure at worst. But should calamity befall Prince Xiao's household, it would mean the annihilation of our entire clan.
Prince Xiao was visibly taken aback, never expecting such a ruthless scheme from Bai Shuan. Bai Shuan lifted her gaze subtly, eyeing the man before her, noting his silence on the matter.
Your highness, this is your opportunity. Backing the third prince means saving yourself, and thus preserving Prince Xiao's household.
After all this talk, you're still doing this for chemo.
I'm doing it for you.
Bai Shuan fell silent in exasperation. No matter what she did, this man assumed it was all for the third prince. This plan was clearly designed to sabotage the third prince, ensuring he could never win the emperor's favor. In the end, Prince Xiao said little more, merely shaking his head faintly.
Chimo is hardly destined for greatness. Should this king lend him support, Prince Xiao's household will truly be doomed.
Prince Xiao's household has always remained neutral, abstaining from the prince's factional strife. Once he breaches that boundary, we could never stand apart from the fray again.
Your highness need only have him shoulder this burden first, letting him believe in your backing. Then discard him at the first opportune moment.
Prince Xiao lapsed into a heavy silence. For in the past, he knew only the art of war, taking defense of hearth and realm as his solemn duty. But in the end, His Majesty, ever wary of Prince Xiao's mention, has repeatedly made trouble for him, and now doubts his resolve against this mighty Wei host, granting him but 2,000 of the mansion as own guards to take the field. claiming nobly that each warrior of Prince Yao's can stand against 100.
If your highness has steeled your resolve, then seek the third prince without delay.
And you? What about you?
I've got some unfinished business. Once it is done, I'll leave the city. Don't worry, my lord. I won't bring you any trouble.
Fu Huan watched as Yi Feng's eyes lifted lightly, gazing at the woman before him. He sensed she had changed profoundly. For in the past, he would never have touched such cheap tea. In the end, King Shao left 18 elite guards to protect Baishuan before departing with Lei Ting and his men. The bandits watched as King Shao descended the mountain and immediately closed in around Baishuan.
Jade Hero, what is your connection to King Shao?
Jade Hero, you're truly formidable. You even won over King Shao himself.
Jade Hero, we'll throw in our lot with you from here on out. If you say march east, we brothers won't veer west.
But if I demand you turn over a new leaf, will you swear to it?
The bandits exchanged glances, then dropped to their knees with a resounding thud.
We'll promise anything, as long as it is the heroine's command for us to carry out. We all swear to it.
Very well. Then, let's make ready. Follow me to torch the way. Army's grain stores.
The bandits were utterly stunned. We're really going through with this.
Who is getting cold feet? Or were those vows of yours just hot air?
No one's backing down. Grab your weapons, and let's charge. With the heroine leading, brothers, we storm the Blade Mountain and Fire Sea, without a second thought.
Fine, then steel yourselves. We strike at dusk.
By His Majesty's command.
Baishuan wasn't jesting with them. That very night, he led the band straight to Yong City, the Wei Army's vital granary.
You'll taunt them from below the walls, luring the enemy out into the open. I'll behead their commander, and then we'll storm the gates as one.
Heroine, this is a battle-hardened foe. Don't underestimate them.
Just follow my orders.
These foes armed with cold steel are no match for him.
Remember, once you're inside, don't tangle with the enemy. Charge straight from the south gate to the north. Wait there until you see flames rising in the city. That is when the enemy supplies go up in smoke.
What if the fire doesn't catch inside the city?
That is not going to happen.
Baishuan looked up at the group, a cold gleam in his eyes like a full moon. Her presence commanding, radiating confidence. The bandits, inspired by her aura, stepped forward to taunt.
Listen up, you petty thieves of Yongcha! New Year's almost here, so hurry up and bring some tribute to your bandit, granddaddies!
Open those gates, quick! Come welcome your great king!
If you don't come out, watch out, Grandpa'll wipe you all out!
Lanterns flickered to life on the battlements. The Wei general atop Yongcheng's walls spotted the bandits at once, and LD'd a troop charging out to meet them.
Mere bandits, daring to plunder our camp.
Yo!
And a woman barking orders.
Baishuan gripped her longsword, swung it in a flash, and with one stroke severed the enemy's head. Bandits and foes alike recoiled in shock. As Baishuan charged ahead into the city, the enemy scattered in panic. Bandits hot on their heels. Inside the city, Baishuan led a squad to torch the granaries, while the main force headed for the north gate. Chaos engulfed the streets. Half an hour later, flames soar into the sky within the city walls.
It is ablaze! The enemy's granary has been torched!
The bandits are buzzing with excitement. The soldiers' commander lies slain, scattering in chaos along the way. Moments later, Baishuan reunites with the brothers and rides out of the city. The next day, King Shao returned from Gaiyang City, bringing back the third prince, coerced into agreeing to send troops, and had him placed under guard. Up on the city wall, King Shao had just finished his patrol when a guard left at Baishuan's side came forward to report.
My lord, Third Miss Bai led the mountain bandits last night to torch the enemy's grain supplies.
King Shao slightly raised his gaze. Baishuan didn't return with him precisely to burn those enemy supplies.
What? Who did you say burned the enemy's grain?
How could Baishuan possibly be Third Miss Bai?
We've been right by Third Miss Bai's side the whole time, and last night she led us straight into the heart of the Yongchen camp, slew their defending general, and set their grain stores ablaze. We saw it all with our own eyes.
Liang Yuhan stared in utter disbelief. That woman Baishuan couldn't possibly possess such skill. This guard must have been bought off by Baishuan. That is the only reason he'd vouch for her like this. Meanwhile, Baishuan had just led her bandit brothers into the city, and after settling them in, she yawned her way up to the city wall.
Baisha, where the hell have you been, you wretch? Forcing your cousin to hunt you down everywhere! Sneaking out of the city is bad enough, but to have the gall to lie about torching the enemy's grain. Tell everyone right now, you didn't burn the enemy's supplies.
You dare slap second! Miss Liang across the face. If it is not perfectly clean, I won't hesitate to rip it out myself.
Cousin, he hit me! I'll make him pay with his life!
Kill me. We'll see if you've got what it takes.
With Liang Yuhan trying to frame her like this, she'd been itching for an excuse to put him in his place, and now he'd handed it to her on a silver platter. Liang Yuhan's face was struck by Bai Xuan Tasheng. With so many eyes on him from the city walls right now, how could he swallow his pride? He lunged at Bai Xuan, flailing wildly. Bai Xuan let out a cold laugh. As Liang Yuhan charged right at her, she hooked her foot out, sending Liang Yuhan sprawling face first, like a dog eating dirt. And he let out a wail, bursting into tears. Wiping his tears, he scrambled up from the ground, burning with resentment. Bai Xuan glanced up, only to see Liang Yuhan gripping a dagger in his hand. Well, now he has drawn his blade. The crowd held their breath as one, but with King Shao silent, no one dared make a move. Bai Xuan sidestepped Liang Yuhan's lunge, seizing his wrist in a flash.
You see, I've got this quirk. Whenever anyone brandishes a knife in my face, someone's gotta see blood. How careless of you. Second, Miss Liao, it didn't even touch me, but you went and nicked yourself instead.
Bai Xuan patted Liang Yuhan on the shoulder. Shoving him roughly aside, she strode toward King Shao. Liang Yuhan glared at Bai Xuan's arrogant retreating figure, rage surging in his chest. He raised his dagger and thrust it viciously at Bai Xuan's exposed back. The onlookers gasped in unison. Second, Miss Liang, stooping to a sneak attack. Lighting rushed to stop it, but he was too late. The blade poised to pierce Bai Xuan's back. Bai Xuan wheeled around, kicking the dagger clean from Liang Yuhan's hand. In the next instant, she uncoiled a rope from her waist, looped it around Liang Yuhan, and hauled him toward the city wall's edge.
What are you doing? Cousin! Cousin!
King Shao watched impassively, eyes fixed beyond the walls, as if she heard nothing. In the next instant, Bai Xuan hurled Liang Yuhan off the city tower, leaving him dangling upside down from it. As Liang Yuhan's body crashed against the city wall with a resounding thud, jarring his bones as if they might shatter apart.
Help! Help me! Help! Help me!
In Liang Yuhan's eyes, the world had turned upside down. Only now did she feel the terror. Bai Shui didn't even blink. Gripping the rope with one hand, the guards from Duke Liang's mansion closed in around her.
Their faces grim. Release our young lady.
Oh, so you want me to let go right now?
Bai Xuan's grip loosened just a fraction, and the rope slipped downward, dragging Liang Yuhan down with it. The guards paled in horror and shrank back, too afraid to utter a word.
My lord, see how well I know my limits.
Prince Shao lifted his gaze to Bai Xuan, his expression impassive.
Once you're done playing, let her down.
Bai Shui's sharp eyes met the man's deep, dark gaze, gave him a glance, and let out a cold snort. She casually tied the rope to the battlement on the wall.
The fourth prince has agreed to deploy the troops. Excellent. With the enemy's provisions in flames, their morale shattered. And now that the third prince has committed to sending reinforcements, you must move swiftly, my lord.
Aren't you going to see the third prince?
Bai Xuan arched a brow.
Why does this man's tone sound so odd? No interest.
The original host was a hopeless romantic, obsessed with the third prince, but she has no interest in him whatsoever.
Oh, right. My brother Bai Ming's been locked up for days now. Shouldn't you release him too, my lord?
This time, he managed to subdue a whole band of mountain bandits. Those bandit brothers are all clamoring to join him. Perfect timing have Bai Ming integrate them into the ranks and drill them properly. They'll prove useful down the line.
Bai Ming violated military discipline.
If punishment is due, then let it be done.
Once it is over, release him at once.
Everyone was stunned. General Bai Ming had defied the rules, only to rescue his own sister, storming the city gates in violation of military discipline. Yet now, Miss Bai III refuses to plead for General Bai, and even demands the prince punish him. It is utterly astonishing. Little did the crowd know that deep down, Bai Xuan upheld military regulations even more rigorously than King Shao himself.
What say you? How shall this king administer the penalty?
Strictly by the code. 50 lashes with a military cane, and 6 months' pay withheld.
Very well. Do exactly as Miss Bai III decrees. Bring Bai Ming forth.
Bai Ming was swiftly escorted before them, and the moment the towering warrior laid eyes on his eldest sister, his eyes brimmed with tears.
Bai Xuan remained utterly impassive,
her demeanor stern and unyielding.
Bend over, take your punishment, without fail.
The crowd fell silent, as Bai Ming drew a shaky breath, relieved that his big sister was unharmed. That is what matters. With a nod, he submitted to the lashes without protest. The stout king rained down upon Bai Ming, strike after merciless strike, while Bai Xuan watched without a flicker in her gaze, witnessing Bai Xuan's icy resolve. Lei Ting shook his head in dismay, pitying Bai Ming's plight. King Shao was utterly convinced that this woman had indeed transformed beyond recognition, for in the past, she would have dashed forward to shield her brother at all costs. Once Bai Ming had borne the full ordeal, she stooped and lifted him gently from the ground. Bai Ming flushed with awkwardness.
Big sis, I can walk on my own.
Walk. Don't be ridiculous. I'm carrying you back.
The onlookers gazed after the siblings' retreating figures, vanishing gradually atop the battlements. His expression flickered with complexity for a moment. Bai Xuan carried her brother back to the room, saying she wanted to apply some medicine for him. Bai Ming's face flushed, red right away, gritting his teeth through the pain as he pushed his eldest sister away.
What? Getting shy on me now?
She felt a natural fondness for this brother of hers who defied military rules to rush out and save her, no matter the cost.
Sis, your own wounds haven't healed yet, so you should take care of yourself first.
I'm fine, but you look like you've lost a lot of weight. Come on, let sis do some chicken soup for you to build your strength back up.
Bai Ming's face fell at the mere mention of it.
Please no, Sis Zhang. Don't make him wait any longer.
You little brat, what is with that tone?
Bai Xuan laughed despite herself in exasperation. The kid was clearly side-eyeing her infamous dark cuisine.
Oh right, sis. I heard the third prince has agreed to send troops. That couldn't have anything to do with you, could it?
Bai Ming eyed his own sister warily, his expression tinged with unease. He'd always made it clear he didn't want her dragged into the mess between the third prince and King Shao.
Nay, it was King Shao who talked the third prince into it. Right.
Sis Zhang, you really like the third prince that much?
Oh, you, meddling in your big sister's love life now.
SEC, I just feel like the third prince might not be as great as you think.
Bai Ming's eyes brimmed with concern. With mom and dad gone, she only had her big sister as her closest kin, and he just wanted her to stay safe and happy.
All right. Big sis already knows all about it, so hurry and have someone come in to dress your wounds.
Bai Xuan ruffled her brother's hair, then strode out of the room. The original host did many things for the third prince that sparked misunderstandings, which can't be cleared up in just a few words. But in time, everyone will come to understand she harbors no fondness for the third prince whatsoever. After tossing and turning all night, Bai Xuan, utterly exhausted, returned to her room and collapsed into a deep sleep, sleeping straight through for 2 days and nights. When Bai Xuan finally awoke, King Shao had already set out with his 2,000 troops, joined by old Prince Yao as forces and the third prince as 20,000 men to confront the enemy. Suddenly, the door burst open with a resounding bang, followed by a clamor from the courtyard.
Miss Bai Sen, Your Highness.
Bai Xuan took one glance and sensed trouble from these unwelcome visitors, and casually slipped her dagger into her boot. She then selected a few sharp hairpins from the vanity and tucked them into her sleeve, before fixing a chilling gaze upon them.
Is this how you treat someone you're inviting?
The third prince's patience is wearing thin. So, Miss Bai the Third, come along with us. Quickly now. You'd rather drink a forfeit than accept a toast.
The man's words were an outright threat. Yet Bai Xuan held her temper.
How exactly have I offended the third prince?
Miss Bai the Third knows full well what she has done.
She merely let King Shao play the third prince for a fool once.
Could the third prince already know about it? But that doesn't make sense. Those were strictly private conversations between King Shao and me. No one else should know.
As Bai Xuan pondered where things had gone awry, she followed the third prince's man out. At that moment, by the courtyard gate, Shar Lady Liang Yuhang's maid saw Bai Xuan being taken away and hurried back to report to her mistress.
How did it go?
Miss Wei, the third prince's men have already taken Bai Xuan away.
Excellent.
That wretch, Bai Xuan.
How dare you have me hung upside down on the city wall, leaving me utterly humiliated. Then I'll ensure she can never face my cousin again in this lifetime.
On the other side,
It has been so long. Shen'er, have you missed me?
Bai Xuan, hearing these ambiguous words, felt goosebumps rising all over her skin.
I don't understand what your highness means by that.
We're the only two here, so drop the pretense.
If your highness has business, speak it plainly. If not, I have other matters to attend to, and I'll take my leave.
Qimo's expression darkened as he signaled to the burly guards at the door, and with that gesture, Bai Xuan was swiftly blocked from leaving.
So, does that mean you've truly lost all feelings for me?
Those two simple, resolute words, like a swift blade slicing through a tangled knot, severed the messy emotional ties between the original host and Qimo once and for all.
It seems Miss Liang II was spot on. You've been toying with my heart all this time, constantly claiming your affection for me, when really, it was all for Xiao Wang.
Xiao Wang's suspect's every action is schemed for Qimo's gain, while Qimo believes the original host's feelings were a ploy against Xiao Wang. How utterly fascinating. Bai Xuan turned back around, forcing herself to summon a faint smile.
I'm not close to your highness. Perhaps I did something foolish in the past that led to this misunderstanding, but let's set it all straight today. Moreover, I am Xiao Wang's betrothed, and here we are, alone together, a man and a woman without chaperone. If word of this spreads to those with ill intent, it could damage your highness's reputation. It would be wiser for us to keep our distance from now on.
In other words, we should avoid meeting whenever possible.
We're not close. This sachet, you embroidered it for me yourself. You surely remember it well.
Bai Shuan casually took the sachet and fell silent.
Speak up! If you're not close to me, how did your personal token end up with me, delivered to the wrong person?
This was meant for my betrothed, King Shao.
Bai Shuan stayed composed, stepped aside, and picked up the scissors from the cabinet, then snipped the sachet in two.
Destroying the token now is far too late. Besides, I still have one right here.
Qimo's face twisted in sarcasm as he produced a handkerchief. On the pristine white silk, pink threads formed a small, precise Xuan character. Bai Xuan was at a loss for words, her gaze coolly glancing at the handkerchief, her demeanor icy.
I might have fancied the third prince once, feeling unworthy of him, so I lost all hope for the third prince. Why dredge up these dusty old tales?
Bai Xuan continued, slowly approaching, snatching the handkerchief from Qimo's grasp, and ripping it to shreds. Qimo Lin's voice darkened completely.
Dusty old tales. Didn't you just send me a letter last month, saying after months apart you miss me dearly, traveling thousands of miles from the capital, all to catch a glimpse of me?
Bai Xuan truly hadn't expected that she, the elite commander of Huaxia Special Forces training camp, would end up in the body of such a hopeless romantic.
Nothing left to say.
Actually, plenty.
Bai Xuan simply dragged over a chair and poured herself a cup of tea, sipping it leisurely. Having taken over the original owner's body, she had to sort out the mess she'd left behind.
I did harbor feelings for the third prince back then.
So you're saying you no longer care for me?
Spot on. I traveled all the way from Shangjing just to catch a glimpse of the third prince. Yet, unfortunately, I was captured by Wei Jing on the road. I yearned day and night for the third prince to come rescue me. But what happened in the end? Your Highness hides in Gaiyang City, refusing to dispatch a single soldier or pawn. Yet upon arrival, you come accusing me without cause. Dare I ask if the third prince holds even a sliver of genuine affection for me?
Qimo knew he was in the wrong, his expression softening somewhat.
By imperial decree, I am bound to Gaiyang City. I cannot depart at will. You must understand my predicament.
Then how? Pray tell, do you intend to leave now, Your Highness?
The third prince was rendered speechless. Who could have guessed she was abducted by that slayer from the Day of Ruin? He is now bound to Fu Huanye like grasshoppers on a single thread. Such a face-losing affair, it is hardly fitting for him to confess it outright before Bai Xuan.
Miss Liang said, you were set to head to Gaiyang City to seek me out for the cold dispelling pill.
Isn't that so?
That is all. You admit approaching me was solely to obtain it from me.
What is amiss with that? King Shao is my betrothed, just to rescue me from a relapse of my chill affliction. I'll procure a cold dispelling pill for him. What is the harm in that?
In that case, you were indeed toying with my affections.
The third prince can't clap with one hand alone. Your Highness knew full well I was King Shao's fiancé, yet you still dallied flirtatiously with me. Aren't you afraid of the gossip if it spreads?
I may have flirted with you, but wasn't it you scheming every which way to climb into my bed? Have you forgotten it all?
As she spoke, Qimo pressed forward aggressively, his eyes brimming with lewd intent toward Bai Shui, her gaze darkening faintly, intent on toying with him. The last who dared tease her had his manhood shattered by her kick.
Why is the third prince suddenly overcome with lust?
Qimo had already imbibed some wine beforehand, and now something inexplicable stirred within him. A surge of nameless fury rushed straight up, sending him staggering backward.
If the third prince is in the mood to rot, I'm afraid you've picked the wrong target.
Bai Xue, how dare you strike me?
I warn you, third prince. If you dare lay hands on me like that again, watch out. I might just castrate you.
Qimo's mind cleared in an instant, yet his body burned hotter than ever as he lunged toward Bai Xuan. Bai Xuan's expression darkened. Hadn't she made herself clear enough just now? Or did this man think her threat meant nothing? Bai Xuan sidestepped deftly, and Qimo launched into empty air.
Playing coy, are we? Didn't you climb into my bed long ago? Tonight, I'll give you the chance. Serve me well. And anything's negotiable.
Just thinking of how King Shao forced his hand into deploying troops, confining him here like a prisoner, filled him with seething rage. He couldn't touch King Shao, so why not take it out on a defenseless woman?
Will you come to me obediently, or shall I drag you over?
Bai Xuan sneered inwardly, her face betraying nothing.
Come on, then. Your Highness, come here.
That is more like it.
As Qimo drew near, Bai Xuan seized him by the hair, yanking his head back sharply, then snatched the teapot from the table and dumped its scalding contents over Qimo's head.
What? What did you say?
Doesn't the third prince get it? This is what makes it thrilling. This is the real romance.
Bai Xuan let out a soft chuckle and released the teapot from her grip.
Since the third prince wants to play, I'll keep you company, your highness, and we'll have some real fun.
With that, Beishuan seized Qimo by the collar, shoved him with all her might, sending him sprawling onto the floor strewn with shattered porcelain.
Ah! You wretched woman! Your clingy hides latched onto me! You filthy wench! You've got me in a vice-like grip!
He struggled with all his might, yet his body remained firmly pinned by Beishuan. Blood trickling down his back, Qimo's face contorted in agony.
Third prince, if you crave the thrill, be prepared to pay the price. If you can't even stomach this much pain, what game do you think you're playing?
Qimo Lu stared blankly at Beishuan, sensing a profound change in him, wild and audaciously bold.
Baisha, I am a prince of the realm, and you dare lay a hand on me! I shall report this outrage to the emperor, and have your Bai clan flogged into oblivion!
Oh, how terrified I am. I'm afraid the third prince won't even get the chance to ransack my home before his majesty strips him of his title and casts him among the common folk. After all, what sets the third prince's actions today, apart from abducting an innocent maiden?
Beishuan bore down relentlessly on Qimo, grinding his body into the jagged porcelain shards, leaving him utterly immobile. Qimo bared his teeth in excruciating pain, roaring toward the door. Beishuan yanked off his socks and crammed them into his mouth. Qimo's eyes bulged in utter disbelief. This woman had the audacity to treat him like this. When suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the doorway.
Cousin, Shure had witnessed Miss Bai the Third, dressed in scandalous allure, slipping into the third prince's chambers. Miss Bai the Third even declared she would offer herself as a gift to present to his highness, the third prince.
Beishuan's gaze narrowed at the sound of Liang Yuhan's voice. Why does he have to show up everywhere? The man's face darkened ominously. Brushing past the guards at the door without a word, Liang Yuhan shoved past King Shao and burst inside.
Cousin! I told you that wretched cur Beishuan is seducing the third prince!
The third prince's hands were bound behind his back, his mouth stuffed with a filthy rag, lying face upon the ground, strewn with shards of porcelain.
Suri, hold on a second. What happened to you?
Liang Yuhan rushed forward, his eyes scanning frantically, but there was no sign of Beishuan anywhere.
This doesn't make sense. So many guards at the door, and I didn't see Beishuan leave. Where is he? Baisha, are you here? You didn't do this to His Highness the Third Prince, did you? Come out now. We all know you dabble in dark arts, and with His Highness in this state, there is no point in hiding. Just come out.
He was determined to flush him out and bring utter ruin upon him.
Why aren't you all searching everywhere? Find out who did this to His Highness.
Only then did the guard snap to, hurriedly untying the ropes around the third prince's wrists and yanking the soiled sock from his mouth as they fanned out a hunt for Beishuan.
Your Highness, what in the world happened? Who did this to you?
Qimo's entire body was ablaze with heat, as if a wildfire scorched his insides. The instant he caught sight of Liang Yuhan hovering nearby, he lunged at Liang Yuhan uncontrollably, clutching him in a tight embrace. Everyone recoiled in shock. Liang Yuhan the specialist, frozen in fear, his body rigid, not daring to twitch. But Qimo only grew more brazen, leaning in to press his lips against Liang Yuhan's. The onlookers stood dumbfounded, yet none dared utter a word.
So the third prince has a fancy for Miss Liang II.
Baishuan's voice echoed from the doorway, and only then did Liang Yuhan regain his senses, struggling frantically to shove him away. But I found Qimo's strength was overwhelming. His hands clamped tightly around her waist, pinning him down with all my might, so he couldn't break free.
Cousin! Save me! Cousin! Save me!
Only then did King Shao step forward to restrain Qimo, his expression peculiar, gazing at Baishuan.
Did she make Qimo look like this? Doesn't she adore Qimo?
Liang Yuhan finally wrenched herself free from Qimo's grasp, and upon spotting Baishuan standing there unscathed, her face turned green with rage.
How could that wretch Baishuan stroll in from the door, looking perfectly fine?
Who would have thought second Miss Liang and the third prince were truly a pair of star-crossed lovers? The two of them already locked in an embrace. No doubt their joyous union is imminent. Such delightful news. Why didn't you let me know sooner, so I could prepare a fitting congratulatory gift?
Liang Yuhan's face turned ashen.
Baisha, was it you who did this? Did you drug the third prince?
Baishi hadn't even considered such a thing, until Liang Yuhan's words jogged her mind, and glancing at Qimo's disheveled state, how could she not see it clearly? Though Qimo harbored ulterior motives toward her, he was still the third prince of Great Zhou, after all, and wouldn't stoop to such depraved behavior against her. But if someone had slipped him a drug, that changed everything.
Hurry and summon a physician to check if the third prince has been drugged.
Qimo's guards, upon hearing this, immediately fetched a physician.
This young master ingested the aphrodisiac poison, Mandarin Duck Umbrella, 2 hours ago.
Qimo's attendants' faces darkened at once. The physician administered acupuncture to Qimo once more, and only then did Timo gradually regain his senses.
Fourth prince, are you all right? Yet who knew Bai Xuan, driven by her infatuation with you, would stoop to such a shameless deed against you?
With one sentence from Liang Yuhan, she squarely pinned the crime of poisoning on Bai Xuan.
Are you deaf? Or has your brain gone numb? The doctor said the third prince was poisoned 2 hours ago. Think it over carefully. Who exactly came here 2 hours ago?
The guards around Chimo all turned to stare at Liang Yuhan. 2 hours ago, it was second Miss Liang who came to visit His Highness the third prince, claiming that third Miss Bai was toying with His Highness's affections. And right after that, His Highness flew into a rage, ordering them to summon third Miss Bai.
Your Highness, my daughter's wish. She merely heard that your Highness had arrived, and following custom, came to pay her respects to your Highness upon departure, with nothing more than a simple bow. The one my daughter has admired since childhood is her cousin, so she would never stoop to such despicable tactics against your Highness. It is Bai Xuan, who has long admired your Highness, and I suspect it was she who poisoned you.
Chimo was already mostly clear-headed by now, and of course, he knew this poison wasn't from Bai Xuan. Hating Bai Xuan, this woman dared to treat him like this. So today he would splash all this filth onto her.
What more do you have to say for yourself? Poisoning this prince, a heinous crime, which this prince will report straight to Father Emperor, and have him decree the confiscation of your Bai family estate.
One can eat without care, but words must not be spoken recklessly. Lying before His Majesty constitutes the grave sin of deceiving the sovereign.
The third prince's face paled slightly, for he could not bear the weight of such a charge.
Bai Shi, we all know of your singular affection for His Highness, the third prince.
Before Liang Yuhan could finish, Bai Shu seized him by the collar, yanking him forward.
It seems to me you're the one with a singular affection for His Highness. Look, there is even a hickey right on your neck. Look at those 2 pink strawberry marks right there. How pretty they look. The third prince said, to win you over, I've schemed endlessly and poisoned you. If that is really the case, then when everyone burst in just now, they should have seen me tearing off the third prince's clothes, and US locked in a passionate embrace. Not you getting beaten black and blue by me. Teeth scattered everywhere.
So you're saying, you admit to injuring the third prince?
That is right. It was I who personally confronted those who intended to assault me, beating them mercilessly to the ground.
Bai Xuan's cold gaze swept over them, sending chills down Liang Yuhan's spine.
The wounds on the third prince's back stand as proof, and I can't wait to see whether His Majesty will believe I schemed so meticulously just to target the third prince, leaving him covered in bruises.
Chimo's face paled. He froze, never realizing Bai Xuan was so sharp-tongued.
The third prince assaulting women of good families, especially the fiancé of King Xiao, celebrated for his battlefield glories. Even without imperial punishment, the people of Great Zhou would spit on his name.
In the emperor's eyes, King Xiao's household shakes the throne with its merits. Yet to the people of Great Zhou, it is the pillar safeguarding their lives. Chimo had slandered Bai Xuan from the start, but now, with her sharp retort, he couldn't help feeling guilty. He swallowed his rage for the moment, waiting until they returned to the capital to settle the score with that wench Bai Xuan. Liang Yuhan, however, had no intention of letting Bai Xuan off.
You're the one spewing vicious lies. You clearly seduced the third prince and poisoned him. Yet you dare claim he slandered you? What a shameless hussy!
No one is more shameless than you who poisoned King Xiao. A quick investigation will reveal it.
I merely sent over some pastries, which the third prince has already eaten.
And even if he did, it is harmless. Just check who was grabbing medicine in the pharmacy.
By the Heavenly King's entourage.
Thunder ordered an investigation.
Kaze, it is not me. Believe me.
Of course, this king believes you, but this king trusts the facts and truth even more.
With those words, Prince Xiao flicked his sleeves and departed. He really needs to thoroughly investigate Liang Yuhan's recent behavior. It is simply too outrageous. Not long after he calmed down and returned to his room, Thunder soon obtained the results.
Reporting to your highness, a guard from Miss Liang II's entourage went to the street corner pharmacy to buy medicine. It was precisely the mandarin duck poison.
Summon Miss Liang II to me at once.
Liang Yuhan was quickly brought forward.
Cousin, why didn't you stand up for me just now?
Stand up for you how? By helping you slander my fiancé's innocence, or by helping you with the poisoning to poison the third prince.
I didn't. I just...
You still dare to quibble. Thunder has already investigated and confirmed. The mandarin duck poison you had someone purchase.
It was someone from my entourage acting on their own. I truly had no part in it.
Do you think the third prince doesn't know it was you? If not for fear that this scandal would tarnish his own reputation. Do you think the third prince would let you off easily? Thunder ordered Miss Liang II to be dragged away and given 20 heavy strokes of the staff, then escorted back to the capital.
Kaze!
Liang Yuhan stared in utter shock. He actually had her beaten for Bai Xuan's sake.
Beat her at once, and send her away overnight, once it is done.
Yes, Your Highness.
The guards on either side immediately stepped forward, seized Liang Yuhan, and dragged her away.
Cousin, you can't beat me! You can't beat me! I don't want to leave, cousin! Xiaoqing, I don't want to!
Liang Yuhan's voice fades into the distance. The room falls silent. Leaves rustle outside the window. A biting autumn wind sweeps cold currents through the open window. Thunder hurries to shut the window. King Shao can no longer endure it. His face visibly pales before their eyes. His brows knit tightly in pain. His whole body shivers uncontrollably. Unnatural beads of sweat form on his forehead. Thunder turns and sees it at once. His expression turns to alarm. My lord, is this your chronic chill acting up?
My lord, I've sent someone to decoct the medicine.
And Bai Xu?
Miss Bai Sen has subdued those mountain bandits. And right now, she is organizing their training with Bai Ming.
Long Cha.
I'm here, my lord.
From now on, protect Miss Bai Sen in secret. Should anything arise, come here.
Yes, my lord.
At this moment, Prince Yao's face had turned deathly pale, and Lei Ting's heart ached for him.
My lord, don't worry about Miss Bai Shui anymore. Lie down and rest first. I'll have someone prepare some ginger tea.
This medicine still needs to simmer a while longer, so we'll have the ginger tea ready first. Lei Ting gave the order, and had several braziers carried in. This year, the chill has set in earlier than usual, and I only hope the prince doesn't suffer too much this winter. At this moment, over 100 mountain bandits stood in perfect formation on the drill ground before Baishi.
Once you've joined the army, you must follow its discipline. As for those old bandit ways of yours, put them all away.
From now on, train diligently,
so that one day you can charge into battle and slay the foe and achieve lasting merit.
Yes, heroine.
The 3 bandit leaders stood at the front of the ranks, their backs held remarkably straight. In the past, up on the mountain, they'd thought that being bandits, guzzling wine, and devouring meat was the height of pleasure, until the heroine led them to storm the enemy camp and torch their grain supplies. Only then did they know true exhilaration.
The army has its own rules. From now on, don't call me heroine. You can call me Miss Bai Sen or boss.
Yes, boss, boss!
The bandits chorused the latter in unison. Bai Xuan nodded with approval. He turned to glance at Bai Xuan beside him.
Have the two of them received their armor and weapons yet?
The quartermaster's men said it requires the prince's approval.
These brothers were once bandits, though they've now enlisted in the army. Their past identities remain a disgrace after all. The quartermaster's staff are using that as an excuse to stonewall him in the prince's name.
All right, I'll go speak to Prince Xiao later.
Train hard, all of you, so you can rise above your past one day.
After Bai Xuan left the drill ground, she headed straight for Prince Xiao's courtyard. It was just past dusk. Prince Xiao's courtyard ablaze with lights. Servants hurried to and fro. Bai Xuan saw them carrying quilts, hauling braziers, and some bearing bowls of medicinal soup. She couldn't help but wonder.
What had happened?
Lei Ting jumped in surprise and turned around. Seeing it was Bai Xuan, remembering that the prince's chronic chill had all started because of her, he couldn't help but sigh in frustration.
Isn't it all because of you, third Miss Bai? My lord contracted this chill years ago when he saved you. Third Miss. And now it has flared up again.
Bai Xuan froze upon hearing this, then hurried toward the room.
Third Miss Bai, I've stepped down as well.
Bai Xuan 没有怒 reply. She parted the curtain and took in the scene inside at a glance. Though it was deep autumn, 4 braziers already blazed in the room. Prince Xiao lay quietly on the bed, swathed in several thick quilts. Bai Xuan strolled straight inside, seeing the man with eyes closed, his face deathly pale, his lips utterly bloodless. The man looked utterly lifeless. He gently laid his hand on the man's forehead. The instant his fingers met the man's skin, a piercing chill shot through his palm. He probed other parts of the man's body, and found King Xiao frozen like a block of ice. Bai Xuan's heart clenched in profound shock, for King Xiao's chronic chill had worsened to such a dire state, and if it persisted like this, he feared the king wouldn't survive much longer.
So cold, isn't it? Are you cold?
Why are you here?
Bai Shui didn't answer. She slipped her hand under King Xiao's quilt, wanting to massage his body for him.
What are you doing?
I know a bit about acupoint massage, which can help knead your highness's legs to warm up your body.
That is not necessary.
King Xiao hurriedly grabbed Bai Shui's fidgeting hand, trying to push it out from under the quilt, but unfortunately, he was too weak at the moment. His strength no match for hers. King Xiao could only say sternly,
"Get out."
Don't move. Just lie still.
The quilt felt ice cold, without a trace of warmth, his body so chilled that the very air around seemed frozen. Bai Shui didn't hesitate. Quickly locating King Xiao's legs, and starting the massage.
Stop fooling around. Get out.
Your Highness, are you worried about my reputation? In the eyes of the world, I'm already a woman defiled by the enemy army, so what more could you possibly worry about?
In these feudal ancient times, once a woman is captured by enemy forces, innocence be damned. The world assumes it is lost. But to him, these were mere trifles. Having weathered every storm in his past life without ever perishing, he was momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally said,
You needn't worry about remaining unmarried.
The unspoken promise he would marry her.
I'm not worried in the slightest.
As Bai Shui chatted with King Xiao, she finished massaging his hands, feet, and limbs, then gently rubbed the soles and tops of his feet, her soft little hands holding King Xiao's, as he awkwardly turned his head away. After the massage, Bai Shui checked King Xiao's body temperature and found that this kneading technique had little effect on him. King Xiao's body remained rigid, like an ice block, with no signs of improvement.
This won't do.
Bai Shui froze in place, trembling slightly. After a long moment, she kicked off her shoes and slipped into King Xiao's covers.
What are you doing?
Bai Shui didn't respond. Seizing his unguarded moment, she nestled fully into his embrace, her snow-white arms, soft as lotus stems, wrapping around him. King Xiao's breathing suddenly grew heavy, a peculiar sensation surging from his heart, flooding straight into his limbs and bones. This girl's body was so soft, so enticingly fragrant. Like a warm flame, as if ready to set him ablaze, King Xiao let out a heavy breath, his gaze darkening as he looked at Bai Shui.
Do you know what you're doing?
I know.
Since the massage didn't work on him, she'd try a different method. Bai Shui had no intention of simply warming King Xiao with her body. Figuring that alone wouldn't be very effective, she wanted to use a woman's allure to ignite the primal fire deep in a man's heart. Bai Shui wasn't sure if this would work, but she had to give it a shot. King Xiao was utterly disoriented, the strange sensation from her body nearly driving him to lose all reason. This girl's actions were too sudden, too bold, too audacious, leaving him nothing but shock and utter panic. King Xiao struggled to stay composed, forcefully pushing Bai Shui's body away.
If you don't get out now, I'll scream.
Prince Xiao's words were cut short, stuck in his throat by Bai Xuan's sudden move. She couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. Whatever method could warm this man up, that is the one she'd use. Prince Xiao's lips ignited with sudden warmth, his mind exploding in a thunderous roar, his scalp prickling with electric tingles. A surge of heat raced through his body, rushing straight to his temples. The woman's exotic sweet fragrance unfurled across his tongue, tempting him to draw in even more. Bai Xuan's kiss shattered his frail self-control, blending his icy chill with scorching fire, plunging him into helpless surrender.
Little girl, you're playing with fire.
Bai Xuan pulled away from his lips. A soft smile curved her lips.
My lord, feeling warmer yet?
As the shift in his body became undeniable, this approach was working. Prince Xiao sensed the change within himself too, his heart surging with shock and vexation, mingled with embarrassment and gloom. He had never shared such intimate skin-to-skin contact with a woman, save for that one night when she cradled his unconscious form, gently cleaning his wounds to dispel the chill. A strange tidal wave of warmth blooming inside him as the frost in his veins slowly melted away. Bai Shen stayed perfectly still, her arms still wrapped around Prince Xiao, gazing intently into his eyes.
Hasn't your lordship consulted a physician? Even the imperial physicians are at a loss. Is there truly no cure for this affliction?
The imperial physicians could offer no remedy, claiming only the elder immortal healer of Medicine King Valley could unravel it. Medicine King Valley veiled in impenetrable mystery, its denizens drifting like shadows, impossible to track. This prince has sought them for years to no avail.
I'll help you search for them later.
Prince Xiao held little hope for her offer, but he didn't say anything too disheartening. This girl treating him like this already surprised him greatly.
My chronic chill has nothing to do with you. Don't listen to Liang Yuhan's nonsense.
The man's voice softened unconsciously as he gazed at this girl betrothed to him since childhood, who had never really taken a liking to him. For the first time, he felt reluctant to let her go.
Whether it concerns me or not, it doesn't matter. That day when Bening captured me, didn't you save my life? A favor repaid in kind, and I still owe you my own.
Bai Shen felt King Xiao's body growing hotter and hotter, a warmth gradually seeping into the quilt. She also noticed the man's arms had wrapped around her waist at some point. Not noticing was one thing, but realizing it made her own skin flush with heat. This man's muscles were firm and resilient. Holding him felt far too comforting.
Even if this king hadn't shown up that day, you could have subdued Wei Ming and escaped on your own.
right?
Hard to say. I can only say there was a chance, mainly because this body was so frail back then. Once I train it properly in the future, taking down 1 or 2 nameless thugs will be no trouble at all.
You've changed.
Yes, I have.
The original owner is long gone. I'm an entirely different person now. It'd be the real oddity if my soul hadn't shifted. Baishan gently loosened her arms, fading away, because she sensed the man burning with feverish heat. She shifted slightly under the quilt, stretching out her limbs, to ease the stiffness in her joints from holding still so long, but unwittingly brushed a forbidden spot on the man's body. King Xiao went rigid all over, his expression shifting in an instant. Her face flushed crimson from her neck to the tips of her ears. Bai Shu felt a sudden scald in her hands, and hastily released King Xiao, her own cheeks burning hot. The room's atmosphere turning thick with unspoken tension, their eyes locking for a breathless moment, before they both swiftly looked away.
My lord, are you blushing?
I'm not Liu Xiaohui, after all.
A big man like him, sharing the quilts with a delicate young lady, and being kissed no less, even touched in sensitive spots. And he is not even allowed to blush.
I'm getting hot already.
Bai Xuan let out a light chuckle. Seeing that King Xiao had mostly recovered, she couldn't help but slip out from under the covers. Under these thick quilts, layered 3 inside and 3 out upon her, she was really starting to feel the heat. King Xiao gazed softly at the woman's back as she dressed, a pang of emptiness stirring in his heart. Bai Quan poured a cup of water and handed it to King Xiao. King Xiao reached out and took it, but after just 1 sip, he set it down.
Drink more hot water to replenish your fluids. It'll warm you up too.
Obediently, King Xiao took another sip, seeing his chills gradually easing. Bai Xuan turned to the matter at hand.
In return for me warming your highness, could your highness grant me one request?
King Xiao's face stiffened. So this girl had been so intimate with him, all because she had a favor to ask.
Speak. What is it?
King Xiao's expression gradually cooled, the warmth in his heart extinguished in large part.
Those bandit brothers I brought back, they've already enlisted in the army, but they're lacking proper armor, and suitable weapons to boot. Could your highness approve equipping them? 1 set, for each of them.
That is all.
Just that. It is just a word from your highness.
Very well. I agree.
A faint smile tugged at King Xiao's lips, his mood lightening unconsciously. He had thought this girl would spout something outrageous like before. Who would have thought it is just some gear for the bandits? Since they've already enlisted in the army, they deserve a full set of armor and weapons.
But let this prince lay down the law first. Though they may be your men, once in the ranks, they must strictly obey military discipline. Should they defy military orders, this prince will punish them without mercy.
Rest assured, I've already given them strict instructions.
Bai Xuan's eyes curved into a gentle smile, her joy spilling over. Prince Yao simply gazed at the woman before him, nearly blinded by her radiant smile. The lady carried herself with graceful poise, her vibrance like a blazing fire, unlike the typical demure maiden's shy demeanor, but infused with an innate boldness and spirit, utterly captivating, impossible to look away from. Bai Xuan, now properly dressed, stepped gracefully out the door.
Take good care of your lord, and ensure he catches no more chill, for the days ahead will only grow colder. Remind him to change into warmer garb at once, and keep him well insulated.
Indeed. It was Miss Bai the Third.
Lei Ting beamed with amusement at that moment, gazing at Bai Xuan with the utmost respect. This Miss Bai is more potent than any tonic. So next time the prince's chill flares up, he should just summon Miss Bai the Third. The next morning, as daylight fully broke, the enemy troops withdrew from the city. Averting the crisis, Prince Yao was making preparations for the triumphant return to court, when Lei Ting hurried in.
My lord, word from the scouts. Miss Bai the Third has set off for Dragon's Backbone Mountain. Off to Dragon's Backbone. They say Miss Bai the Third is heading to Dragon's Backbone Mountain to seek out the Medicine King Valley, to find a cure for your chronic chill.
What folly?
He recalled Bai Xuan's words from yesterday, offering to find him someone in the Medicine King Valley. He'd thought she was just saying it in passing, yet here she was, heading to Dragon's Backbone Mountain today. Over these years, he'd sent countless men to Dragon's Backbone Mountain, and not one had found the Medicine King Valley. The elder medical immortal. How could she possibly track him down?
Your Highness, we'll pass through Dragon's Backbone Mountain on our way back to the capital this time. We can look for third Miss Bai while we're at it.
Send word to Langsha. Have him report Bai Xuan's location at once.
The Dragon Spine Mountains rise steep and sheer, shrouded in mystery save for the fabled Medicine King Valley, and harboring many shadowy assassin guilds. Bai Xuan ventures in alone, a perilous endeavor indeed. Meanwhile, Langsha shadowing Bai Xuan all this way, prowls the Dragon Spine Mountains, circling through a misty fog-enshrouded thicket. He, the prince's finest shadow guard, has somehow lost track of third Miss Bai, Suddenly, a fierce gust whips from behind, and a vine like a coiling serpent lashes toward him. Longsha swiftly dodges back, as an icy voice rings out from above.
Why are you tailing me?
This black-clad figure has shadowed him since leaving Lai City, trailing relentlessly, and he has been waiting for her to strike. Yet she hasn't made a move.
Third Miss Bai.
You know me.
I'm Longsha, sent by His Highness to guard you.
Bai Xuan possessing in surprise, never expecting that Prince Xiao would dispatch a secret protector for her. That man has a caring heart.
Don't tell me that once we delve into the dragon's spine depths, I'll end up having to guard you instead.
Third Miss Bai. Useless as Longsha may be, he is still better than some bandit.
As she speaks, Longsha eyes the cowering bandit chief behind her, Gu Zigang. Gu Zigang, the grizzled old boss among bandit heads, claims he came to these dragon spine mountains as a boy, gathering herbs with his grandfather. When Bai Xuan mentioned heading here this time, he eagerly volunteered to guide the way.
Not that Gu Zigang's martial prowess is lacking. Mind you,
but they can navigate this forest without losing their way. He really proved quite useful.
At least, Zigang won't give away my whereabouts, right?
Longsha's face flushed with embarrassment, but luckily, his mask hid it well. No one could tell.
I won't reveal Miss Bai the Third's whereabouts either.
You expect me to buy that?
Except the prince.
If you must reveal my whereabouts, just take off that mask of yours, and let me see your face.
Longsha hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand to remove the mask. Bai Xuan was mildly taken aback, never expecting Longsha to be so disfigured. One side of his face remained strikingly handsome, the other torn as if by some demon's claws, delivering a jarring visual shock.
My apologies, if I've startled you, Miss Bai the Third.
A scar like that won't scare me off.
Bai Xuan replied coolly, her gaze steady and unperturbed. Longsha froze for a beat, not anticipating such unflinching composure from Miss Bai the Third. In his heart, Longsha found himself admiring Bai Xuan all the more.
All right, now we can be on our way. Our mission is to venture deep into the Dragon Spine Mountains and locate the medicine, King Valley.
Before Bai Xuan could fully recover her wits, a white-bearded elder suddenly seized Longsha's face, peering intently at his scars.
Who did this to you? It was my mother. What sort of woman was she? Where is she now?
She is long gone.
Dead, you say?
The elder seemed lost in painful memories, his eyes clouding with sorrow. He fell silent for a long while.
Elder, might I ask who you are?
Little miss, you've got much to learn. You don't even recognize the medical immortal of the Medicine King Valley.
Bai Xuan's face lit up with joy. The immortal of Medicine King Valley. Truly obtained without any effort. The dying Hanji is saved now.
So you're the legendary elder divine physician. My apologies. My apologies. What a fateful encounter this is. I've been searching far and wide for you, sir.
What do you want from me?
Bai Xuan was about to mention seeking treatment for the vanishing affliction, but Hanji recalled the intel he dug up. This elder from Medicine King Valley had quite the eccentric streak. So he held back the truth.
I'm here to share a drink with you. Word is you can down 1,000 cups without a wobble. And I gotta say, I'm seriously impressed, so I thought I'd challenge you to a proper drinking bout.
A drinking contest with me? Now that is the spirit. Come on over to my place.
No sooner said than done. The old man blurred into motion, vanishing clean out of sight. Talk about a temperamental old coot. Eccentric doesn't even cover it. His martial prowess is off the charts too, at the very least. The guy's got legs like lightning. Bai Xuan scanned the surroundings, racking his brain on how to track down the elder divine physician, when Gu Zigang came scampering over with a cheeky grin.
Yeah, boss, I just pulled off a sneaky little move. Sprinkled some tracking powder on the elder divine physician. Now we can follow the scent right to him.
Brilliant. You clever rascal. That is some fine work.
This guy's no powerhouse in a fight, but boy, does he know his way around underhanded tricks. No wonder he climbed the ranks to bandit chief so young.
See, I do pull my weight.
Longsha could tell Gu Zigang was still stewing over his earlier jab, and let out a helpless chuckle.
I spoke too harshly back there. Forgive me, brother.
No worries at all.
The three followed the trail of scent onward, and before half a day had passed, the scent has vanished. A towering cliff looms before us.
Strange. How did the scent just disappear?
Because he entered the cave.
Gu Zigang was utterly astonished, and looked up.
Boss, there is a cave up there.
Yeah, right there, halfway up the cliff.
Bai Xuan looked up at a patch on the mid-cliff, growing differently from the surrounding brush. He was certain the cave entrance was hidden there. That patch of grass had just been brushed aside by someone slipping inside, which disrupted its natural growth pattern.
Elder, you invited me to your home, so I'll make myself right at home.
The elder divine physician inside the cave heard a young woman's voice from outside and couldn't help but jump in surprise.
That little lass actually tracked me all the way here.
He suddenly sneezed, then realized he'd been dusted with tracking powder at some point. Well, how dare they pull that trick on me? The elder divine physician stayed silent in the cave, leaving Goosey Gang a bit doubtful.
Boss, is there really someone up on that cliff?
There is. We'll know once we climb up and check.
But it is so steep. How do we even get up there?
Goosey Gang stared at the cliff, completely at a loss. 楼郎岔道是no轻功, but there is a sheer stretch in the middle with nothing to grab onto. No good relay points, so even he might struggle to reach it.
You guys wait here. I'll head up.
Bai Xuan said, drawing a dagger from his boot, and started climbing up barehanded.
Whoa! Think that'll work. Boss, you sure about this? If it is too tough, just come back down, and we'll figure out another plan.
Quit yapping.
Boss, you got this. If you can't, come down first. We'll find another way.
Cut the chatter.
Bai Shui shot back and pressed on up the sheer cliff. Rabbit's heart nearly leaped from his throat, while Longsha stayed on high alert, ready to catch Bai Xuan at a moment's notice. But Bai Xuan held firm. She swiftly reached the cave mouth.
Whoa! That boss lady's an absolute goddess. She is unreal.
Longsha felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. He truly hadn't imagined third Miss Bai would brave such peril for the prince. The cave concealed a hidden haven, where bitter cold gripped the outside world, yet warmth enveloped the interior.
Since you've come this far, you're my guest. Sit.
Bai Xuan complied smoothly, settling into a cross-legged seat.
To be frank with you, this junior has come today with a humble request.
This old man has long retired to seclusion, and heals no more.
Bai Xuan saw through the excuse at once, and offered a faint smile.
Not quite. I've got a fine batch of wine waiting back home, and I'd be honored if you'd sample it with me. Senior.
The old physician cast a sidelong glance at Bai Xuan, noting she carried not a single flask upon her, and twitched his mustache in amusement.
Off to the capital again.
Too far. Count me out.
His Highness King Shao has just acquired a splendid batch of wine, and he'd love for you to drink your fill, Senior.
So that is it. You want me to head to the capital and treat King Shao?
King Shao is our great Zhou's guardian war god, the court's irreplaceable pillar, now stricken with a stubborn, incurable ailment, tormented by unrelenting pain. As a man of great Zhou, Senior, saving King Shao is saving great Zhou itself.
I am no man of great Zhou.
Senior, you are a renowned hermit sage, far beyond the likes of common folk like us, no matter from which land you hail. Saving one life surpasses building 7-story pagodas.
I follow not the Buddha's way, nor do I care to build such pagodas.
Then, what is it you desire, Senior? As long as you agree to treat His Highness King Shao, whatever this junior can provide, I shall surely deliver to you.
I want for nothing.
He closes his eyes, sipping his wine, a picture of utter detachment. Bai Shi hesitates a moment, then speaks tentatively.
The one who travels with us today is the scarred warrior among us. He is King Shao, Senior. If you wish to test your skills on his scars, or learn secrets from his lips, why not join us on the journey?
The old healer's thoughts laid bare. He looks surprised, glancing at Bai Xuan. In the next instant, he snorts coldly.
I'm not interested.
Threatening him. He is not so easily intimidated. Bai Xuan's lips twitch in exasperation. Truly an oil and salt-proof, stubborn old coot.
Sir, no choice then.
Bai Xuan sighs softly, and pulls a rope from behind her back.
What do you intend? Do you mean to bind me?
Since you refuse to come willingly, Senior, I'll have to first pay my respects, by force. Senior, forgive the offense. Sorry for the offense, Senior.
The old immortal doctor's expression changed, and he turned to flee, unaware that Bai Xuan had stepped on the hem of his robe from the mountainside.
Hey, Elder, no need to rush.
Bai Xuan had already witnessed the old immortal doctor's vanishing lightness skill, so she was prepared this time, and the old immortal doctor hurriedly struck at her, engaging in combat, only to be swiftly subdued by Bai Xuan in just a few moves. The old immortal doctor couldn't help but widen his eyes. Though he roamed the jungle relying on his medical expertise and lightness skill, but what bad luck his martial arts, to think he'd lose so quickly to this girl. Moments later, Bai Xuan appeared on the midway cliff, and Goosey Gang and Longsha exchanged a glance. The old immortal doctor had agreed. When they saw the immortal-like elder bound tightly by Bai Xuan, lowered down the mountain on a rope, they were utterly stunned, never imagining that third Miss Bai would kidnap the old immortal doctor like this. The old immortal doctor fumed, blowing his beard and glaring. If his disciples ever found out about this, it'd be mortally embarrassing.
You brat! This is elder abuse!
With your crane hair and childlike face, you're not old at all.
Longsha mourned the old immortal doctor's plight as the trio prepared to head back the way they came, when fog suddenly rose in the mountains, blanketing everything in a vast white haze. Even Gao Zigang couldn't make out the path.
Elder immortal doctor, mind pointing the way?
Ever seen someone tied up and asked to guide the way?
Well, now you have. If you don't show us the path, I'll toss your beloved wine flask off the cliff.
The old immortal doctor seethed, his chest heaving with rage.
Ugly girl, follow these black mulberry trees.
Bai Xuan looked up. Sure enough, many black mulberry trees lined their right side. These mulberry trees seemed chaotic and disordered at first glance, yet they followed a deliberate pattern, as if guiding travelers along the way. The group pressed on toward the black mulberry grove, but not long after, Bai Xuan sensed something amiss. Her innate vigilance warned her that danger lurked in these woods. Longsha scanned the surroundings, growing alert as well.
Miss Cabbage, stay sharp.
Keep the old immortal physician safe.
The old immortal physician was taken aback upon hearing this. This young one's heart isn't all bad.
Listen here, little girl. I warn you. These mountains are crawling with man-eating demons. And if you don't want to end up as their next meal, you'd best cut this old man loose right now. Let's hightail it out of here.
Aren't we already hustling to whisk you away?
They're just a bunch of ruthless cutthroats. I've seen my share of them across lifetimes. Suddenly, a sinister voice drifted from the mulberry grove.
Who dares trespass alone into the Moon Killer sect?
We mean no disrespect. We're just passing through.
If you want to pass, leave your lives behind.
If you've got the skill, come claim them.
No sooner had she spoken than shadows flickered in the mulberry woods ahead. Countless crimson petals swirled through the air. Amid the whirling petals, a sedan veiled in scarlet gauze settled to the ground. A man reclined languidly on the sedan, his face stern and unyielding. Morong Yuesha fixed Bai Xuan with a cold stare, his thin lips curling in a mirthless smirk, a chill frost settling over his features. Bai Xuan felt the killing intent surging from him, and tensed even further.
Sect Master, just a few lowly minions. Just kill them.
Didn't you see? They're carrying our elder immortal physician from Dragon's Backbone, Mountain's Medicine King Valley on their backs.
Though the elder immortal physician's medical skills are unparalleled, his lightness skills are unmatched in the world, but his martial prowess leaves much to be desired.
How dare you contradict me?
This subordinate stands corrected.
Bai Xuan couldn't help twitching the corner of her mouth. This guy's got some nerve.
Sir, we're not here for trouble, just to pass through.
Of course. You can leave your lives behind. Up to now, no one's ever made it through our Moon Killer sect alive.
The Moon Killer sect is a legendary assassin order renowned across the lands. Everyone knows its killers prowl every corner of the realm, yet none suspect its hidden lair deep in Dragon's Backbone Mountain. Bai Xuan's eyes darkened slightly. This Moon Killer sect leader demands lives on a whim, utterly disregarding the Woolen Code. Looks like we'll have to fight. Bai Xuan wasted no more words, employing the tactic of capturing the ringleader first. She charged straight at the crimson sedan. The Moon Killer sect assassins never saw it coming, that the intruder would dare such brazenness. Aiming to take out their leader, even sect leader Morong Moon Killer hadn't anticipated it. Raising a hand to signal his men to hold back, finally stumbling upon a sharp-clawed little wildcat, one he planned to tame himself. Behind him, the purple-clad woman received the command and swiftly withdrew with her followers. Bai Xuan vaulted into the sedan, veiled in red silk, striking directly at Morong Moon Killer's vital point. Morong Moon Killer let out a cold sneer and, with a casual flick of his sleeve, caught Bai Xuan's incoming fist.
Little Missy.
Up close, one truly sees. Morong Moon Killer that Bai Xuan's beauty is utterly breathtaking. Morong Yuesha was momentarily stunned and pulled her closer to himself. Bai Xuan did not resist, feigning surrender to let Morong Yuesha have his way, and pretending to be too weak to break free.
Let's go. Let me go.
With just this third-rate kung fu, you dare to attack me?
Bai Xuan feigned fury and struggled fiercely, while Morong Yuesha laughed, even more arrogantly. At that moment, Bai Xuan's other hand suddenly struck with a heavy punch.
Impressive.
Morong Yuesha took the punch completely off guard, his mind reeling in shock. Seizing the moment, Bai Xuan kicked him off the sedan and pressed a cold dagger to his neck. The Moon Killer sect members were dumbfounded, their sect leader held hostage by this woman.
Little girl, you've cheated.
All's fair in war.
Mu Rongyuesha's eyes blazed with fury. He had merely glanced at the girl once more, yet in that careless moment, he was tricked by her. Langsha witnessed this scene, and couldn't help but admire her. In such a short time, she had subdued the leader of the Moon Killer sect, the world's premier assassin organization.
The Moon Killer sect leader has crossed us. Tie him up with rope.
Gang Zigang approached with a rope, but the purple-clad woman pointed her sword at him and said to Baishan,
"Release our sect leader, or I'll kill him."
Fine, go ahead and kill him. If you're not afraid, I'll slaughter your sect leader first. Then go right ahead. I'd love to see whether your sect leader's life is worth more than the lives of us, lowly minions. Sure, I'd love to see just that. Whether your sect master's life means more, or the lives of us lowly minions.
As Baishan spoke, the dagger sliced with expert precision and ruthless intent across Mu Rongyuesha's collarbone. Mu Rongyuesha winced sharply, sucking in a gasp of cold air. This little spitfire doesn't pull her punches one bit.
All of you, stand down.
I hear Dragon Spine Mountain is the heart of your Yuesha sect stronghold. I'm starving. Come on, let's raid your place for some grub.
The crowd was left speechless. This little hellion is downright audacious, actually daring to barge into the Yuesha sect itself. Is she not afraid she'll never find her way out? Baishan harbored no such fears, for on the battlefield, hails of bullets had been just routine for her. So why sweat some ancient assassin guild? The Yuesha sect's fame echoes across the realm, and they've surely amassed a tidy fortune over the years. We've trekked all this way. No sense turning back with empty hands now.
Little miss, you're really dead set on storming my lair.
Save the talk. Lead the way.
Baishan marched Mu Rongyuesha along personally, and soon the group arrived at a secluded mountain gate. Stepping through the gate into the inner sanctum, it unfolded like a true hidden paradise. Outside, the autumn gales raged with biting chill, the winter's cruel bite unrelenting yet. Within the Yuesha sect, worms bloomed like eternal spring. Verdant meadows stretched invitingly. But the real shocker was the Yuesha sect's own steaming natural hot springs, gentle streams murmuring amid swirling mists of vapor. For anyone whose legs were numb from endless forest treks, resistance was simply impossible. Baishan ached to plunge right into the hot spring pool, to scrub off every last speck of trail dirt. She glanced sidelong at Mu Rongyuesha, who was sizing her up, turned her head to look at the elder medical immortal.
Elder medical immortal, mind if I borrow something from you?
What do you want to borrow?
A pill. That'll make someone behave obediently.
No, this old man only saves lives, never harms them.
Exactly, and that is exactly what you're doing right now. Saving lives, saving us, and saving yourself. If you don't have the right pill for our sect leader to keep him from running off, I'll have to break his legs. And if he comes after you for revenge later, don't come crying to me.
The elder medical immortal couldn't help rolling his eyes. This girl's got some nerve.
If you break both his legs, he'll come after you for revenge.
But I'd only do it because you wouldn't give me the pill, so it'd be your fault.
The elder medical immortal's beard trembled. What twisted logic is this?
Are you absolutely sure you don't have any such pill?
None.
Alright then. Since the elder medical immortal says there is no pill for you to stop you from escaping, I'll just have to break one of your legs, and you can't blame me for it. Blame the elder medical immortal, who, as a medical immortal, can't even provide a simple pill.
You little rascal!
Anyway, I'm not scared if you come after me for revenge, but don't forget to settle the score with the elder medical immortal too.
With that, Baishan's demeanor shifted entirely. She looked ready to strike at Mu Rongyuesha. Mu Rongyuesha's eyelids twitched, while the elder medical immortal felt a chill down his spine.
Fine, I'll give you the medicine.
And the antidote for me as well.
Sure.
All for you, little miss.
Deceiver, how outrageous threatening an old man like that. Mu Rongyuesha commands countless assassins in his sect, and he sure didn't want to cross him.
There we go.
This poison is my latest creation. Take the antidote every 2 hours, until the poison is fully neutralized.
Perfect.
Baishan nodded in satisfaction, and shot a glance at Mu Rongyuesha.
If anyone dares to snatch the antidote, I'll toss it straight into the hot spring.
Little girl, no need to go to such extremes.
I promise, I won't try to escape.
Baishan 偏吃着慕容月莎的爪 about to shove it down his throat. 慕容月莎's face darkened. This little girl, proving more ruthless than he ever was. Baishan had Mu Rongyuesha give the order first for his men to stand guard outside the lower courtyard, then personally bound him to a pillar in the courtyard and blindfolded him with a black cloth.
You two want to join me in the hot spring?
Rongsha shook his head. while Jiuzi gang stayed on high alert. How could they possibly relax with a soak? He wouldn't dare. Bai Shuan couldn't help but chuckle at Guzi gang's reaction. She found it quite amusing.
No need to be so tense. With the Moonkill sect's leader in our hands, everything's fine.
Sure. That is what the boss says.
But Guzi gang couldn't shake his deep-seated wariness. In this utterly unfamiliar place, he was truly afraid something might go wrong. The boss is way too bold, charging headlong into any dragon's lair or tiger's den, and even daring to soak in the hot springs on enemy turf. It is downright admirable.
Little girl, I wouldn't mind a soap myself.
As long as you promise to help King Shao treat his chill ailment.
If not, then Bai Shuan won't let you have that dip. Bai Xuan had Rongsha and Gu Zigang keep watch over the old immortal, while she herself kept a close eye on Marang Yueisha, bound in the courtyard, then slipped into the hot spring pool to soak in its soothing waters.
Little girl, you're going to bathe right in front of me.
Bai Xuan ignored him, simply double-checking several times that his eyes were securely blindfolded, and that his body was tightly bound with ropes using her special technique. Before settling back contentedly in the hot spring pool, steam rose languidly from the pool, waves gently rippling, with vibrant star petals drifting on the surface. This had been prepared by the moon-killing sect for Marang Yueisha, never imagining their sect leader would end up captured. Bai Shuan lay comfortably in the pool, stretching out her limbs, allowing the warm spring water to seep into every limb and pore, feeling utterly relaxed and melted. Ah, so comfortable. And as she soaked on, she suddenly sensed something amiss in the air. Bai Shuan abruptly opened her eyes, only to see a tall, upright figure looming before her, clad in inky black, like a harbinger of death. This man had slipped in at some point, silent as a ghost. Before her, he stood by the hot spring pool like a paragon of elegance, refined as orchids, stately as jade trees, weary from a lifetime of dusty travels, frost etched between his sharp, cold brows, having rushed here without pause, only to find this girl luxuriating in the hot springs at the moon-killing sect. Judging by his look, she seemed utterly at ease.
Long Cha's intelligence sure travels fast.
The man's gaze was steady as he regarded Bai Shuan, the tension in his heart easing just a fraction. In the steaming hot spring pool, the woman wore only a single thin undergarment, now completely soaked through, clinging tightly to her body, her graceful figure faintly visible beneath, with a lethally seductive allure. Unbeaten, a flicker of fire sparked in King Shao's eyes, his body stirring with an odd sensation. He lowered his gaze and shifted his eyes away, a touch awkwardly.
You're remarkably at ease.
You bet. Life is short, so when it is time to indulge fully.
How leisurely of you.
Of course, life is short, so when it is time to savor the pleasures, one must indulge fully. My lord, care to join me in the hot spring?
No. This king fears nothing.
This girl has no idea how her unwitting beauty holds such irresistible allure.
A soak in the hot spring would surely dispel the chill clinging to your body, my lord.
No need.
For after all, they are not yet wed, and the proper distance must be observed, even if they've shared far more intimate moments than a simple shared bath. Just as he strains to hold himself back, a splash rings out beside him. Snapping back to reality, he finds Bai Shuan has tugged him into the pool with a swift pull. In that instant, their skin presses together, drawing perilously close. Through the thin veil of damp fabric, King Shao can even sense the yielding softness of her form, laced with an intoxicating, heart-stirring fragrance.
My lord, it is such a rare visit to these mountains. To pass up this natural hot spring would be a true pity.
Bai Xuan 没想到 by it, only sensing his travel-worn weariness, and knowing a hot spring soak would ease his fatigue immensely, allowing him to unwind at last. An unfamiliar tenderness blooms in King Xiao's heart as he reaches to gently push Bai Shuan away, but she releases him just in time, easing back to a respectful distance.
If the lord sheds his robes, it might feel even more comfortable.
King Shao's face flushes crimson. This girl feels no shame at all, not even with a blindfolded assassin lurking nearby. Bai Shuan harbors none of a man's such reservations, only fretting over King Shao's brocade robes, now sodden in the water, their weight surely making the soak uncomfortable.
This king soaks just like this.
The hot spring's waters swirl with rising steam. Indeed, it makes King Shao's body feel so much more at ease.
Your Highness, trust me on this. At least take off that outer robe.
No need.
Bai Shuan lets out a soft chuckle, steps forward and tugs at Fu Huai's belt. King Shao swiftly pins down Bai Shuan's restless little hand at his waist, brushing against the girl's soft kneading touch. The man's breath hitches ever so slightly, like discarding a scalding hot potato. King Shao suddenly flings Bai Shuan's hand away, retreating to a safe distance. With his frantic movements pulling at it, his loose robe inevitably slips off, courtesy of Bai Shuan. Bai Shuan flicks her sleeve, hurling King Shao's robe aside. Seeing King Shao's face flush red, his entire demeanor stiff and flustered, Bai Xuan can't help but dissolve into laughter.
Ah, your highness truly has an impressive build. A real feast for the eyes.
How shameless.
King Shao tenses against the pool's edge, never in his life encountering a woman so utterly audacious.
I haven't even taken a nibble of you, your highness. So why accuse me of shamelessness?
You still want to take a bite out of this prince?
Bai Xuan falls, speechless. She really hadn't entertained the thought. The blindfolded Morong Yuesha finally snaps, gnashing his teeth in fury.
Do you take this lord for a corpse?
This wench commandeering my footbath hot spring. Fine, but dragging a man in to bathe alongside her, and that man could very well be King Shao, the great Zhou's loathed guardian god of war.
You foul-mouthed brat. Who is that man at your side?
Morong Yuesha's rage, pulses palpably from afar, felt keenly by Bai Xuan.
What is the matter? You got beef with the Mountain King.
A mere grudge. Hardly. This seat can scarcely spare him.
Bai Xuan couldn't help but freeze for a moment. These two, one a courtly prince, the other a Jianghu assassin. What grudge could there be between them?
What did he do to cross you?
This seat has never tasted defeat in all my years, save for King Shao.
Oh, so you've attempted to assassinate King Shao before.
This has nothing to do with you. Simply tell this seat, is this man truly King Shao?
It is I, the king himself. What now?
Morong Yuesha's face darkened in an instant.
Wu Huanye.
So, it is you, after all!
Back then, you forced this seat to fork over 30 million taels of silver, nearly wiping out the moon-killing sect's entire fortune, and costing us a slew of good men. Today, this seat will settle that score with you.
30 million taels. Does a great Zhou treasury even hold that much silver? Is the moon-killing sect really that flush with coin?
I'm ready to oblige at any moment.
5 years ago, Morong Yuesha unleashed a horde of elite assassins, yet none could claim his life. And now, they'd stand even less chance against him.
Though this seat failed to end you back then, you took grievous wounds in return. With a body like yours, scarred from endless battles and tormented by chronic chills, not to mention those deep internal injuries,
I'm afraid you won't last much longer.
King Shao pursed his lips in silence.
I've struck a nerve, have I? What good is all that might now? In the end, you're just a walking dead man.
Bai Xuan 不禁一愣. For a moment, his eyes lifting to the man across from them. He won't hold out much longer. Bai Xuan suddenly lost all desire for the hot springs. He needed to convince old Immortal Yi post-haste to have him examine King Xiao's condition.
Though the hot spring waters bring comfort, one shouldn't indulge for too long. The prince has soaked long enough. It is time he rose.
Bai Xuan turned toward Gyuzi, standing guard at the courtyard gate.
Goes again. Go to the moon-killing sect and fetch 2 brand new outfits at once.
The midnight woman, ever mindful of her sect master's life, left no request from GU Zigan unfulfilled. Here, I've selected a set of women's attire. It is snow white in color and fits quite nicely. Prince Shao glanced at the bright red brocade robe that clearly wasn't his style, slipping it on with deliberate leisure.
My lord, this outfit looks wonderful, just like the Chongsems from my world.
Bai Xuan remarked offhandedly, leaving Prince Shao momentarily stunned. His gaze deepened as he turned to Bai Xuan.
Once we reach the capital, we shall wed.
What do you say?
How is that? Are you unwilling to commit to me?
Prince Xiao's tone grew slightly stern, his eyes fixed intently on her. Bai Xuan cleared her throat lightly. Of course, she wasn't willing. So young and carefree. Why rush into marriage so recklessly? The very thought of life after marriage, dealing with the in-laws, sisters-in-law, and all those tangled family ties, it made Bai Xuan's scalp crawl. Prince Xiao's manor hailed from a great clan. His wealth and maternal lineage, vast and powerful, with family relations woven into a labyrinth of intrigue. Just picturing his gaggle of cousins, had Bai Xuan beating a hasty retreat.
My lord, it is far too soon to talk of such things.
Her expression, in Prince Xiao's eyes, could only mean reluctance to wed him. Prince Xiao's face turned impassive, averting his gaze as his heart plummeted into despair. These past few days, the girl's attitude toward him had warmed. He dared to hope it meant something. Turns out, it was all wishful thinking.
You've finished with the hot springs, so it is time to remove this blindfold from my eyes, right?
Bai Xuan nodded 头不自干. Gu hurried over and removed the mask from Morong Yuesha's face. Morong Yuesha looked her up and down, a smug smile curling at the corners of her lips.
I am Lord Morong.
You won't last much longer.
No, give it back to the Lord.
You haven't lived life to the fullest yet.
The Heavenly King acted as if he hadn't heard a thing, standing sullenly off to the side, utterly silent.
I'm starving. Have your people prepare the meal.
Aren't you afraid I'll have it poisoned?
Every single dish we eat will be tested for poison by you and the master first. If you both eat it without issue, then we can dig in. But if you truly dare to poison it, before I head to hell, I'll drag you down with me for sure. Believe me, I always follow through.
The meal was served up in no time. A steaming feast laid out across the table, with every delicacy imaginable. Bai Xuan glanced up at the old immortal physician, who was gulping down his saliva.
Senior, care to taste it and check for poison?
What's poison? It is perfectly safe!
慕容月杀一窝子, famished too, and grabbed his chopsticks to start eating. The old immortal sniffed each dish one by one, then tested them with a silver needle. Finally left drooling uncontrollably.
No poison!
With that, the old immortal physician snatched up his chopsticks and began devouring large bites. After he'd scarfed down 2 pieces of fish, just as he was about to devour the rest, like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds, Bai Xuan grabbed his hand.
Old Immortal Senior, please take a look at the internal cold chi plaguing King Shao.
Eat first.
See the patient first.
Little girl, bullying us old folks.
You, a renowned divine physician, with unmatched healing arts, why refuse to treat even one patient?
King Shao is already terminally ill, beyond any cure.
The room's atmosphere instantly grew tense.
Even the Emperor couldn't save me now! Ha!
Bai Xuan set down her chopsticks. A profound sense of loss washing over her. Was this man truly beyond saving?
Little girl, time to eat.
Bai Xuan savored the delectable dishes, yet found them utterly tasteless.
Saving King Shao isn't impossible. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless this old man's in a fine mood.
Is this some cheeky old rascal?
Why are you staring at me like that?
The old physician immortal crammed food into his mouth, mumbling through a full mouth.
This isn't you picking on this old man, and not letting me have my little fun at your expense.
So, might I ask when your mood will finally lift?
Didn't you say the streets are brimming with fine wines awaiting me? But this old man has sampled every last one of those vintages, and I'll be right as rain before we set off.
Bai Xuan gave a wry smile, and served the old physician immortal another piece of fish.
Here, eat up, elder.
Oh dear!
You impudent girl, mark my words, a bit of flattery won't sway me. I haven't agreed to treat King Shao yet.
Though the old physician immortal hadn't consented, he was willing to accompany them to the capital. Bai Xuan preferred to believe his heart was set on saving King Shao, and that some unspoken reason held him back from saying yes. Bai Xuan wasn't pressing. Once the old physician immortal reached the capital, there'd be ample time for heartfelt talks. King Shao watched the young lady, his emotions stirring over the internal cold chi plaguing him, a surge of feelings within. He felt a peculiar twinge in his heart. This girl refuses to marry him, yet frets endlessly over his health. Mu Rongyue let out a cold chuckle. Sensing the matter was far from straightforward, the old physician immortal had once aided even the most ruthless fiends of Dragonspine Mountain, yet now he dithered over saving King Shao. It must be that King Shao's condition is beyond hope. The old physician immortal, ever the kind soul, couldn't bear to spell it out so bluntly, lest it crush Bai Xuan and King Shao. That is why they say it can be saved. After Bai Xuan finished her meal, she picked up the handkerchief and wiped her mouth, her gaze turning to Mu Rongyue nearby.
Why are you looking at me? Why are you staring at me?
You're in my hands now.
So what?
How much time are you willing to offer to save your own skin?
Mu Rongyue was at a loss for words. Not content with capturing him, she actually planned to fleece him too. Did this woman even realize that they were on his turf right now? The ropes around his upper body had been loosened during the meal, but his legs and torso remained bound.
How much do you want?
Bai Xuan held up 5 fingers.
50,000 tiles.
Mu Rongyue let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, this girl wasn't asking for the moon.
Here.
5 million taels, not a single copper coin less.
Mu Rongyue seized the youth's rage. Lao Yixian's beard trembled, the wine flask in his hand nearly slipping from his grasp. Is this a ransom demand? This is outright extortion.
You think I've got that kind of money?
Oh, you've got it. If not for that botched assassination of King Shao 5 years ago, which cost you 30 million taels, it would have been even more.
Mu Rongyue couldn't help but draw a deep breath, struggling to keep from exploding on the spot. For 5 years ago, he'd been brought low by King Shao, nearly draining the moon-killing sex coffers dry. And now, after scraping together what little he had, he was about to lose it all to this slip of a girl.
No money, but one life to give.
If just anyone could shake him down like this, how could he ever survive in the jungle again?
You sure you won't pay? Since you're refusing the ransom, then you're no use to me, so I'll have to kill you.
What? Big words from such a little girl. You really think I'm some coward afraid to die? Today, every last one of you is done for, except for Lao Yixian.
Spill everything. As the words fell, Murong Yuesha broke free from the ropes binding him. His face icy cold as he fixed his gaze on Bai Xuan. He was merely turning her scheme against her, playing along with the little miss, to see just what brought her to the Moonkill sect. And this girl truly believed he was helpless.
Men, surround them!
A clamor of hurried footsteps echoed outside the hall. Murong Yuesha's followers assembled unnoticed at some point, encircling the place like an iron fortress.
You don't seriously believe that with your handful of men, this king arrived empty-handed, do you?
Haven't your 2,000 troops been routed in the great battle?
It seems the Moonkill sect master is unaware that this king's forces, of 2,000, can be replenished at will. And conveniently, I handpicked an elite contingent to reform the army on my way here.
No wonder the emperor's been scheming to take you down.
Though he is immersed in the Jiangu, he knows full well the pivotal role King Shao plays in the great Zhou dynasty. King Shao's influence likely extends far beyond what meets the eye.
Either pay up with the silver, and we all go our separate ways in peace, or we fight to the bitter end fish die, net breaks.
Then, let it be fish die, net breaks. This seat is eager to see
whether it is your side that falls first, or mine.
Murong Yuesha turned his gaze toward Bai Xuan.
Little miss,
don't think catching me makes you all that formidable. I, the Grand Sect Master of the Moonkill sect. Am I so easily captured? I merely let you take me on purpose.
Want to try capturing me again to prove you're truly out of your depth?
Fine. If you can catch me, I'll hand over 5 million tiles of silver. All right. If you can catch me, I'll give you 5 million tiles of silver.
This girl does have some kung fu skills, but she only caught him earlier by playing a trick. This time, he won't be careless at all.
Let's get to it.
Murong Yuesha, some foes can be taken lightly.
I never underestimate anyone.
Murong Yuesha saw Bai Xuan whispering intimately with King Shao, and couldn't suppress a surge of anger. He swung his arm, unleashing a fierce gust of fist wind that swept toward her. And in an instant, Bai Xuan was locked in fierce combat with Murong Yuesha, the two inseparable in their clash.
Not bad for a little girl. You've got some real moves.
Murong Yuesha let out a light chuckle, then struck harder, his fists whistling through the air, aiming straight for Bai Xuan's vital points. Bai Xuan shifted from offense to defense, and after dozens of exchanges, she began retreating step by step. Clearly running out of steam, King Shao's expression darkened slightly. This girl had just fought a brutal battle with Wei Ming, and her wounds hadn't fully healed yet. Now she was tangling with Murong Yuesha. She might not hold out much longer. Seeing Bai Xuan on the verge of collapse,
Murong Yuesha couldn't help but smirk at the little girl. Come on, keep it up!
Bai Xuan's face flushed with rage, and she launched a ferocious counterattack. But though it started fierce, after a dozen moves, she faltered.
After all, she's just a woman. That stamina just won't cut it.
Bai Xuan exploded in fury and struck back once more. This back and forth happening 3 times over. Murong Yuesha, convinced he'd gauged Bai Xuan's limits, moved to seize her and end the fight. But at that moment, Bai Xuan erupted in a sudden counter-strike, her dagger thrusting straight for Murong Yuesha's eyes. Murong Yuesha sneered as he moved to block it. But he discovered that Bai Xuan's force this time was many times stronger than before. He hurriedly switched from one hand to both, desperately clutching Bai Xuan's arm, desperate not to let her stab him. Yet caught off guard as Bai Xuan suddenly raised her long leg, striking Murong Yuesha squarely in the cuff, sending him crashing to the ground. Bai Xuan swiftly pounced on him, leaving Murong Yuesha pinned and unable to budge, his face turning ashen with fury. And once again, she had resorted to ruthless deception. Murong Yuesha's gaze darkened with malice. This woman had feigned exhaustion, drawing him right into her trap, utterly infuriating.
Time to pay up the ransom, right?
No way.
I die before I pay! I won't submit!
Bai Xuan seized Murong Yuesha by the collar and hurled him into the steaming hot spring in the courtyard. With a resounding splash, water erupting in all directions. At that very moment, Xia Wang's men from outside burst through the doors. Murong Yuesha was completely submerged in the water, and every time he surfaced for air, Bai Xuan shoved him right back under, only for him to bob up again and down. She pushed him once more, repeating the dunking over a dozen times, until Murong Yuesha finally snatched a desperate breath.
Fine, I'll pay. Isn't that enough?
He was truly terrified of this sly girl now. With her endless bag of devious tricks, Murong Yuesha gnashing his teeth in burning resentment, yet forced to cough up the silver anyway.
Your Highness, have your men help carry the silver for me.
Of course.
The next morning, under the glaring eyes of the Moon Sand sect disciples, lighting LED Xiao Wang's personal guards, some hefting, others shouldering the load, as they hauled over a dozen chests away from the Moon Sand sect, Bai Xuan strode off without a backward glance, sauntered out of the Moon Sand sect with effortless grace,
That woman didn't even spare me a single glance.
慕容月沙 clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging with rage. One day, he'll storm the capital and make King Shao. And that woman pay for this. The carriage has been traveling for over half a month, and the group has finally arrived in the capital. Though Bai Chuang had long anticipated that people in the capital would gossip about her capture by the enemy, spreading rumors left and right, she never imagined that the moment someone spotted her carriage, they would start pointing and whispering.
Oh, isn't that third Miss Bai? She is still alive.
I heard she was taken captive by the enemy army. Used to force Prince Xiao to open the city gates. And in the end, he rescued her.
What a jinx she is, refusing to stay safe in the capital and insisting on rushing off to the borderlands.
Alas, who can argue with that?
Gossip swirled endlessly in Bai Chuan's ears, until the carriage finally pulled up to the Bai residence.
Third sister is home.
Bai Xuan stepped down, and the gatekeeper, hearing the commotion, saw that it was Bai Xuan and her brother. His face darkened instantly.
Well now, third miss is back.
Bai Ming bristled at the gatekeeper's snide tone and couldn't help but scold him.
Is that how you speak to your elder sister?
Second young master, you haven't heard yet, have you? Third miss has brought shame upon herself. And now, it has dragged you down too. Miss Xishui from the loyal and brave Marquise's mansion has sent word. The household has called off your betrothal.
Bai Ming was momentarily stunned that the Marquise's household had broken off his engagement.
Second young master, instead of wasting your breath lecturing me here,
you'd best hurry and find a way to salvage your own betrothal.
Bai Ming had once saved Miss Xishui of the loyal and brave Marquise's mansion from certain death. And out of gratitude for that life-saving act, the Marquise's household had pushed through this marriage alliance. He never imagined they would call it off.
As for the betrothal, if they don't want it, so be it. But if you dare to slander third sister, I won't let you off easily.
As Bai Ming spoke, he seized the concierge and unleashed a furious beating.
Ouch! Mercy, my lord! Help me, eldest madam! Ouch!
The Bai family now bends to the eldest madam's will alone, and he is one of her lackeys.
Just you wait. The eldest madam will be here soon.
Make way. He turned back to General Lei at the gate.
General Lei, kindly have these chests carried to my courtyard.
Understood. Third, Miss Bai.
Only now did the concierge notice the retinue of soldiers and horses outside, laden with all these chests. Could they hold some priceless treasures? He'll fetch the eldest madam at once to stop General Lei from delivering the chests to Bai Xuan's courtyard.
Rescuing a lowly gatekeeper from Prince Yao's manor means nothing. Bai Ming's betrothal has suffered because of third Miss Bai. For now, all the capital whispers that third Miss Bai was defiled by the enemy.
And her days in the Bai household will surely be grim.
A woman's reputation is her most precious asset. Now that third Miss Bai's name is sullied, wherever she treads, fingers will point and tongues will wag.
Didn't you witness how she bested Morong Yuesha? If she could handle the likes of Morong Yuesha face to face, what of mere others? She won't languish in misery. She'll ensure those who torment her taste their own bitterness.
Your Highness, we will still honor your betrothal to third Miss Bai.
On the road back, he heard whispers everywhere about your Highness's union with third Miss Bai. Prince Xiao faltered for a moment, and the study fell into heavy silence. Though braziers glowed around the chamber, the air hung frigid and still.
Your Highness, this humble servant believes third Miss Bai to be a woman of fine character and eminently worthy of your Highness.
We all know that though Wei Ming seized third Miss Bai, he never sullied her virtue. Those vile rumors abroad, it is merely someone with ill intentions stirring up trouble on purpose. It is most likely second Miss Liang. Just then, the old steward Qingbo arrived outside to report.
Your Highness, hasn't someone from the palace arrived? Your Highness, an envoy has arrived from the palace, wasn't it?
Said that His Majesty is hosting a welcome banquet tomorrow for you and the third prince.
His Majesty fears Prince Yang's household, and this grudge won't be settled until he is done away with. Tomorrow's palace banquet is bound to be a hangman trap.
Prepare the carriage. We're heading to Duke Wei's residence.
The Prince of Filial Piety's mansion is beset with dangers now. He can't just sit idly by any longer. Meanwhile, Bai Xuan, freshly returned to the estate, has also received an invitation from the palace. The emissary from the palace is Eunuch Lu, the Grand Eunuch serving as Imperial Envoy before Miss Bai III.
Be sure to attend the banquet on time, won't you, miss?
Might I trouble Eunuch Lu and Xiaoju to accept this millennium old ginseng I brought back to nourish your health, Eunuch?
It is eldest sister.
Xiaoju was originally a servant in Prince Yao's household, and after our return, Prince Yao instructed him to continue attending to Bai Xuan, so he remained in the Bai residence. Eunuch Lu had assumed the Bai family had fallen on hard times, and that they'd fob off some counterfeit ginseng to make do. Little did he expect the genuine article, a true millennium-old ginseng, right before his eyes. A subtle smile crept into his features unbidden. He couldn't resist adding,
tomorrow's palace banquet. Miss Bai the Third, do take care.
That is a kind warning from old Eunuch Lu.
Bai Chuan had just seen eunuch Lu off when Madame Li Fanghui of the main branch entered the courtyard, accompanied by the gatekeeper Li Yiyar.
My dear child, you're quite the big spender these days, aren't you? Handing over a millennium-old ginseng just like that. Who knows where you got your hands on a millennium-old ginseng? We're an upright family, the Bai's. We can't touch money that is anything less than spotless.
The gatekeeper just reported that Bai Xuan and her brother returned carrying over a dozen large chests. If he could get his hands on those treasures, he'd be rolling in wealth. That could provide a lavish dowry for your 2 daughters. Bai Xuan lifted her gaze lightly. This is Li Fanghui, the first madam of the Bai family. Li Fanghui hails from a humble background, resorting to underhanded tactics to marry into the Bai family back then. The Bai family consists of 3 branches, with the eldest son, Bai Helan, originally born to a concubine, but because his birth mother died in difficult labor, he was raised under old Madam Bai's name from a tender age, and treated as a legitimate son ever since his infancy. Bai Xuan's father, Bai Hexuan, heads the 2nd branch of the Bai family, and he was the true legitimate son of the Bai family. When Bai Hexuan was alive, he was a general of glorious and majestic prowess, bringing the entire Bai family to its peak of glory. The 3rd son, Bai Haiyu, is also old Madam Bai's biological child. Yet, he turned out to be a wayward rogue with no one knowing where he has been, wandering off to even now. The 2nd son, Bai Hexuan, has been gone for many years, and the Bai family's fortunes have steadily declined, leaving the entire family under the control of the 1st branch. That is, Li Fanghui calls all the shots. Of course, now that she is returned, this household is hers to command.
It is just 1,000-year-old ginseng. Auntie, why make such a fuss?
Just 1,000-year-old ginseng. A millennium-old one, at that. Our Bai family storeroom doesn't have anywhere on Earth. Did my Schwaner get it from?
We picked it up while passing through Dragon's Backbone Mountain.
Picked up on the mountain. But Li Fanghui didn't believe a word of it. Her eyes kept darting toward Bai Xuan's room.
I heard from the gatekeeper that you siblings had over a dozen large chests carried back. Don't tell me they're all millennium, old ginsengs dug up from Dragon's Backbone Mountain.
Not quite.
Other treasures, perhaps. Let me, your aunt, offer a word of advice. Though the Bai family status may not match your father's, try your luck with the glamour again. But don't stray down path. You shouldn't. Not by trading on your beauty for riches. That is just pulling chestnuts from the fire.
Li Fanghui's eyes brim with sarcasm as she gazes at Bai Xuan. This wench has nothing but her pretty face, does she? Not riches earned by selling her own body. Then, what is it? Bai Xuan curls her lips in a cold smirk. This is the kind of tactic her great-aunt loves to pull, making something out of nothing. Bai Ming clenches his fists, on the verge of exploding. But Bai Xuan raises her hand gently, halting his outburst.
For great-aunt to say such things, it truly breaks Schrener's heart. How could Schrener ever match great-aunt's cunning ways? Great-aunt waddling through our Bai family gates with a swollen belly back then. What a spectacle that was. Back then, eldest aunt waddled through our Bai family gates, big belly and all. What a spectacle that was. Schrener could never stoop to something like that, the way eldest aunt did, by drugging some other family's young master, and selling her own body to get what she wanted.
Lan Fangwei's face turned ashen. Bai Chuan actually dared to air her dirty laundry in front of everyone like this. And that is precisely why. Even though Mother Bai Shi passed away years ago, the old lady never entrusted the Bai household's authority to this eldest son's wife.
You little wretch. Who are you trying to fool? You rushed off to the border all eager. Wasn't it just to find a man? Too bad. You got snatched by enemy soldiers along the way and defiled. You, a deflowered woman. Which right do you have to play the chaste martyr here?
Before, he'd shown Bai Xuan some deference as King Xiao's fiancée, figuring he could squeeze some benefits out of her down the line, and giving him a measure of face. But now, that Bai Xuan's lost her purity, King Xiao would have to be mad to still want her. Bai Xuan's face darkened gradually.
Eldest aunt was here to stir up trouble.
You come back all secretive, with over a dozen trunks, from who knows where, for the sake of the Bai family's reputation. I have to inspect what is inside.
No.
You probably don't realize. Who is running the Bai family now? Your uncle and I have slaved away to feed and clothe you siblings. And this is how you defy your elders.
How does eldest aunt have the gall to say that?
You insolent Damonis, scorning your betters, who has tarnished her own reputation. Dragging the family into the mud. Not that you'd care, but committing outright treason by rebelling against the elders who've raised you all these years. Your conscience must have been eaten by dogs.
It is the eldest aunt whose conscience has been devoured by dogs. The family estate left by my parents would sustain us siblings for generations. What right does the eldest aunt have to claim she provided for our food and clothing?
Everything Lai Fengwei eats and lives on now was earned by my father. And yet, she has the audacity to say she provided for us siblings food and clothing.
Your father is long dead. These days,
The Bai family is being held together by me and your eldest uncle.
My father may be gone, but the family estate he toiled to build endures, so why don't we settle the accounts properly? Now that my brother and I have both come of age, it is time the eldest aunt returned the properties my parents left us, including the estates and shops the Bai family is currently managing, along with this renovated and expanded mansion where the eldest aunt now resides. If the eldest aunt no longer wishes to stay here, she can pack up and move out post-haste.
You demoness. You're simply twisting words and forcing logic. How is the entire Bai family suddenly all yours, just because it is the second branch? Your father did make great contributions, but all these years, I've been the one managing these family properties. What right do you have to demand a reckoning from me?
李芳慧 no 没想到 that after Bai Shuan's ordeal at the border, she had become so sharp-tongued.
If the eldest aunt no longer wants to manage it, then hurry and return the property deeds to us.
Of course, Li Fanghui has no intention of returning them, so she stopped arguing with Bai Shuan on the matter. Her gaze shifted to Bai Shuan's room.
Servants, go see what foul unclean things the third miss has brought back.
Insolence! Let's see who dares lay a hand on my belongings! The servants were cowed by Bai Shuan's commanding presence and froze in stunned silence as Li Fanghui's face darkened.
What are you still standing there for? Hurry, and bring those boxes out for me!
Upon hearing this, the servants rushed into Bai Shuan's room.
Younger brother.
Sister, I'm here.
Get lost.
Bai Ming had been itching to strike, and now he charged straight ahead, his fists whistling through the air as he swiftly knocked the servants to the ground with a few strikes. One servant's teeth knocked loose, wailing in agony, another's nose gushing blood from the blows, while two more suffered broken ribs, the rest clutching their stomachs and writhing on the ground. Li Fanghui's face paled dramatically. She had long sensed that this second son was a threat to keep around, never imagining that a few years of military training would hone such formidable skills in him, and that once this boy came of age, he'd surely overshadow her own son.
Impressive moves.
This boy has a real gift for martial arts. If he trains him properly, he'll surely rise to prominence one day. Li Fanghui lost all face, her face darkening. Yet she didn't leave, instead quietly dispatching a servant to summon the ailing old Madam Bai. Moments later, the silver-haired old Madam Bai entered the courtyard, supported by her elderly maid. Li Fanghui hurried to the old lady's side.
How could we disturb you like this, when you're still unwell and should be resting quietly in your room? If I didn't step in now, you lot would tear the roof down.
Bai Shuan was just about to speak when Li Fanghui cut in again. Mother, you sent me back this time,
bringing over a dozen mysterious large chests, and I generously gifted a millennium-old ginseng to the palace folk. Arxi, fearing I might be duped, with the money's origins so murky, decided to come inspect it herself. Who would have thought that Shuyer would turn out so overbearing, boldly claiming the entire Bai family estate belongs to their second branch, and threatening to drive your own daughter-in-law out of the Bai residence, while Bai Ming beat the servants black and blue, leaving them spitting teeth.
The Bai household servants, as if on cue, began wailing once more, one after another.
Keep it up, and I'll send you all to meet King Yama.
The servants cowered, necks shrinking in terror, and fell silent at once.
Mother, just look at this. Where's the family discipline anymore?
Your granddaughter pays respects to grandmother.
Bai Shuan interjected from the side and instructed Xiang Xu
to fetch a chair for grandmother.
I won't sit. So who exactly are you trying to drive out? Shall we toss out old Shenye while we're at it?
Bai Shuan knew old Madam Bai was still fuming at the original instigator. In this situation, as the original owner's grandmother, it would be unnatural for old Madam Bai not to be furious. Yet Bai Shuan remained unruffled, maintaining her utmost respect.
No granddaughter would dare to glare at the family's revered matriarch. The things you forbid, how could I possibly dare to do them?
Old Madam Bai let out a soft hum, and her expression softened somewhat. Little Chrysanthemum brought over a grand taishi chair, as old Madam Bai felt her frail body growing unsteady, and so she settled into it. Bai Shuan slowly approached, kneeling gracefully at her grandmother's side.
Granddaughter has just returned and washed her face, and was just about to come pay my respects to you, when unexpectedly, as I was heading out the door, I was aggressively confronted right here by eldest aunt, which has instead troubled you, grandmother, to come all this way. This is all my fault, as your granddaughter. Please, grandmother, punish me as you see fit.
Old Madam Bai, upon hearing these words, could not help but feel a surge of astonishment.
This girl has actually taken the initiative to admit her wrong. After Shuer was captured by the enemy, she has become far more sensible.
These words may seem like praise, but in truth, they harbor ulterior motives, deliberately reminding old Madam Bai of Bai Shuan's capture by the enemy. Indeed, upon hearing this, old Madam Bai paled even further.
Grandmother, please do not heed the slander of these petty villains. Your granddaughter remains pure and innocent.
Fine. untouched maiden. How could one possibly return unscathed after being taken captive by the enemy forces? Besides, with beauty like Xuer's, which enemy soldier could possibly resist the temptation upon seeing her?
So, in eldest aunt's eyes, the brave warriors shedding blood on the battlefield care for nothing but women.
This matter has spread throughout the entire capital. That you were seized by the enemy forces. How could your chastity possibly remain intact?
What business is it of yours? Who asked you to stick your nose in?
You've cast aside all propriety, righteousness, integrity, and honor, and fled to the border to seek out the third prince, utterly disgracing the Bai family name.
I haven't disgraced us half as much as you have. Aunt, back when you schemed your way into Uncle's bed, got yourself with child, and caused that massive scandal at the Bai estate. Even I felt the shame for you from inside my mother's womb.
Old Madam Bai listened to the two women's heated exchange and felt her head splitting with pain. All of it ugly scandals plaguing the Bai family. So which one could possibly be more humiliating?
Enough. No more dredging up these grievances. And from now on, never speak again of Xuer being abducted. Whether her innocence remains intact or not, she is still a daughter of the Bai family. Worst case, she simply won't marry, and the Bai family will support her for life, whether Xuer is innocent or not. She is a daughter of the Bai family. Do not speak of her abduction again.
Xuan felt a surge of warmth in her heart, never imagining how deeply the former mistress had wounded grandmother's heart. Yet grandmother still shielded her so fiercely.
Very well, very well. This daughter-in-law will hold her tongue.
Lei Fanghui muttered a curse under her breath. Senile old hag, yet kept her face beaming with false smiles.
But what of those dozen or so? Mysterious crates hidden in Xuer's chambers. This daughter-in-law fears there may be something impure concealed within. So it would be best to inspect them. What secrets are you hiding away so carefully?
What secrets could a devoted daughter possibly harbor?
Her eyes curved into gentle crescents, a faint smile gracing her lips. Old Madam Bai couldn't help but stare in astonishment. For the capital teems with beautiful women, yet none possess Xuaner's singular grace, truly unparalleled.
Then, why not let us see them?
Your granddaughter never said she wouldn't show them, if grandmother wishes to, any time at all. But if someone tries to force their way into my chambers, that simply won't do.
Li Fanghui's face darkened as she prepared to retort.
Then, let's open the crates and see for ourselves.
Li Fanghui fell silent at once, eagerly awaiting the reveal, ready to seize on any spectacle.
Grandmother, there is truly nothing worth seeing. It is merely that, when your granddaughter passed by Dragon's Backbone Mountain, she noticed the exceptionally fertile soil there, and brought some back, simply to grow some flowers and plants.
Who is Xuer trying to fool? How could anyone hold a dozen crates of mere soil?
Bai Xuan let out a cold laugh, instructing Bai Ming to bring out one of the crates. He had long since swapped out the contents inside. The crate was opened, and a heap of soil spilled forth. Old Madam Bai's expression darkened, coldly fixing her gaze on Madam Li.
Do you insist on seeing this? Perhaps only this one box contains soil. What about the other boxes?
Bai Xuan instructed her brother to carry out all the boxes and open them one by one before the crowd. The crowd was utterly astonished to find all a dozen boxes filled with soil.
Is this the impure thing you spoke of? That can't be right. Why would Xuer bring back a dozen boxes of soil? There must be something suspicious here. I meant no offense. I was merely concerned. Xuer might bring back something unclean.
Madam Li, you're the unclean one, even if you deem everyone else impure.
Mother, there must be some trick to this. Perhaps Xuaner pulled a switcheroo, swapping out the contents. Enough. Aren't you ashamed? When I find this mortifying, over such groundless accusations, why stir up trouble? Mother. Escort Madam Li back, and confine her for reflection for half a month.
Though Li Fanghui bristled with unwillingness, she dared not defy the old matriarch. In the end, it still shielded Bai Xuan. One day, I'll make this grandmother and granddaughter pay dearly. As the crowd dispersed, old Madam Bai finally regarded her granddaughter closely.
Is it truly just soil?
Grandmother, forgive your granddaughter for saying no more. Your granddaughter will tell you one thing. I've returned to restore the Bai family's former glory.
Old Madam Bai trembled all over. She parted her lips. But Bai Xuan's vow to revive the family, she could scarcely believe. After all, Xuaner was but a delicate young woman. If you can even preserve your virtue, this marriage is already a blessing. How else could we possibly restore the family name? Bai Xuan could sense her grandmother's unspoken concerns, so she chose not to press the matter. Actions would speak louder than any argument. She truly had no need to proclaim her ambitions aloud to the world. After seeing off her grandmother, Bai Xuan was joined by Qingyu, the loyal maid who had served her since childhood.
Go summon old butler Fu Bao. Go fetch old steward Fu Bao.
Miss, these days, the madam is handling all the household affairs. Fu Bao's being sidelined, and the madam has him doing menial chores around the estate.
The madam may not need him, but I do.
Fu Bao's a steadfast and honest soul. unwilling to stoop to Lai Fenggui's level. So naturally, he is being cast aside. Yes, Xing Yu's eyes lit up with delight. Our young miss is finally standing tall.
With the new year almost upon us, go fetch some silver and have Fubo procure some fine things. To spruce up the estate properly, add a touch of festivity. We're going to celebrate this new year in style.
Yes, cousin.
After issuing her orders for the new year preparations, Bei Shuan pulled out a bundle she'd prepared long ago.
Second uncle, take this silver to the barracks and give it to Gozi so he can distribute it among our bandit brothers. 50 taels apiece.
Got it. Sister Zhang.
Your betrothal was dragged down by your eldest sister's troubles. After all, if you've taken a fancy to Miss Shui from the Zhangyang Marquise's household, I'll head straight to the Zhangyang Marquise's estate on your behalf.
No need. Anyone who looks down on eldest sister is looking down on me, Bai Ming. A match like that can go hang.
He may owe Miss Q a life debt, but there is no real affection there. Back then, it was Zhang Yonghao who strong-armed this betrothal, and now that they've backed out, so be it good riddance.
Since you've put it that way, then forget it. My brother's from a line of generals, skilled in martial arts, handsome and valiant to boot. He is bound for great things ahead, and once he has made his name, every eligible maiden in Shangjing City will be lining up at our door.
Hey, Sister Zhang, you're teasing me again.
Bai Ming, a grown man, blushing furiously. Today, upon hearing Sister Zhang speak of restoring the Bai family's glory, his blood truly boiled with fervor. As the only son of the second branch, he ought to stand with his eldest sister to revive the family's honor.
Come on, let your big sister show you a few moves.
Bai Ming felt a twinge of helplessness. After all, it was the same martial arts their father had taught, and his big sister's skills had always lagged behind his since childhood. So he decided to just play along with her. Bai Shuan glanced at her younger brother, seeing right through his thoughts, but keeping silent. As the siblings began sparring in the courtyard, Bai Ming hadn't anticipated that after just a few exchanges, he'd be defeated. In the bout, Bai Ming barely managed a few moves before Bai Shuan pinned him down.
Wow, that is mighty impressive.
How is that? Convinced yet?
Totally convinced, Sister Zhang.
Then from now on, you'll train using Sister Zhang's techniques, and I'll put together a detailed training regimen for you later, which you'll follow every single day. Sister Zhang will guide you at regular intervals, and in 3 months, you'll see massive gains.
Thanks for the guidance, Sister Zhang. Sister Zhang, where'd you pick up moves like that?
One word.
Bai Shuan started spinning a tale. Since she could hardly admit, it came from an international special forces boot camp. Bai Ming ruffled his hair, but let it slide, chalking it up to his own dull wits that he just hadn't caught on. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly rang out from the courtyard gate. Bai Shuan looked up and arched an eyebrow in surprise. No sooner had Li Fangwei left than her daughter Bai Lei arrived right on her heels. Bai Lei acted as if she knew nothing of the tension between her mother and Bai Shuan, and dove straight in with a question.
Sister, I heard you're attending the royal banquet tomorrow. Is Prince Xiao going too?
Bai Lei's eyes narrowed, jealousy flickering in their depths.
Sister, for tomorrow's royal banquet, could you bring eldest sister along? Third, sister, the palace banquet tomorrow. Can you take eldest sister along?
Bai Lei's father, Bai Halin, is merely a vice minister in the Ministry of Justice, and this palace banquet isn't on the invitation list, so Bai Lei naturally has no chance to attend.
No. Well, sister, is it because of what my mother did? I truly had no idea Mother would trouble you like that, and for the sake of our deep sisterly bond, please don't hold it against her.
Deep sisterly love. Urging me to abandon Xiao Wang and scheming to hook up with the third prince. Is that something bound by deep sisterly affection could stoop to?
No, it is this invitation. I've only got the one, and it is not easy to bring an extra.
Eldest sister can manage. I'll just stay close by your side, just like accompanying you. We've pulled this off plenty of times before, haven't we?
We've done it before, but today, I simply don't want to.
Then what do you mean by that, sister?
Can't even eldest sister understand something so simple? It means I can't take you.
Bai Lei's eyes widened, staring at Bai Shuan in utter disbelief.
We Bai sisters share the same roots, and ought to help one another. If you take eldest sister to the palace banquet, first, if trouble arises, we'll have each other's backs. And second, eldest sister can secretly help you meet the third prince.
No need. I don't want to see the third prince either. If eldest sister wants to see the third prince, then go by yourself and stop using me as your shield.
The original owner's obsession with the third prince was inextricably linked to this eldest cousin. Yet this eldest cousin of hers constantly schemed, coveting her fiancé, Xiao Wang.
What is wrong? This is third sister. She is just throwing a tantrum with the third prince again.
Eldest sister, don't speak nonsense. There is absolutely nothing between me and the third prince. I am King Xiao's betrothed. For you to say such things Eldest sister, are you trying to sabotage my engagement to King Shao?
Bai Lei was caught off guard, her expression turning uneasy. Of course, she wanted to ruin Bai Xuan's marriage. A man as outstanding as His Highness King Shao. That useless Bai Xuan doesn't deserve in the least.
That is not it. Third sister. It was you who confessed to eldest sister that you fancied the third prince. Your trip to the border was just to cool off.
I don't remember any of that from before. Eldest sister, please don't bring it up again.
Bai Lei's face darkened. She assumed Bai Xuan was simply sulking with the third prince once more. Never mind. Let's not dwell on that for now.
Little sister, let's set aside these unpleasant matters for the moment. Now that you've returned from the border, the capital is rife with gossip about you. At tomorrow's palace banquet, no doubt, many will mock and sneer at you. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you there. It'll help fend off some of those cutting remarks.
No need. Xiaoju, fetch a basin of water for me to soak my feet.
Bai Xuan couldn't be bothered with Bai Lei, so she simply plopped down on a chair. Perfectly at ease, Xiaoju quickly brought over a basin of hot water. Bai Lei hadn't expected Bai Xuan to treat her with such cold indifference now, her brows furrowing deeply.
But, sister, eldest sister only means well. You may not know, but the noble daughters of the capital's great houses harbor many grudges against you, especially the second miss of Duke Liang's mansion, who returned from the border as well. If only you could bring eldest sister along.
Enough. Cut the nonsense.
Bai Shu had no patience for Bai Lei's endless chatter, resolving to crush her hopes once and for all. Her gaze drifted downward, lightly brushing over the basin at her feet.
Here is the deal. If eldest sister is willing to wash my feet, then I'll take you to the banquet. All right then. If you're willing to wash my feet, eldest sister, I'll take you along.
What? You want me to wash your feet?
I'll take you if you do. Otherwise get lost quick. No more wasting breath.
Are you out of your mind or something?
Qingyu, see the guest out.
Qingyu grew up in the second house's courtyard since childhood, alongside Bai Xuan, and learned to dance with her too. She is got some solid moves. So when her lady gave the order, she didn't hold back.
This way, eldest miss.
With a mix of shoves and pulls, she escorted Bai Lei out the door. The young lady had only just returned, and already the big house folks were swarming over to make trouble. Endless hassle. Shao-yu simply shut the courtyard gate. Not long after, the sounds of Bai Lei pounding on the door and her aggrieved pleas echoed from outside.
Third sister, as long as you're willing to take me to the palace banquet, I even wash your feet for you.
All done washing.
A basin of foot-washing water splashed out from over the courtyard wall. Though it missed Bai Lei, she ended up drenched anyway. Bai Lei hiked up her skirt and fled, shrieking. And finally, peace outside. Long Sha, her mysterious subordinate, lingered in Bai Xuan's courtyard. With him still around, she simply put him to work as her own man.
Go check on the old divine physician. Ask if he's willing to treat your prince yet. Or is he still holding out? If so, cut off his liquor. Let him smell it, but not touch a drop.
Long Sha's mouth twitched at this third miss of the Bai house, first locking the old physician in a yard, brimming with fine wines today, trapping him amid endless temptation, and now denying him even a sip. Pure torture.
Yes.
Bai Xuan nodded. Having finished bathing, finally she lay comfortably on the bed. Tomorrow's palace banquet, though she could imagine countless people gossiping about her, slanderous words were inevitable. But she would get to meet the emperor, the most powerful figure in the Great Zhou. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. If she could become a female official in the Great Zhou dynasty as a woman, and showcase her talents in full, the revival of the Bai family would be within reach. In short, this hangman banquet brimmed with perils. Yet it was also a golden opportunity. The next morning, Bai Xuan sat at her dressing table.
Today, Qingyu will accompany me into the palace. Xiaoju, you rest well at home.
Qingyu nodded. Having followed her loyally since childhood, accompanying her into the palace, no need for a wise advisor. Xiaoju worn out from the long journey. It is best for you to stay and rest at home. Bai Xuan and her servant rode in a carriage to the palace gate. Armored guards stood imposingly on either side of the entrance. Qingyu handed the invitation to the guard for verification.
Oh dear, isn't this the third miss of the Bai family?
Bai Xuan knew at a glance who this person was. Once the guard finished inspecting, Bai Xuan strode straight inside. Liang Yuhan's expression darkened. She hurried after her, taking 2 steps at a time, and blocked Bai Xuan's path.
What is the matter? Has third Miss Bai done something shameful, that she is rushing like this?
Behind Liang Yuhan, a crowd of noble ladies from prominent families rushed up to watch the drama. In an instant, Bai Xuan was surrounded by them. Bai Xuan looked coldly at Liang Yuhan, but remained silent. Liang Yuhan, however, grew even more emboldened.
I'm asking you, what do you have to say? Could it be that after being captured by the enemy that day, his brain's gone daft too?
He couldn't resist lifting his chin, sporting that smug grin while watching Bai Shuan make a fool of herself.
Second, Miss Liang, take a look at those lanterns dangling from the palace walls. Doesn't it remind you of yourself? Strung up upside down on the city wall that day. Miss Lianger, look at those lanterns hanging on the palace walls. Don't they resemble you, hung upside down on the city walls that day?
Everyone instinctively turned to gaze at second Miss Liang, as if silently questioning what had happened. Second Miss Liang's face darkened, recalling how Bai Shuan had humiliated her at the frontier, her temper igniting in a flash.
What do you mean by that? Does third Miss Bai still think we're at the frontier? This is the capital, not some frontier outpost where you can run wild unchecked.
She knew she couldn't best Bai Shuan in a fight, but this was within the palace walls. Who would dare lay a hand here?
Who is the one acting wild? Everyone has eyes and can see it plain as day. Sorry about that, but I'm rushing to the imperial banquet. So if you could kindly step aside.
Someone deliberately stepped forward to block her, planting themselves squarely in Bai Shuan's path, refusing to yield.
As if no one else is heading to the imperial banquet.
Bai Shuan let out a cold scoff and barreled straight ahead, brushing the obstructor aside with ease, striding onward as fury erupted behind her.
What a pathetic, good for nothing. We'll make sure he loses face at the banquet. Soon enough.
Someone hurried after her from behind.
Third, Miss Bai, please hold on.
Bai Shuan glanced sideways and halted in her tracks. The woman before her, none other than Xu Bingyu, the eldest daughter of the Xu family from the loyal and brave Marquis mansion. Her brother Bai Ming's former betrothed.
Miss Xu, this isn't appropriate.
Xu Bingyu furrowed her delicate brows, hesitating to speak, unable to form a full sentence for what felt like ages.
No matter. I'll be on my way then.
Third, Miss Bai, my father was the one who insisted on dissolving the betrothal against my own wishes.
Oh, so you're saying Miss Xu never wanted to break off my brother's engagement?
Xu Bingyu's expression froze, biting her lip and shaking her head.
There is no future between me and second young Master Bai, with third Miss Bai's reputation in ruins. How could she enter the capital? It is common knowledge.
Understood.
Bai Shuan coldly cut her off. She had no interest in hearing another word, yet another trying to humiliate her. By airing such matters in front of everyone, wasn't it just to make a spectacle of her? Xu Bingyu hurried after her, blocking her path.
My respects to third Miss.
Spit it out if you've got something to say.
Xu Bingyu was stunned by the retort, her beautiful eyes widening in shock as she stared at Bai Shuan. Bai Shuan couldn't be bothered to respond, her gaze fixed coldly on Xu Bingyu, waiting to see what else she would say.
I beseech third Miss Bai to conduct herself with propriety, and not ruin second young Master Bai's future over her own tarnished reputation.
None of your damn business.
Bai Shuan shot back coldly and strode onward, when suddenly a man stepped forward.
What kind of attitude is that? To treat Miss Xu like this?
Bai Shuan glanced over coldly. It was Feng Haoren, Great Zhou's newly appointed martial champion.
Let's go.
Feng Haoren hurriedly released Bai Shuan, defending Xu Bingyu's honor.
Miss Xu was merely concerned for second young Master Bai's future out of kindness. Third Miss is simply that uncouth.
Right. That is exactly who I am.
It is only because Miss Xu is of noble status that she has the magnanimity not to hold it against you.
But I'm not so tolerant. If young Master Feng dares to grab at me again, or lay a hand on me, I'll take it straight to the Emperor.
Feng Haoren never imagined that over such a trifling matter, Bai Shuan would dare threaten to take it straight to the Emperor. The young lords traveling with him saw Feng Haoren seething with rage, and hurried forward to calm him down. Feng Haoren knew full well he was in the wrong, so he fell silent, swallowing his words.
I'm Bai Shuan, a rough sort of person, straightforward to a fault, and not one to trifle with. If you've got nothing better to do, best keep your distance and not provoke me. I, Bai Shuan, am a rough woman, straightforward in temperament, and not one to be trifled with. If you gentlemen have no pressing matters, it would be best not to provoke me.
These people are dressed in fine silks and robes, yet their pretentious airs reek of utter hypocrisy. It is best to send them all packing at once, lest one of them pops up later, as pesky as a flea. In that moment, the crowd fell silent, their expressions oddly peculiar, as they sized up Bai Shuan. Bai Shuan paid them no heed, for in the capital nowadays, few indeed wish to befriend her.
No matter how defiantly, Bai Shuan rebuffed them. Once the palace banquet commenced, she might not even find the chance to shed tears.
The scene at the palace gates soon reached the Taiji Hall within the palace.
I've heard that third Miss Bai is as timid as a mouse, yet her display today seems at odds with the rumors.
Your Majesty, it is said that after third Miss Bai was captured by the Wei army, her temperament underwent a profound change upon her return.
This transformation is all too drastic.
The Emperor turned his gaze once more to the influential Uniqlo at his side.
You met third Miss Bai in person yesterday. Pray tell, what is she like?
In response to your Majesty, this old servant found third Miss Bai to possess a serene composure,
A worldly poise like the glow of evening light. Far from the pitiable wretch the rumors paint her as...
Oh, your assessment of her is rather glowing.
Your Majesty, what this old servant observed yesterday. Third Miss Bai's hair was indeed shorn short, yet her beauty is utterly ravishing, even without a cascade of long tresses. She remains strikingly captivating.
By singing her praises so, have you reaped some favor from her?
Well then, this old servant wouldn't dare! For yesterday, this old servant went to deliver the imperial decree. As usual, Miss Bai-san offered a gratuity, but this old servant couldn't refuse it.
So, I accepted.
All right. Let's continue.
It is time to prepare for the palace banquet.
Today marks a welcome feast for Prince Xiao. The Empress has arranged for noble ladies of the great houses to showcase their talents,
which promises to be quite the spectacle.
Your Majesty!
The palace banquet is held in Lin Hall, where at this moment, numerous princes, nobles, and their kin have already assembled. The guest seats are meticulously arranged by rank and status, with most family members relegated to the outer sections. Only a select few of lofty standing are placed in the inner hall, though even they occupy rather secluded spots. After Bai Xuan enters, she is escorted by palace attendants to a strikingly prominent position inside the grand hall. That seat lies directly below those of the Empress and her consorts, as if meant for someone of exceptional distinction.
Eunuch, has there been an error in my seating?
Ooh. Miss Bai-san, please take your seat without concern.
After triple checking in full view of the assembly, Bai Xuan settles into her seat. With so many witnesses, she need not fear false accusations of impropriety. From her conspicuous perch, the passing noble lords and young scions and ladies of illustrious houses cannot help but steal glances her way. Before leaning in to murmur among themselves, Bai Xuan feigns obliviousness, poised and unruffled in her place. She awaits the brewing storm's first rumble. Suddenly, the second prince draws near, eyeing Miss Bai, and with keen scrutiny.
So, this must be Miss Bai-san.
Said, brother.
This is third Miss Bai.
Indeed, it is third Miss Bai.
Bai Xuan turned her head to look back. The second prince hurriedly followed his gaze. He had only heard rumors of Bai Xuan's ill repute, yet he never imagined she could be so strikingly beautiful. No wonder her name is so thoroughly besmirched. Even King Xiao couldn't bring himself to break off the betrothal. Amidst the whispers,
what a vixen she is. Even the second and third princes have fallen under her spell.
The third prince overheard this and hurried to his seat, his gaze still lingering on Bai Xuan. The second prince joined the eunuch's proclamation. The empress has arrived and taken her seat. Eyes from every corner scrutinizing Bai Xuan. If not for this palace banquet, Bai Xuan would never have realized her notoriety among the capital's elite to such a degree. Finally, Bai Xuan felt a gentler light fall upon her, and lifted her eyes to see it was King Xiao. In this stifling and somber atmosphere, Bai Xuan was relieved to glimpse a trace of kindness and familiarity in his eyes. A faint smile unconsciously gracing her lips, Bai Xuan noticed that alongside King Xiao's gaze, the imposing figure of the emperor in his bright yellow robes was also fixed upon her. The emperor of Great Zhou has arrived.
Long live your majesty! Long live! Long, long live!
Long live!
All the officials knelt and cried out in unison. Bai Xuan kneeling among them, bowed in obeisance with the crowd.
For the pacification of Ping Mountain, today's grand banquet
celebrates King Xiao's triumphant return. My subjects, no need for undue formality.
Simply eat and drink as you please.
With that, singers and dancers glided gracefully into the hall, and the atmosphere in the grand hall instantly came alive. Graceful strings of silk and bamboo music rise, yet fail to drown out the murmurs buzzing in Bai Xuan's ears. Bai Xuan remains utterly unperturbed, savoring the arriving wine and the dishes at a leisurely pace, lost in the melody, perfectly at ease, as she appreciates the songs in this fine hour. The emperor observes with quiet astonishment, his countenance betraying nothing. Every move is beyond reproach. The emperor rises, offering a toast to all for their triumphs.
In this clash beyond the city gates, Great Zhou has routed the Wei invaders, with King Xiao foremost in valor. Yet King Xiao humbly demurs for a moment.
This triumph over the Wei forces owes not to this subject. It belongs to the third prince and the valiant troops of the three armies.
The emperor's smile holds steady, his eyes veiled in inscrutable depths, as he casts a fleeting glance toward the third prince. The third prince rises unhurriedly.
This unworthy son is no battlefield sage. The true glory rests with those who bore the brunt.
Your Highness is too modest. Had your Highness not dispatched reinforcements, with but 2,000 men under my command,
even mustering the folk of liking alongside. We could not have withstood their 100,000 strong onslaught.
The Emperor's gaze lingers with hidden purpose, fixing on King Shao.
Very well, very well.
You have all distinguished yourselves.
King Shao and the third prince drain their imperial cups, then return to their seats. At that moment, the Empress beams radiantly at the Emperor.
Your Majesty, do tell what dust-up did those young ladies cause at the palace gates today. This concubine is exceedingly curious to provoke such a clamor among the noble maidens.
Attention ripples through the grand hall as every eye snaps toward Bei Xuan, serenely lifting her cup to her lips. She remained utterly composed, absorbed in pouring herself a cup of wine. As if she hadn't heard a word, the Empress had said, "Today's false from Liang Yuhan, Xue Bingyu, and Feng Haoren. What does any of it have to do with her?" The Emperor's gaze shifted directly toward Bai Xuan. Even after the Empress had spoken up, she could still sit there so calmly at her seat, pouring and sipping her wine. This girl's got some nerve. With all eyes upon them, the Empress found her dignity hanging by a thread. She was just about to call someone out by name when Liang Yuhan abruptly stood and approached the Empress to complain.
Indeed, that is right. On the way here, a few of us sisters had a slight altercation with 3rd Miss Bai, reporting to your Majesty. Indeed, that is the case. On the way here, a few ladies had a spot of unpleasantness with Miss Bai the Third.
Oh, is that so?
The Empress seized the chance to address Bei Xuan by name. This wild girl actually dared to ignore her, truly lacking any decorum. Bai Xuan, hearing these words, put on a feigned look of bewilderment.
Is that so? Replying to your Majesty. This servant felt no displeasure whatsoever.
Someone at the banquet burst into laughter, and all eyes turned to see. It was Prince 17, absent from court for so long. The late Emperor's youngest son. Rumor has it Prince 17 scorns the court for the Jianggu. Having roamed the Jianghu for over a decade, no one knows what brought him back today, let alone to the palace banquet.
Ayo, Brother Huang, forgive this younger brother's impropriety. I'll down 3 cups in amends.
Liang Yongyong felt utterly baffled. What on earth was Prince 17 stirring up? He kept fanning the flames.
Miss Bai the Third has quite a memory. Or has she already forgotten the fuss at the palace gates?
No.
Rumors are swirling all over the capital that Miss Bai the Third slipped off to the frontier just days ago, was snatched by the enemy and ravished, stripped of her virtue. We were simply being kind-hearted, chatting amiably with Miss Bai the Third, when she flew into a mad rant, threatening to string me up by my ankles from the city walls. Miss Xu meant well too, reminding her to guard her reputation, lest it tarnish her brother's prospects. Yet, Miss Bai coarsely snapped that Miss Xu was meddling. General Feng could not stand idly. But make Miss Bai the Third show a bit more respect to Miss Xue. Yet, Miss Bai the Third acts so haughtily, even going so far as to berate General Feng. Your Majesty, since ancient times, no woman has ever carried herself like Miss Bai the Third. It is utterly unprecedented.
Is that so?
Not at all. As Prince Shiqi couldn't suppress another chuckle.
What is with this girl's tone?
King Xiao cast a subtle glance toward Qi Yao, a glint of chill lurking in his narrow phoenix eyes. What is Scout Qi Yao smirking like that?
Nan, speak up. What is the story?
I don't see it as any great matter. This trifling affair, not worth mentioning at all. It is merely this young lady, eager to attend the imperial banquet, being blocked on the road by the 2nd Mrs. and eldest Miss Xu, who clustered around me, chattering incessantly, just like a flock of sparrows. A bit bothersome, that is all.
Insolent! To speak so boldly in the grand hall. What utter lack of decorum! They meant well in their concern for you. Yet, you show no gratitude, and even speak insolently. Is this how the Bai family raises its daughters?
Bai Xuan's lips curved in a faint hook. Since your Majesty brings up family upbringing, allow this subject to discuss it with you.
What does your Majesty think should be done? If someone blocked your path on the road, prattling on about how you'd been captured, how you'd been violated, how you'd lost your chastity, would you care to listen?
Insolent wretch! What is your station to dare compare yourself to this empress?
Bei Xuan, you were captured by the enemy and defiled. It is simply the truth.
Bai Xuan sneered coldly. Whether it is true or not, doesn't it all come down to their word? She can't very well go around proclaiming her spotless innocence, can she? Who would believe such nonsense?
It is me, a mere girl, now a tarnished wretch, unworthy to set foot in this grand hall, and utterly unfit to occupy such an exalted seat. I humbly beg your Majesty and the Empress to have me driven from the hall with sticks, lest I sully the dignity of those present the noble lords and ladies far worthier than I. I am but a humble daughter, now a ruined woman, undeserving of appearing in this grand hall, even less worthy of sitting at such an exalted seat. I beseech your Majesty and Her Majesty, the Empress, to have me driven from the hall with sticks, lest I sully the noble ladies and kin of the realm seated here,
far more esteemed than I. The grand hall fell deathly silent, no one daring to draw breath. Just as all awaited Bai Shuan's punishment, the emperor suddenly burst into laughter.
What a sharp-tongued little minx. Truly worthy of being General Wu Wei's daughter. Got a spirit, hasn't she?
Bai Shuan pondered the remark, his eyes narrowing slightly. He then rose to his feet and raised his cup to the emperor.
Your Majesty overpraises. My daughter toasts your Majesty.
Bai Shuan was testing the waters to see if the emperor would reciprocate. If the emperor granted him this honor, his position would no longer be so precarious. The emperor paused for a moment, as if by some whimsical impulse, lifting the cup before him.
Very well. Bottoms up! The young miss spoke with righteous fervor, echoing her father's bold spirit.
The two drained their cups, Bai Shuan brimming with heroic valor, and before all present, appended his cup. Not a drop left in the white jade cup. The assembled guests sank into contemplation. Perhaps joining in the trampling of Miss Bai III was no wise choice. Behold Miss Bai III's demeanor now, truly heroic and sky-high in spirit. Who knows? The Bai family may yet rise again. Yang Yang's face turned green at once. After all his words, they paled beside Bai Shuan's single retort. Has His Majesty taken leave of his senses? At that moment, wise consort Wei, second daughter of the Duke of Wei State, suddenly turned towards the emperor.
Your Majesty, this third Miss Bai is bold and spirited. Bold indeed. But after all, she has sullied her good name. The betrothal between her and Prince Xiao is surely ill-suited now.
As Prince Xiao's aunt and Liang Yuhan's mother, and Prince Xiao's mother being her blood-related third sister, she is merely looking out for her own nephew, fearing that General Bai Shuan might taint Prince Xiao's reputation. Wise consort Wei had no inkling that her words were only pouring oil on the flames.
Oh, what counsel do you offer, my dear consort?
The emperor's interest seemed reignited, as he fixed a deep, inscrutable gaze upon General Bai Shuan, a enigmatic smile flickering in his eyes.
Why not leave it to your Majesty to decide and dissolve their betrothal?
The grand hall fell silent once more, the emperor uttering not a word, and only after a pause did he turn to the young lady in her seat.
Bai Xue, what say you?
I agree.
The assembly fell speechless. Third Miss Bai agreed just like that. Wise consort Wei's expression darkened as well. Though this girl had consented to the annulment, her demeanor was altogether too offhand for anyone's liking. General Bai Shuan let out a cold snort. It is but one betrothal. After all, it is not as if without her, no man could carry on. And besides, with her present reputation, it would truly drag Prince Xiao down.
Prince Xiao, and you?
In reply to your Majesty, this subject does not consent.
The entire hall was stunned. Prince Xiao refusing outright. Liang Yuhan frozen in disbelief. Had he misheard? Surely.
Oh? Prince Xiao refuses to annul the betrothal.
It was Chen Xingyue. Third Miss Bai is willing to take your hand and grow old together with thee. Chen Xingyue, Miss Bai III vows to hold your hand and grow old together with you.
When has he ever taken a fancy to me?
A peculiar hush fell over the grand hall, with varied expressions flickering across every face. They all assumed Bai Shuan would plead desperately to avoid the betrothal's dissolution, while Prince Xiao would accept it without hesitation. Little did they know, the two would defy expectations entirely.
Even if Bai Shuan was seized by the enemy and her virtue defiled, you wouldn't mind it at all.
Wouldn't mind.
Prince Xiao's voice rang out clear and resolute, without a trace of ambiguity. Every soul in the hall heard it plainly. Wise consort Wei stared at her nephew in utter astonishment, though he had erred in this. Yet, Bai Shuan truly was unworthy of Yang Yi. Bai Shuan could scarcely believe it. This man, heedless of his own dignity, refused to sever the betrothal between them. Why on earth was it to honor the duty his father had charged him with before departing, to protect her?
Cousin, have you lost your mind?
Liang Yuhan's eyes blazed red with fury. Why? Why in the world? Just then,
Your Majesty, over these years of wandering the four seas, by a stroke of fate, I studied some healing arts under my master in the Medicine King Valley. This humble subject has closely examined Miss Bai's countenance, and it appears she remains untouched, a maiden still.
Bai Shuan's gaze snapped toward him, to the disciple of old immortal Yi, a healer from the Medicine King Valley.
I wonder what evidence fuels all this gossip about Miss Bai III's chastity. What basis do you have for it?
Seventh Prince of the Realm, how could a mere woman discern my purity? Miss Bai III was captured by the enemy forces. Could she possibly retain her innocence in Yan'an?
You may not see it, but that doesn't mean this prince cannot. Captured by the enemy. Does that mean third Miss Bai has lost her chastity?
Liang Yuhan was momentarily at a loss for words, on the verge of flying into a humiliated rage. Just then, the Empress spoke up.
We can summon an experienced matron to perform the chastity examination.
This humble girl has no objection.
What a joke. Who would dare lay a hand on her body, let alone inspecting her most intimate parts?
See, Bai Shuan won't even dare undergo the examination to prove her innocence, which proves something's amiss.
A glint of killing intent flashed in Bai Shuan's eyes, her gaze sweeping coldly over Liang Yuhan.
I too suspect. Second Miss Liang has lost her chastity, so why not have second Miss Liang undergo the examination as well?
To prove, I'm pure as driven snow. Why should I have to submit?
If I'm as sullied as you claim, why bother examining me at all?
Everyone fell silent at her words, even the Emperor stunned by her retort. The Emperor, long accustomed to timid and insipid ladies, now beheld in Bai Shuan a spirit so vibrant that he found it utterly refreshing. Just then, Qing Yu, the maid at Bai Shuan's side, stepped forward and knelt in the center of the hall.
Your Majesty, this servant has a matter to report concerning my young lady's chastity. I beg your Majesty's indulgence.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Allow this servant to ask the noble ladies present which chaste and innocent maiden would willingly submit to such an inspection. My young lady stands slandered, utterly unable to refute the claims. With Your Majesty's gracious permission today, this servant dares to speak on her behalf. My young lady was long betrothed by the old madam's decree, and the virginity mark was placed upon her right arm. Yesterday, while attending my young lady's bath, I beheld with my own eyes that the mark upon her body remains intact. If Your Majesty harbors any doubt, you may order an inspection.
The Emperor cast a glance at Bai Shui. Eunuch Chalu summoned an elderly matron to examine Bai Shuan's wrist. The palm cinnabar mark remains intact.
Reporting to Your Majesty, third Miss Bai's palm cinnabar is still present.
The assembled crowd drew in a collective gasp of astonishment. Could those whispers beyond these walls truly be mere rumors?
This is the mountain of merit! But perhaps it is all false bravado.
Duke Liang scolds his daughter.
How dare a wild girl like you speak up in front of His Majesty?
Withdraw at once.
That is exactly right, though. He might have painted it himself for all we know.
Liang Yuhan stomped her foot, her face flushed with anger as she glared at Emperor Bai Shuan, and gave a faint reply, showing no interest in Liang Yuhan whatsoever, his full attention fixed on Bai Shuan.
Why didn't you speak up for yourself just now? His Majesty wouldn't lavish rewards on the likes of her.
Defend myself. Should I go around showing off my handmade crafts to everyone? Besides, what business is it of theirs, whether he is innocent or not?
You're remarkably broad-minded.
I suppose.
Very well. From now on, no one is to speak of third Miss Bai being defiled by the enemy.
The Emperor has spoken. Naturally, no one dares to gossip further, and they all turn to their wine instead. At that moment, the Empress raises another topic.
Your Majesty, all the young ladies have prepared their talents to perform, and we hope Your Majesty will grace us with his judgment.
Very well.
She eagerly anticipates this spirited young girl's display of skill. The noble daughters of the great houses in the hall buzz with excitement, confined as they are to their deep boudoirs day after day. This is a rare chance to shine, especially at this grand imperial banquet, each one itching to perform her talents to the fullest and make a splendid show of it. One by one, the noble daughters step forward eagerly, some with song and dance, others painting on the spot, and still others composing calligraphy right there. After observing for a moment, Shui Bingyu seizes the perfect moment to present her dance. Executed with textbook precision, yet elevated by her graceful swaying figure, her soft brows and lithe form, making it altogether quite pleasing. The new song and dance champion Mang Yuan and even Fang Haoran praised her on the spot.
Ah! Miss Xu boasts such outstanding talent. Her dance like an orchid in a secluded valley. Truly a feast for the eyes.
Young Master Meng, you flatter me.
As the crowd nodded in agreement, the atmosphere instantly heating up. Anyone with sharp eyes could tell. These two were exchanging flirtatious glances, clearly smitten with each other. Meanwhile, onlookers began teasing them to pair up, while Bai Kun watched from behind with a faint smile. Lord Zhang Yu wore a beaming smile. He seemed the picture of loyalty. The new martial champion Bai Chuan merely chuckled, though it was laced with mockery. In his discerning eyes, Fang Haoran was nothing but a hypocrite, perfectly matched with that utterly pretentious Miss Xi. After Miss Xu's display concluded, Liang Yuhan took the stage next. Today, she was determined to shine brightly, to let her cousin judge whether Bai Shuan or she outshone the other. Liang Yuhan demonstrated her martial prowess without wielding any weapons, merely holding a moonbong fan, with every flourish of sleeve and kick, exuding a dashing heroic grace. Her impressive performance had only just begun when the crowd erupted in praise, cheering and clapping wildly. Hearing the crowd's cheers and applause, Liang Yuhan knew her talents had won them over. Growing ever more smug, upon finishing, the Emperor bestowed lavish rewards, gold, silver, jewels, fine white, jade, and silks, all granted in abundance. The young ladies gazed on with envy. Even Shui Bingyu couldn't help but covet them. Though she had earned young Master Feng's applause, she hadn't secured the emperor's favor, ultimately paling beside Liang Yuhang. Just then, a light, disdainful voice pierced the crowd's admiration.
All flesh, no substance. Childish parlor tricks.
What did you just say?
Flashy but ineffective moves. Petty tricks.
What did you say?
Miss Liang II merely picked up a few moves in the army. How bold to boast of your trust in the 17th prince right in front of his majesty.
Qi Yao's gaze upon Bai Xuan grew even deeper with amusement, brimming all the more with curiosity. He had returned this time for his master, planning to visit Bai Xuan in the coming days, but unexpectedly ran into this lass at today's palace banquet, daring even to grab his master by the hand. Truly quite audacious of her.
So, what talents do you have to show?
Well, as for me, I'm no good at that.
The crowd erupted in raucous laughter, while Bai Xuan remained utterly composed, waiting until the laughter died down before speaking leisurely.
I only know some third-rate kung fu, but beating the new martial champion, Feng Haoren, black and blue, that is no trouble at all.
Huh? The crowd stared in bewilderment.
Bai Xue, how dare you spout such wild nonsense in front of His Majesty and the Empress?
Little miss, you can't take a joke that far.
If your majesty wishes to see it, this humble girl shall put on a show for your majesty and take down the new martial champion.
How dare you challenge this general? A true man would never deign to spar with a mere woman.
Bai Xuan ignored him entirely, merely beaming as she turned to the emperor.
Would your majesty care to watch?
Bai Xuan's bright eyes and pearly smile, her jade-like skin aglow, with waves of charm flickering in her gaze. The emperor found Bai Xuan's smile almost blindingly radiant, staring in a daze for a long moment before recovering his wits.
Oh.
The emperor chuckled, pointing teasingly at Bai Xuan, his tone carrying a note of fond indulgence.
I must see how this little rascal wraps this up.
If this humble girl should win, your majesty, quite the reward.
Ha ha ha! What a bold little miss! Dreaming of rewards before the fight even begins.
Isn't it because Miss Liang Yi claimed so many rewards, stirring your envy? Miss Liang Yi's flashy footwork earned her all those prizes, so surely this court lady can win even greater favor from your majesty.
Such audacious boasts! Bai Xue, if you lose, don't go crying that young Master Feng picked on a woman.
Our new martial champion doesn't need to bully women. He'll crush anyone.
Murmurs rippled through the crowd.
Oh my! Young Master Feng's the one tempting fate!
Who does she think she is? Taunting the new martial champion. He earned it with true grit.
Look at Bai Xuan's slight build. Does she seem like she could fell young Master Feng?
Very well. If you can defeat Feng Haoran, I shall reward you generously.
Outraging His Majesty.
Feng Haoran can barely contain himself.
Your Majesty, I have no desire to strike a woman. But today, if I don't give Miss Bai-san a proper lesson, she'll never back down.
Enough chatter. Let's begin.
You're a lady, so you strike first.
Though I am a woman, I'll still concede you 3 moves.
Unable to endure Bai Xuan's provocations any longer, Feng Haoren swings a fierce fist at her. Bai Xuan stays utterly composed, sidesteps with ease and chuckles.
First move.
Feng Haoren freezes for a moment. This girl's got real skill. His expression hardens as he strikes again. Next, the second move. Third move. A rapid sequence of strikes unfolds. Feng Haoran couldn't even graze the hem of the white skirt. The crowd was utterly astonished. The emperor's eyes bulged in disbelief. After a dozen exchanges, Bai Xuan seized the opening and unleashed a devastating punch, smashing it right into Feng Haoren's eye. With a thunderous crash, Feng Haoren crumpled to the ground. Bai Xuan slowly drew back her opening stance, her gaze lightly sweeping over Feng Haoren. The grand hall fell into dead silence. How could this be possible? Feng Haoren's mind went blank. His eye sockets blackened all around, dizzy and disoriented. He struggled desperately to rise but couldn't. In the end, the emperor ordered attendants to help him up from the floor, and only then could he shakily make his way back to his seat.
Your Majesty, might I now receive your reward?
Liang Yuhang and Miss Xu flushed with rage, while Marquis Zhongyu lost all composure on his face. His earlier poise utterly vanished.
Bai Xuan, for such reckless injury to the martial champion, what crime should you face?
Bai Xuan lifted her gaze to see. It was Imperial Consort Shui from the palace. Miss Xi, on to Bingyu.
Your arrogance and audacity, utterly unbecoming of a woman. His Majesty has already shown mercy by not punishing you, and yet you dare to demand a reward.
Your Majesty needn't grant it if you choose not to. It matters not to me.
With that, she calmly returned to her seat. Imperial Consort Xi was so furious, her nose seemed to twist. But with Bai Xuan's words, even His Majesty could hardly withhold a reward now.
What a reward do you seek?
Might this humble girl presume to choose?
What a sly little imp she is.
She has surely already schemed out exactly what she'll ask for.
Very well. Speak then. What is it you desire?
Bai Xuan rose and dropped to one knee.
Your Majesty, this humble girl seeks no gold, silver, or silk, only the skill to surpass the new martial champion, that I may serve your Majesty and the great Zhou.
You wish to enter the palace?
The Emperor's face showed bewilderment. He truly couldn't fathom the girl's intentions.
It is precisely because this humble girl hails from a military family. He is a rough fellow. If he could just become a wool guard, maintaining order in the capital of Shangjing, he'd be perfectly content.
Bai Xuan had already given this plenty of thought. Though the wool guard was merely the lowest rung on the military ladder, it involved patrolling all the key economic hubs across the capital, making it the ideal starting point for her. Not only would it let her uncover more of Shangjing's closely guarded secrets, but her path to promotion would be that much smoother. In the great Zhou dynasty's martial ranks, as long as your martial prowess was strong enough and you racked up enough merits, advancement was within reach. Once she secured that military post, Bai Xuan would have ample chances to climb higher. Starting right now by claiming a 5th rank position as a woman, a preemptive shot in the arm for Shangjing's princes and nobles, showing them that a woman could hold office too. Once he stood firm on her feet, building from there as her launch pad, she could rise step by step, and acceptance from the crowd would come more easily. The Emperor's gaze grew profound as he looked at Bai Xuan with a complex expression. He'd assumed Bai Xuan wanted to enter the palace as a female official, never imagining she'd aim for a wool guard instead.
Is your Majesty concerned that a mere girl like me lacks the skill to handle a 5th rank post?
The Emperor, of course, caught the undertone in Bai Xuan's words, his face inscrutable.
Precisely. I'm worried a woman like you couldn't endure such hardships, and might end up in tears after all.
Rest assured, your Majesty, I can stomach any hardship, though I won't boast about much else. But when it comes to enduring toil, I'm afraid no one here can match me.
Bai Xuan spoke from the heart. Yet, it did nothing to stop the crowd from sneering at her, while the Emperor merely smiled, just to chalk it up to Bai Xuan rambling nonsense.
Xiaowang, why not talk some sense into your fiancée?
Your Majesty, I can't ring her in.
This girl's stubborn streak. I've already gotten a taste of it back at Tiger Head Mountain.
Very well. Then I shall appoint you to the 5th rank. Very well. Then I shall appoint you as one of the 5, and name you commander of the 5 guards, to lead a contingent of troops and safeguard the capital.
Your humble servant. Thanks, your Majesty, for this grace.
Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes in utter disbelief. Duke Liang, father of Liang Yunha, suddenly stepped forward.
Your Majesty, this matter may well be improper.
In what way improper?
Looking back over more than 2 centuries of our great Zhou, there has been no precedent for a woman in a military guard post. Your Majesty, such a decision would surely violate ancestral customs.
Just because it hasn't before doesn't mean it can't now. Your Majesty, wise and divine as you are, surely cannot even confer a minor military office. Where then would your Majesty's authority stand? Moreover, your Majesty's word has been spoken. Does Duke Liang wish your Majesty to recant?
Duke Liang's face darkened. H. What a sharp-tongued little minx. No wonder my daughter has lost to her time and again.
If your Majesty appoints a woman as commander of the 5 guards, wouldn't it invite mockery that our great Zhou lacks true men?
Nay, should a woman of great Zhou be named commander of the 5 guards, it would only earn acclaim for our great Zhou's open customs. Your Majesty's inclusiveness and benevolence would lead the realm's people to hail your Majesty as wise and mighty. Talented souls and righteous heroes would flock from afar to serve your Majesty. Imagine if your Majesty can employ even a woman. How much more for other men of talent?
Silence fell over the grand hall, all eyes wide with shock, finding Bai Xuan's words utterly compelling.
You realm-ruining vixen, spouting such drivel! Your Majesty, this absolutely cannot be done. I beg your Majesty to retract your decree.
This matter is settled.
Liang Guogong glared with wide eyes and had no choice but to withdraw. The music and dance in the hall resumed as the assembly appeared harmonious and joyful. But the murmurs about Bai Xuan had quieted. After the performance ended, an eunuch whispered something into Lord Zhongyu's ear. Lord Zhongyu slightly raised his gaze and rose from his seat.
Your Majesty, your servant has a memorial to present.
Oh, what is it?
Your Majesty, your servant has received a confidential letter stating that during this eastern expedition, King Xiao secretly colluded with the former subordinates of the late Prince Xiao, intending to commit treason.
The grand hall erupted in an uproar, with murmurs spreading throughout the assembly. Bai Xuan looked toward King Xiao, only to see the man composed and unflinching. as if he had anticipated this very moment.
Though this old minister does not believe King Xiao capable of such deeds, yet for the sake of our great Zhou's long-term stability, I implore your majesty to investigate thoroughly.
Impossible! King Xiao would never commit treason.
The emperor's expression darkened with displeasure.
Who dares slander our great Zhou's guardian god of war? Lord Zhang Yu hurriedly added. The accuser against King Xiao is Lu Song, a former deputy general under the prime minister,
who has arrived in the capital.
He is waiting outside the hall at this moment. Let him enter. I shall see for myself who this person is, daring to be so audacious to level such charges.
Your Majesty, on this campaign, King Xiao was commanded to defend the frontier, though he repelled 100,000 enemy troops, earning great merit, during which King Xiao colluded with Huang Qiu, a subordinate of the late Prince Xiao. He is prone to rebellion, and that is undoubtedly true. I beseech your Majesty to discern the truth.
You accuse King Xiao
of treason. Do you have proof?
My subordinates overheard King Xiao conspiring with Huang Kuang, claiming that with a military seal, King Xiao could mobilize 100,000 troops under the old King Xiao and march straight to the holy capital at any moment.
The atmosphere in the hall instantly froze, an invisible tension enveloping the entire chamber, as everyone held their breath, not daring to utter a single word.
Absurd!
Suddenly, a steady commanding voice shattered the silence. Duke Wei Hongyuan, King Xiao's maternal grandfather, and a veteran minister who served through 3 reigns of Great Zhou, stepped forward slowly, letting out a cold sneer.
Since the border campaigns ended, King Xiao has been back at court for over a month now. So if General Lu had truly heard of King Xiao and old General Huang plotting rebellion long ago, he should have reported it immediately. So why wait until this palace banquet to expose it on the spot?
The crowd nodded in agreement, all convinced by Duke Wei's sound reasoning.
Upon receiving the report, I was consumed with anxiety. But given the gravity of the matter, and fearing my men might not explain it clearly, I decided to wait until the border campaigns concluded, before coming to the capital to report in person, Your Majesty.
Your Majesty, to doubt a loyal servant like Duke Wei, based on mere words from Lu Song, would only chill the hearts of all Great Zhou's soldiers.
Duke Wei's face grew stern and icy. For anyone seeking to slander his grandson would first have to get past him. Many in the hall nodded in support.
General Lu, why come neither sooner nor later, but precisely on this palace banquet? What are your true intentions?
Your Majesty, I act only out of concern for Great Zhou's stability and sovereignty, which is why I risk coming forward now. I possess a letter from King Xiao to Huang Kuang, which serves as proof.
Allow me to present it.
Eunuch Lu presents the letter. The emperor glances at it and has the letter passed to King Xiao.
King Xiao, what say you to this accusation?
King Xiao doesn't even glance at the letter.
Your Majesty, this letter is a forgery. I have never written to old General Huang issuing any orders. It is all passed down directly from his own subordinates. Everyone in the army knows this well.
Precisely because it is so well known, King Xiao seized this opportunity to write to Huang Kuang. Your Majesty, let the civil and military officials of the court verify it. See whether this truly bears King Xiao's handwriting.
Eunuch Lu passes the letter around the hall for all to examine. The assembled officials murmur in heated discussion. The handwriting matches King Xiao's perfectly. Even Liang Yuhan stares in wide-eyed shock.
This can't be possible. How can it resemble my cousin's handwriting so closely?
The letter makes its way to Bai Xuan's hands. She reads it and bursts into laughter.
This letter is clearly forged.
Miss Bai III was once captured by the enemy army. It was His Highness King Xiao who rescued you amid 10,000 enemy troops. Of course you would speak up for King Xiao.
Bai Xuan pays no heed to Lu Song's barb and turns her gaze to the emperor upon the throne.
Your Majesty, grant me pen and ink, I beseech you. I can produce an identical letter right here and now.
King Xiao's gaze flickers, subtly. This girl has no need to entangle herself in this, for his sake.
She truly takes paper of the exact same kind. And once the ink has dried, even those closest to me won't be able to tell which is the original letter, and which one I just wrote.
Bai Xuan's tongue brims with audacious confidence. The crowd regards her with disbelief. The emperor orders pen, ink, paper, and inkstone to be brought forth. Bai Xuan seats herself before the desk. Comparing it to the original letter, she wrote it right on the spot. Once Bai Xuan finished writing, and the ink had dried, no one could tell which was the genuine letter. Down to the tiniest details.
A letter like this can be forged by anyone skilled in calligraphy.
This letter is a forgery.
As long as one has a solid foundation in calligraphy,
one could imitate it for a lifetime. His maternal grandfather is the renowned calligrapher Bai Xuan, who began practicing calligraphy from a young age. He has copied countless scripts with a brush. Lu Song was utterly stunned. unable even to distinguish which was the authentic letter.
Your Majesty, a single letter proves nothing.
Your Majesty, this general has a witness. The man is Huang Kui's subordinate, Han Mingdong. This time, Prince Xiao clashed with the Wei forces, and he was embedded in General Huang's ranks, where he personally witnessed Huang Kuei taking orders from Prince Xiao. Had Prince Xiao not secretly deployed troops at the border and allied with Huang Kuei, we could never have triumphed over the Wei army this time.
Han Mingdong was escorted into the hall.
Your Majesty, this lowly one personally saw Prince Xiao issuing military commands to Huang Kui.
Your Majesty, regarding this decisive border victory over the Wei army, this minister has already memorialized Your Majesty that it is not my merit, but the third prince's. The third prince has 20,000 troops joined this prince in a fierce battle against the foe, securing the route of the Wei army. This minister has never commanded old General Huang, only rallied Lai Keng's people to resist the enemy as one.
Huang Kui led his large contingent, disguised among the common folk, obedient to Prince Xiao's commands. We have several brothers alongside us. Who can bear witness to this?
Prince Xiao's face darkened completely.
Lai Keng's people fought bare-chested, their blood and tears spent,
clashing to the death with the invaders,
barely preserving their homes.
If old General Huang and his men were hidden among them, could they charge into battle without a single piece of armor?
Bare-chested and desperate.
This is precisely Prince Xiao's cunning ploy. To lend legitimacy to his actions, Huang Ku obeyed Prince Xiao's secret command, willingly leading his men disguised as common folk into the fray, alongside the elder statesmen, to slay the enemy. I beseech your majesty to discern the truth.
General Huang Lao fought valiantly to defend our great Zhou,
earning illustrious battle honors. How dare you slander him here with empty, baseless accusations?
Your Majesty, do not let our ancestors believe every word of this slander to be true.
The court erupted in heated debate as the ministers whispered urgently among themselves before addressing Your Majesty.
On that day, this humble general was stationed at the border, and Prince Xiao absolutely did not collude with General Huang Lao. Everyone witnessed it firsthand on the battlefield. Only Prince Xiao has 2,000 troops, and the third prince has 20,000 soldiers, while the rest were Lai Keng civilians clad in everyday garb. If Your Majesty harbors any doubt, you may question Lady Liang Yuhan and the third prince, who were there at the border.
Liang Yuhan could no longer remain seated, for he had targeted Bai Xuan. But now the flames had engulfed her cousin.
Your Majesty, Prince Xiao has been loyal to the throne without fault. He harbors no treasonous intent.
The emperor cast a glance her way, then lifted his gaze to the silent third prince.
Third son, speak. What exactly transpired?
Under the court's watchful eyes, third Prince Shimo stepped forward from his seat, knowing full well that his words would seal his fate. Upon his return to the capital yesterday, the emperor had sternly admonished him, hinting that today, in this grand hall, he must testify against Prince Xiao to atone for his sins. Yet, the support from Prince Xiao's household offered him an irresistible temptation. If he relies on the towering support of Prince Xiao's mansion, he'll gain the leverage to challenge his eldest and second imperial brothers.
Third prince, I'm asking you.
The emperor's gaze grew somber, fixing on this unfavored son, who always hungered for a share of power.
Stay calm.
Qimo finally regained his composure, the emperor's expression darkening further with displeasure. Pathetic as he is, he still dares dream of the crown prince's throne. That piercing look from the emperor instantly made it clear to Qimo that winning the throne through his father's favor was utterly impossible. He could only forge his own path.
To Father Emperor, King Xiao's rebellion. This son has never heard such a thing. This son and King Xiao shed blood together against the Wei forces at the border, with only the people of Lai Keng joining the fight of their own accord. I never laid eyes on General Huang's troops.
Why would General Lu falsely accuse King Xiao without cause?
Cold sweat beaded on Lu Song's forehead as he involuntarily glanced at Marquis Zhang Yu. He had risked the journey to the capital, all because Marquis Zhang Yu had promised him that accusing King Xiao of treason before His Majesty would secure his promotion. Marquis Zhang Yu was utterly baffled, for they had already schemed it all out. The third prince would testify against King Xiao's demise. Who could have foreseen the third prince turning the tables at the last moment?
Your Highness, you must think this through carefully. Is that truly the case?
There is nothing left to consider. The facts speak for themselves. What King Xiao did not do, this palace cannot falsely condemn him for, can it?
Marquis Zhang Yu was left speechless and cornered. The emperor stared blankly at his son, finally speaking after a long pause.
Very well. This turn of events proves our great Zhou's god of war has been wrongly accused. Well then, Lu Song, how dare you slander King Xiao? What crime deserves such treachery?
Your Majesty, mercy, spare me, I beg you. Your Majesty, what's all that bold scoundrels doing?
Lu Song dares to falsely accuse and mock me. Your entire clan will pay with their lives.
Lu Song's eyes widened in shock as the threat to his family's lives hung over him.
The crime you've committed warrants the extermination of 9 clans. But if you confess truthfully now,
this Marquis can persuade His Majesty to punish only you alone.
Only then did Lu Song realize he had been used as a pawn in someone else's scheme. Now, he is being used as a scapegoat once more. He knows he is backed into a corner to safeguard his family back home.
This general's crime alone.
This general should not have falsely accused Prince Xiao.
I beg your majesty, let the sin fall on this general alone, and to spare my wife and children.
General Lu, I believe that as a border garrison far from court, you would not slander Prince Xiao without cause. So who is the one who put you up to this? Speak it all, and His Majesty will see justice done for you.
Lu Song heard his words, and his gaze wavered ever so slightly, his heart torn between loyalty and despair. Marquis Zhongyu's eyes flashed sternly as he spoke.
Was this your own doing?
Marquis Zhongyu's tone dripped with barely veiled threats that even the uninvolved courtiers could plainly hear. Bai Xuan kept her composure, casting a sidelong glance at Marquis Zhongyu. The emperor seeks Prince Xiao's head and has chosen Marquis Zhongyu as his blade. Then he'll know just who to strike next.
General Lu, just tell the truth. Name the mastermind behind it all, and His Majesty might yet grant you mercy.
Yes, confess everything you know.
Marquis Zhongyu, with your sharp words and fierce glare, one might think you're intimidating General Lu to silence him.
Miss Bai the Third, you misunderstand. This Marquis only wishes him to speak freely, that His Majesty may pardon his entire kin.
The last words hissed through gritted teeth. Bai Xuan was on the verge of replying when Lu Song made his fateful choice. He bit down hard on his tongue, blood pouring from his mouth, and breathed his last right there. The court ladies screamed in terror, while the officials shielded their eyes in shock. Marquis Zhongyu let out a secret sigh of relief.
Wow, that was close. Oh, that was close.
The third prince's loyalty to throne and realm proves our great Zhou lacks no heroes. Lu Song's slander against Prince Xiao merits further chastisement.
Your Majesty, long live, long live, long live forever.
This time, Prince Xiao and the third prince routed 100,000 foes at the border, rendering great service, awarded each 1,000 taels of gold and grain, and 1,000 mu of fertile land.
As the palace banquet concluded, dusk had already fallen. Bai Xuan stepped out of the palace gates, and as she walked, a familiar figure drew near.
My lord, if you have words for me, I thank you today for speaking in my defense.
Prince Xiao hadn't expected Bai Xuan to defend him so fiercely on the spot, nor known she possessed such eloquence. Bai Xuan hadn't expected Prince Xiao to overlook the stain on her reputation and not dissolve their betrothal.
My lord, the pure stand untainted. No words from me needed. You are innocent through and through.
What this prince declared in the grand hall today was no empty vow.
Bai Xuan fell silent for a moment.
I hold no affection for you, my lord.
Hearing this response, the third prince seemed not wholly surprised. This girl had changed so profoundly. Once she had adored the third prince, but now her disfavor was plain, and she grew ever more distant from him.
This prince had thought our bond had deepened to this degree.
It was but an embrace, a kiss, a shared soak in the hot springs. Nothing more.
These moments of closeness in her eyes meant only that, not else.
My lord, I am no fitting consort for you.
She is no woman of this ancient realm, nor destined to the prince's inner courts, husbanding and child-rearing. After all, he must venture forth into the world. In the past, she could face King Xiao without a care, for she was certain that King Xiao harbored no affections for her. But at tonight's palace banquet, she discovered that King Xiao's feelings toward her had shifted. She could not allow him to fall any deeper.
It was this king who presumed too much upon your heart.
It was my mistake. I should not have led your highness to misunderstand. Earlier, to dispel the chill afflicting your highness's body, I did indeed act with undue intimacy, and that was solely because your highness once saved my life. A debt of gratitude I sought only to repay. Pray, your highness, think no more of it.
Very well. This king shall set it aside.
I owe your highness my life, and I shall hasten to find a way to heal those lingering marks, to settle this favor in full.
Very well.
The young king gave a faint smile, glancing once at the lady, then slowly turned and departed. Bai Xuan watched the man's tall, upright silhouette vanish entirely, before finally turning back and boarding the carriage. A figure in white suddenly caught her eye, and Bai Xuan looked up sharply. It was none other than the 17th Prince, Qi Yao. Earlier in the grand hall, this man had spoken in her defense, and even revealed himself as the disciple of Lao Yixian. Bai Xuan had known he would seek her out, but she had not anticipated that he could slip into her carriage unseen and unheard.
Rejected by Miss Bai the Third. King Xiao must be heartbroken.
Bai Xuan made no reply, her expression serene and distant.
As for today's events,
I dare not presume upon your highness's thanks. I offered little aid of substance, after all. Why don't I look like you? A master's most valued disciple, with unmatched medical skills.
It is not that I doubt you, your highness. I'm just a bit curious. Why master hesitated to treat Prince Xiao yet? You agreed so readily.
Qiao Ziyi's expression stiffened. He hadn't expected Bai Xuan to be so perceptive, zeroing in on the crux of the matter.
It is not that master refuses to save Prince Xiao. It is the rare ingredients needed for his chronic chill ailment that are so hard to procure.
May I ask, your highness, what ingredients are required?
Wolf's heart, 5 gallbladders, blood clots, over a dozen precious herbs like Millennium Lingji and Ginseng. Those we can manage. Medicine King Valley has them all except for one elusive remedy.
Tell me, 17th Prince.
We also need snake gallbladder.
Snake gallbladder? Isn't that easy to obtain?
Has the snake gone extinct?
Not at all. It is just no ordinary snake. Master raised this medicinal snake from infancy, feeding it rare herbs, the only one of its kind under heaven.
But recently, it escaped.
If it escaped, can't we just raise another?
Master nurtured this snake for over a decade, and it only matured this summer. It is not something you can simply start over.
So Prince Xiao is beyond saving?
Not at all. As long as we find a snake, we can still save him.
Bai Xuan thought this man must be joking. Surely an escaped snake can't be recaptured. Seeing Bai Xuan's bewilderment, Qiu Aiyao hastened to explain.
This medicinal snake didn't flee to some distant place. Instead, it entered the underground palace of our Great Zhou Imperial Mausoleum. Right now, it should be lurking in the eastern wing of the Imperial Mausoleum's underground palace.
That medicine snake sure knows how to pick a spot.
How do you know it hasn't escaped?
This medicine snake has been nurtured on precious herbs year-round. Its constitution utterly transformed, leaving no trace wherever it slithers. I've stationed guards there holding the key, and it hasn't emerged since entering the underground palace.
Then I'll go fetch it.
The Imperial Mausoleum is heavily guarded, and its underground palace brims with deadly traps. For over 2 centuries since Great Zhou's founding, countless tomb raiders have met their end within. Miss Bai the Third, are you truly willing to risk it all for King Xiao?
Bai Xuan lifted her gaze toward the carriage, where the dying sun bled crimson outside the window, staining the vast sky red.
17th Prince, do you know that this time, captured by enemy forces at the border, it was King Xiao who plunged into the enemy's midst through 10,000 troops to rescue me?
Qiao nodded. This tale has long spread through the capital. So naturally, he knows. After a long silence, Qiao Peifao finally spoke.
If Miss Bai the Third is set on breaching the Imperial Mausoleum, I will gladly accompany you.
Bai Xuan couldn't help but eye Qiao with a hint of bewilderment. Has this man forgotten that the Great Zhou Imperial Mausoleum holds his own ancestors' tombs? Qiao caught Bai Xuan's pointed gaze and hastened to explain.
The departed are gone, long dissolved into a fleeting breeze. In this mortal world, survival is paramount. And besides, saving King Xiao safeguards the very rivers and mountains our ancestors forged.
Bai Xuan found herself unexpectedly moved by Qiao's words and resolve, never imagining that one of his ancient lineage could harbor such enlightened ideals.
Bai Xuan was disrespectful to my esteemed master earlier, so I'll make amends by paying a personal visit another day.
And with that, Miss Bai-san has agreed to let my master go.
Of course she has.
So, Miss Bai the Third agreed to release my master.
Of course.
Miss Bai the Third, you're truly a woman of character. Might I have the honor of calling you a friend?
Certainly.
I reside in Prince Qin's mansion. When master visits the capital, where else would I stay but with him? If Miss Bai the Third ever needs anything, feel free to come to the mansion anytime.
Though he is accustomed to wandering the rivers and lakes, his prince's mansion remains. As the 17th son of the late emperor, everyone fondly calls him the 17th prince. His formal title is Prince Qin.
All right.
Prince Shai VII alighted from the carriage under Qing Yu's wary, even hostile gaze. Qing Yu fretted that they might be seen tarnishing her young mistress's reputation, and considered speaking up. But Prince Shi VII had already vanished into the night. Qing Yu snapped back to reality, just as her mistress instructed.
Head to the recruit barracks at the capital garrison camp.
Miss, the capital garrison is east of the city, and the recruit camp even farther in the eastern suburbs. It is getting late now. We might not make it back tonight.
Then we'll stay outside the city.
Bai Xuan thought of her bandit brothers who'd followed her back to the capital, wondering if they'd adjusted to their new surroundings. So she decided to check on them. Little did Bai Xuan know that at the recruit camp right now, trouble had erupted from her thrashing Feng Hao in the Grand Hall earlier that day.
These are the bandits Bai Xuan brought back from the borderlands.
That is the current eldest young master.
But they were recommended by Prince Xiao.
Even those recommended by Prince Xiao must undergo evaluation. So allow this young master to give them a proper test.
Young Master C, they're just recruits. They've just started training.
Aren't they former bandits? This general wants to see just what they're capable of.
With those words, Xu Wenyu dismounted and charged forward. Without a word, he swung the whip in his hand, lashing it straight across the face of the lead gang. Gou Zigang was deep in training, when suddenly the whip struck him, leaving him stunned for a moment. Xu Wenyu followed with a fist to his face, knocking him flat to the ground.
Big brother! Big brother!
Seeing this, the bandit brothers immediately surged forward, their faces twisted in fury as they glared at Xu Wenyu. Li Xiaowei hadn't expected Wenyu to start pummeling people right off the bat. But as the eldest son of the jungle mansion, he didn't dare say a word. Second brother Liu Zhuo and third brother Su Ruwei boiled with rage. Charging straight at Xu Wenyu, several burly guards at Xu Wenyu's side immediately stepped up, throwing themselves into a fierce fight with the two. But though second and third brother resisted fiercely, the guards outnumbered them, and they were brutally beaten down to the dirt.
That is all they've got, huh? Just these weaklings. And they think they're fit for the capital's new recruit camp.
Young Master Shui, they were approved by Prince Xiao. It is said they earned merits on the border.
Exceptionally admitted.
Hop! Exceptional!
You think Prince Xiao's say-so makes it exceptional just like that?
This young master says no, Prince Xiao. Let me give these bandits a proper test of their mettle. The capital's new recruit camp isn't some dump where any stray cat or dog can stroll in. Anyone who doesn't pass muster, get them all out of here.
Yes.
And at Xu Wenyu's command, a swarm of guards rushed in, heedless of anything, unleashing a savage beating on the bandits. Of course, the bandit brothers wouldn't just stand there and take it. Gou Zigang scrambled to his feet from the ground, rallying his brothers to fight back.
Still daring to fight back! Beat them mercilessly! What a bunch of useless trash! Not one of them can take a beating! Throw them all out of the camp!
The bandit brothers were tossed out of the Golden Rooster camp.
Hurry and go find your third Miss Bai. To avenge you all, I'll be waiting for you at the loyal and brave Marquis Mansion.
With that, he cracked his whip and rode off in triumph. Hamhage, let's see if beating these bandits gives that Bai Shuan the guts to come settle the score with him. Just a stinking wench who dares to pull dirty tricks on a brother like me at the palace banquet. I'll make sure that woman Bai Shuan doesn't even know how she dies. Bai Shuan leaned back in the carriage, eyes closed in repose, when suddenly a troop of soldiers charged toward them on horseback, full of menace.
It is she, the eldest young master of the loyal and brave Marquis Mansion, always barreling through with his men, never giving a damn about the common folk.
He is Xue Bingyu's brother,
and Xue Bingyu's eldest brother, relying on his father, Marquis Zhongyonggong, deeply favored by the emperor. He has been lording it over the capital for years.
Bai Shuan remained impassive, saying nothing. After all, he is just a bully in the capital. Everyone meets their end somewhere, and it is rarely a good one. By now, the sun was setting. Dusk was falling, figures barely visible in the gloom. The coachman urged the horses onward, then suddenly yanked the race kite, bringing the carriage to a screeching halt.
What is that?
There is someone blocking the road.
Qingyu's brow furrowed. In the capital, under the emperor's very nose, someone dares to rob. Bai Shuan parted the curtain and stepped down from the carriage. Ahead, a dark mass of people crowded the road, and Bai Shuan's gaze darkened suddenly.
Gou Zigang.
Gou Zigang couldn't help rubbing his eyes, and took a closer look. No mistake, it is the boss.
Boss! Boss! Ha! It is really you! It is really you! Look, we're not dreaming, are we?
Bai Shuan's gaze swept over them, her brows furrowing deeply. Most of the brothers were bandaged and bruised, blood trickling from a gash on Gou Zigang's forehead.
What happened?
A heavy silence fell over the group, unsure how to break it. After a long moment, Gou Zigang licked his lips and said in a low voice,
Boss, we were no match for them. They kicked us out of the camp.
Bai Shuan raised an eyebrow, already issuing orders to take them into the barracks for training, but someone chased them out anyway. A chill wind stirred in the night, the sky now pitch black. Bai Shuan surveyed her wounded brothers and turned to Qingyu with instructions.
Take everyone to the manor east of the city and let them rest there tonight.
Yes, miss.
Qingyu quietly counted heads. Over 100 men in all. Though the manor might not have beds for everyone, at least it'll keep the wind and rain off their backs.
Boss, no need to trouble yourself. We can crash in some rundown temple.
The capital's full of rules, and we're just a bunch of roughnecks. We don't want to drag you into trouble.
Boss, we big louds can make do.
Yeah, boss.
You think this is Tiger Head Mountain? This is the grand capital. Where are you gonna find all these temples?
Boss, We're just worried.
Worried about what? If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. No more arguing. Follow me. No more nonsense from anyone. If the sky comes crashing down, I'll hold it up. Follow me.
Bai Xuan's bold and heroic words instantly touched the bandit brothers to their core. One by one, these tough guys' eyes welled up with tears. The boss is still the same boss from back then. Didn't you forget us brothers after just one trip to the capital?
Let's go. We'll follow the boss.
Everyone broke into joyful grins, trailing after Bai Xuan to the Bai family estate. Bai Xuan skipped the carriage too, marching alongside her brothers.
Tell me the whole story. What exactly went down? Kicked you all out.
Gu Zigang laid out everything that happened in the army, from start to finish.
You're certain it was Xu Wenyu, the eldest son of the loyal and brave Marquis Mansion?
Yeah, Li Xiaowei didn't even dare let one slip in front of him.
Bai Xuan's gaze darkened. So it is that bully who rules the capital, boasting that the Marquis Mansion in the capital has his back. Enough of that. The group pressed on to the estate in the eastern suburbs, where the servants caught sight of the crowd, jumped in shock. But luckily, they recognized the third Miss and Qingyu.
Warm up some wine, to help everyone chase away the chill. And whip up plenty of food. The portions need to be hearty.
The servant eyed the massive group, his scalp prickling with unease, but he nodded and agreed anyway.
Yes, third Miss.
Boss, W, we've got a lot of folks here. Let my brothers pitch in with the cooking.
Go on. You'll bunk down here tonight. Anyone with wounds, get them patched up, and those without, stuff yourselves full, then catch some solid shut-eye. Tomorrow at dawn, we're storming the loyal and brave Marquis Mansion with me, to demand justice for our brothers.
Boss, word is that Xu's father, the eldest son's old man, Zhong Yanghou, is a favorite in His Majesty's eyes, deeply trusted by His Majesty. If we dare to offend him...
Be it favorite or nobody, tomorrow, we'll make Xu Wenyu apologize to His Majesty.
Gu Zigang couldn't help but freeze. He never imagined that they, a ragged band, barely scraping by, bandits who feast today and starve tomorrow, would find a leader this loyal and true, ready to follow him through hellfire and Blade Mountains from here on out. Even if it costs their very lives, it is all worth it. That night, most of the brothers got no beds, just hunkered down on the cold floor. But the roaring charcoal fires kept the rooms toasty, leaving everyone snug and secure at heart. Come dawn, the crew rose refreshed and raring to go, marching straight to the Zhong Yanghou Mansion for justice. The Zhong Yanghou Mansion's gatekeeper yawned his way out, only to spot 100 shadowy figures crammed at the gate, and bolted the door in sheer panic.
Oh no! Oh no! My lord, we've got a mob blocking the entrance. They look ready to kick up a storm.
Can't we just stick to the old routine and club them out?
My lord, but there must be over 100 of them. I'm afraid we can't just chase off a whole 100 like that. You're right, my lord.
Then this ain't your run of the mill rabble-rousers.
Get a good look. Who is heading that pack?
This humble servant feared they'd storm right in, so I only peeked out quick and slammed the gate shut fast. Looked like a woman leading them.
A woman. Zhong Yanghou's mind jumped straight to one name. Bai family's third Miss, Bai Xuan. That woman's no pushover. Freshly minted a 5th rank official by His Majesty himself. But why would they suddenly show up at his mansion to cause a scene? Just then, the eldest son of Marquis Zongyu, Xu Wenyu, strode forward.
Father, they're here for me. I'll handle this. Father, they're here for me. I'll handle this. Bai Xuan, this woman actually has the audacity to show up.
How on earth did you cross her?
Right now, His Majesty has no leverage over King Shao, and he is already furious about his mishandling of affairs. We can't afford to draw his ire. The loyal and brave Marquis's household must keep a low profile during this time.
I didn't provoke her at all. It was that foolish woman who picked a fight with me. That woman dared to resort to dirty tricks against Harun at the imperial banquet.
He is a true hero.
Of course. Otherwise, with Harun's exceptional martial prowess, how could he possibly lose to her? Harun and I are kindred spirits. Bosom friends. Today, I'll avenge him and vent this rage on his behalf.
Nonsense!
Who saw her pull any dirty tricks? Yesterday, your father and sister were right there. Feng Horan was simply outmatched before His Majesty, and lost all face in the process. Keep your distance from him from now on.
Father, you're such a snob. You actually believe Bai Xuan is that formidable? That she could take down Harun in just a few moves?
The loyal and brave Marquis was thoroughly incensed by his son's words. If he weren't my own flesh and blood, I'd have beaten him senseless long ago.
That is the truth.
Feng Horan is my good friend, and I know his character well. His martial skills are a match for mine. So that woman Bai Xuan must have pulled some underhanded trick in secret. Perhaps she had someone slip poison into Harun's wine, which left him too weak to fight.
Enough! Shut your mouth! Even if that is the case, do you have any proof? Can you just go around spouting such accusations?
What are you so afraid of? There are no outsiders here anyway.
This is going to be the death of me one day. You think Bai Xuan is that easy to provoke? She is an orphan girl with no parents, just an aunt to her name. How dare she toast His Majesty right in front of everyone? And His Majesty even granted her that honor. Which other woman would dare to pull off something like that?
His Majesty merely took a fancy to her beauty, that is all.
Shut your mouth!
Father,
you're truly as timid as a mouse. So just stay out of it. Anyway, leave this matter to me to handle.
The loyal and brave Marquis wanted to say more, but Xie Wenyu had already strode out arrogantly.
Fine. Let him go see if Bai Xuan truly has the skills.
Even if this good-for-nothing brat stirs up real trouble, so be it. This minor issue is something even the loyal and brave Marquis can shoulder. By now, with the sun high in the sky, the capital's citizens were out and about on their morning errands, and spotting the crowd gathered at the loyal and brave Marquis's gate. They couldn't help but gather to watch. The bandit brothers waved their arms, shouting loudly,
Young master, she abused his authority without reporting to the court, and personally expelled us from Jingzhou. This violates imperial discipline.
Young Master Xu has broken the Great Zhou's laws, and deserves to be punished.
Young Master Shui, come out and give us an explanation.
The crowd of onlookers grew larger, while Bai Xuan's expression remained unchanged. Today, he intended to blow this matter sky high and give the eldest son of the loyal and brave Marquis's household a thorough thrashing to vent the brothers' anger, and, while at it, let all the citizens of the capital know that His Majesty has appointed him as the 5th rank chief. This way, when he carries out his duties, he won't need to justify his position everywhere, making his work much smoother. Just then, a sharp rebuke rang out from the gates of the Marquis's mansion.
What is so good about that?
A mere band of mountain bandits, daring to cause a commotion right at the gates of the loyal and brave Marquis's residence.
What is so good about that?
Just a bunch of bandits. How dare they cause a ruckus right at the gates of the loyal and brave Marquis's manor?
Xie Wenyu's gaze landed coldly on Bai Xuan. He couldn't help but freeze for a moment, her striking looks catching him off guard. What a pity he is not one for women. This woman who made his friend strike out in public, today he is set on giving her a proper humiliation.
That is our boss!
Bai Xuan nodded, about to speak up.
Well, who do we have here? Turns out it is the one who trekked all the way to the border. Got her hair shorn and clothes stripped by the enemy Suzaku forces. 3rd Miss Bai. What a thick skin you've got. Even in this state, you don't rush back to your room for a cry. But strut out here making a fool of yourself. I truly admire that.
Admire indeed.
The gathered crowd turned to Bai Xuan, murmuring in hushed tones. The bandit brothers fuming and itching for a fight. But Bai Xuan raised a hand to hold them back.
Young Master Shu has insulted a court-appointed official. His Majesty will see to the punishment. No need for us to get our hands dirty.
When did I ever insult a court official? You must have gone mad seeing your bandit brothers wronged, lashing out at me like a cornered beast.
The court official you insulted is none other than Great Zhou's first female, 5th Guard, Captain Bai Xuan.
The crowd looked utterly baffled. Since when has the Great Zhou had a female 5th Guard chief? The bandit brothers had no clue Bai Xuan had been appointed 5th Guard captain. And hearing she'd snagged an official post right upon returning to the capital, they erupted in excitement.
Boss, you're incredible!
Hail the boss!
This has me in stitches.
5th Guard Captain. The first female 5th Guard Captain of Great Zhou.
You sure have some nerve. Bai Xuan. A mere 5th Guard captain patrolling the streets of the capital. And you dare to make a racket right at the gate of the loyal and brave Marquis's mansion.
Anyone who doesn't know might think it is just some mutt barking.
Everyone knows it is that vicious cur the biggest rabid dog in the capital getting barked at.
Yeah, yapping back and forth at the gate. Barking up a storm.
Even the guard dogs aren't this excited.
Must be chomping on some tasty bone or other.
The onlookers couldn't help but snicker among themselves as Xie Wenyu overheard the former bandits ribbing him, his face turning ashen with rage in an instant.
Miss Bai, you've got some thick skin. A lowly 5th Guard captain like you. And you have the gall to call yourself a court-appointed official. Do you even know what a true court-appointed official is? Someone like my father, who enjoys His Majesty's utmost trust, and holds a pivotal position in the imperial court. That is what a real court-appointed official is.
Oh? So what young Master Shu means is, I'm just like your father, which means I'm your daddy.
Baishuan!
Oops, my bad. I must have misunderstood. I thought since I'm a court-appointed official, and your father is one too, we must be on the same level. So in other words, I'm your daddy.
On the fringe of the crowd, inside a discreet carriage, the man who was always stern-faced and sat ramrod straight upon hearing this. Even he couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. After all, it was he who had permitted those bandits to enlist. And now that they'd been ousted from the ranks, he couldn't just stand by.
My lord, third Miss Bai seems intent on provoking young Master Shui.
That girl's got the same fiery spirit as ever, fearless of heaven and earth. He'll just watch and see what this lass has in mind. It won't be too late for him to step in later.
You're no court official worth a damn.
You're nothing but a stray dog patrolling the streets of the capital. How dare you even compare yourself to my father?
Indeed, your father doesn't measure up. I'll do the comparing.
Xu Wenyu's face turned ashen with rage. He'd been a rogue his whole life, yet he'd never crossed paths with someone who could outwit him at his own game.
Scram, and make it snappy. If you dare stir up trouble at the loyal and brave Marquise's gate again, I'll make damn sure you can't eat your fill or slink away in one piece.
From the crowd, someone unknown chucked a pebble right at Xu Wenyu's forehead, sending him yowling in pain. His bluster silenced in an instant.
Huh! Shui the great white young master!
Rest easy. Young Master Shui, I won't let you walk away unscathed. That is for sure. I might just make you crawl out of here. Or maybe crawl on your knees. No telling which you'd prefer, young Master Shui.
Carry on!
Man, this demon witch is rallying bandits to cause chaos.
Seize her!
The guards all around drew their swords as one, screams piercing the air from the crowd, as the common folk fled in all directions.
These guards draw their blades without cause, threatening the innocent people of Great Zhou. You lot, sworn soldiers of the realm, ought to stand with me and shield the people.
Xu Wenyu nearly blacked out from the sheer gall of it. When had he ever meant to harm the common folk? All he wanted was to nab that woman, Bai Shuan.
Grab this loose-tongued harpy for me.
The words barely left his mouth when one guard lunged forward, sword slashing toward Bai Shuan. Bai Shuan's face remained cool and detached, sparing Xu Wenyu a brief glance, without deigning to look the attacker in the eye. He is nothing but a lowlife in Fang Haoran's league. This third-rate kung fu is utterly useless against him. No chance to even fight back. Xu Wenyu saw this, and the sneer on his lips grew even colder. He knew it. This woman's got no real kung fu to speak of. Now she is frozen stiff at the sight of him charging in. She just stands there like a wooden dummy, not even twitching. A sly smile bloomed on Bai Shuan's face. She raised her long leg and delivered a swift kick straight to Shui's chin. Xu Wenyu let out a miserable yelp, and by the time he snapped out of it, the long sword had already been snatched from his hand by Bai Shuan, pointed right at his throat. If you don't want your young master harmed, all of you stand down. The guards, fearing Bai Shuan might injure Xu Wenyu, didn't dare advance, and instead bound the bandits. The brothers hurriedly fetched a coil of rope and trussed up Xu Wenyu good and tight. Gou Zigang raised his leg and gave Xu Wenyu a solid kick. The second brother and old Chang couldn't hold back either, each landing a few kicks of their own. Zhuang couldn't hide his glee from the shadows, watching them pummel this filthy scum. After all, yesterday he had his men beat our brothers black and blue, and he didn't hold back then. The gatekeeper, seeing his young master seized by Bai Shuan, panicked and scrambled back inside on all fours.
My lord Marquis, that woman's captured and bound the young master.
What?
Zhong Yonggou set down his teacup and strode out with purpose. By now, Bai Shuan had Gou Zigang hoisting Xue Wenyu over his shoulder, ready to haul him off to the Ministry of Justice's prison.
Miss Bai, let's talk this out.
Zhong Yonghou, if you've got something to say, save it for the Ministry of Justice's prison. U.S. Imperial Guards. Once we nab someone, straight to the Ministry of Justice's cells they go.
Don't you dare!
Bai Shuan let out a cold sneer, under the Zhongyang Marquis's watchful gaze, leading her bandit brothers as they strode boldly away from the crowd.
Bai Shuan! You demoness! I won't let you get away with this!
One of the brothers pulled off his sock, reeking of foot rot, and swiftly crammed it into his mouth. Xue Wenyu's face flushed purple as a pig's liver in an instant, nauseated to the point of retching, yet unable to heave, his eyes blazing with venom as he glared at Bai Shuan's retreating back. How the hell did that woman manage to take him down? Does that woman really know some kind of sorcery? The loyal and brave Marquis flicked his sleeves and stormed back, trembling with rage from head to toe. In the old days, he would have marched straight to the palace to lodge a complaint, and His Majesty would have duly punished Bai Shuan. But now, with the matter of his downfall hanging over him, he'd already fallen out of His Majesty's favor. After the tribute banquet, when he sought an audience with His Majesty wouldn't even grant him a meeting. Better to bide his time for the moment.
Right. The Ministry of Justice's prison. Bai Shuan's hauled young Master Shui off to the Ministry of Justice's prison. so I'll head straight to Minister Lu Hongkai of the Ministry of Justice.
The Marquis of Loyalty and Valor rushed straight to the Ministry of Punishment by carriage.
Lord Aluan of your martial guard captains has arrested me and thrown my son Wenyu into the ministry's prison. Does Lord Lu know of this incident? The man's already locked up in the ministry's jail, and it should be reported to you any moment now.
Lu Hongkai wasn't fooled, and he didn't rush to agree to the request.
May I ask, Marquis of Loyalty and Valor, the martial guard captain who arrested your son, is it His Majesty's newly appointed female captain, Bai Xuan?
Yes, that is him. My son did nothing wrong. Yet Bai Xuan seized him by force. Please, Lord Lu, step in and free my son.
Lu Hongkai dared not respond to that. That third Miss Bai even dared to thrash the new top scholar. And she did it right in front of His Majesty. This affair is anything but straightforward. But we can't afford to slight her openly. Marquis of Loyalty and Valor.
It is simple enough. I, Bai Haolin, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Punishment, am third Miss Bai's uncle. I'll just let him know about this.
Let him handle it. Then I'll trouble you, Lord Minister.
Leaving the ministry's yamen, the Marquis of Loyalty and Valor's face fell. Faith Lu Hongkai actually dared to brush him off. However, the Marquis of Loyalty and Valor suddenly recalled Bai Helan. He had a clear impression of the man. Timid and spineless, and he'd even fawned over him once. He immediately sent a man to fetch Bai Helan and demand the release. Meanwhile, Bai Helan learned his niece, Bai Xuan, had arrested a man from the Marquis of Loyalty and Valor's household, young Master Shui, and broke out in a cold sweat.
Go report to the Marquis. I'll have Bai Xuan release him at once.
This chit has only been granted a lowly 5th rank captaincy, yet she dares to lay hands on the Marquis of Loyalty and Valor's eldest son. She's got the guts of a bear and the heart of a leopard. Bai Xuan and her men tossed Shui Wenyu into the Ministry of Punishment's prison, then headed off to assume her new post. Bai Xuan arrived at her posting, where an attendant led her to collect her official badge, official robes, and a ceremonial sword. Before she reported to her superior, Bai Xuan serves under the left guard office. Her direct superior is General Zhuo Yue. They say General Zhuo is a martial arts prodigy, shrewd beyond measure, yet of an eccentric bent, not one to rush into action.
This humble officer, Bai Xuan, reporting for duty.
I've collected all the gear.
Very well.
No one here gives a damn if you're man or woman. Once you're under my command, you'd better pull your weight. Clear.
Crystal, clear. Zhou Yue observed her steady poise, composed and unpretentious, and his demeanor eased a touch.
As a captain of the 5 guards in the left guard office, you'll command a squad of 50 guardsmen, which I've already handpicked for you.
Yes, sir. I'll go meet the men at once.
Zhou Yue paused for a beat, caught off guard. The man, she tosses it off so casually, without a hint of maidenly coyness.
Just handle your duties properly, and keep out of trouble.
Yes, sir. This humble officer won't seek out strife, but I fear none that finds me.
Zhuo Yue glanced up at Bai Xuan. This lass has real mettle. No wonder she caught His Majesty's eye. Only time will tell how long she'll hold out.
But I wasn't done yet. If you do kick up a fuss, you...
At that moment, a guard arrived to report.
General Zhu, Vice Minister of Justice Bai Healing, has arrived, and he says he has a matter to discuss with his niece, Bai Xuan.
Without much thought, Bai Xuan guessed that Zhong Yuhou had gone to see her uncle.
It is office hours now. What does he want with Bai Xuan?
Oh, it must be because it is my first day on the job. Uncle's just concerned, worried I might not adjust to the environment here. I'll go take a look.
The guard shot Bai Xuan a sidelong glance, his expression utterly peculiar.
It is because Bai Xuan arrested young Master Shui from the Duke of Loyal and Brave's residence, and Bai Healing is here to plead for his release.
Bai Xuan couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her mouth. Brother, you're undermining me a bit too hastily.
You've only just taken office and already caused a stir.
I'll handle it myself. Didn't General Zhuo already make that clear? If you stir up trouble, just clean up your own mess. That is the rule. I'll handle it myself. Hasn't General Zhuo already made that clear? If you stir up trouble, clean up your own mess.
That settles it. Then...
General Zhuo waved his hand, signaling everyone to withdraw. Bai Shen smirked inwardly. His direct superior wasn't intervening, which amounted to tacit approval. A subtle form of support, no. Evidently, at yesterday's palace banquet, stepping forward boldly hadn't been without its rewards. Bai Xuan first rounded up 50 men on the left guard mansion's training grounds, then rendezvoused with the bandit brothers, before heading off to meet Bai Healing. Bai Healing paced anxiously back and forth at the left guard mansion's gate, his brows furrowed in deep worry.
Uncle, you wanted to see me.
Have you arrested young Master Shi of the loyal and brave Marquise's household? What audacity! And thrown him into the Ministry of Justice's prison. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Release him at once.
Bai Xuan acted as if she hadn't heard a word. turning instead to the men behind her.
All soldiers, listen up.
Upon hearing Bai Xuan's command, the 50 guardsmen and the bandit brothers behind them snapped into orderly formation, standing tall and facing forward.
Today, we patrol the capital's key thoroughfares. Through the major districts of the imperial capital, remember, maintain strict discipline. Do not harass the civilians.
Understood.
The soldiers' resounding, unified response startled Bai Helan. This lass wields quite the authority.
Uncle, if there's nothing else, I'll carry out my duties.
I told you to release young Master Shui from the loyal and brave Marquise's household. Did you even listen?
I heard you, but I can't comply. Uncle, we're both serving the same court now. Which path did your niece take? You'd better keep a close eye on her, or you'll end up regretting it.
You're just a girl? What do you know about any of this? Don't think that just because you caught His Majesty's favor at the palace banquet
and became a mere captain without rank, you can act with impunity.
Do you realize the fallout from arresting the young master of the loyal and brave Marquise's household?
Aren't the consequences already upon us? Isn't it that the loyal and brave Marquise came to you demanding I release him?
Insolent! If the loyal and brave Marquis takes this straight to His Majesty, the entire Bai family will be dragged down with you.
I'm done talking. I'm off to patrol the city.
With that, Bai Xuan waved to the brothers behind her, and the group set off in grand procession.
Bai Xuan, are you going to release him or not?
No. Bai Hailin stamped his foot in fury, refusing to believe he couldn't rein in his niece. Surely his mother could manage her own granddaughter. If Bai Xuan dared defy her grandmother, that would be the height of unfiliality. He refused to believe that Bai Xuan would dare wield her official authority against her frail grandmother. Meanwhile, after departing the left guard office, Bai Xuan led her men on patrol. No sooner had they reached the main street than they encountered Liang Yuhang and Xue Bingyu shopping in a nearby store. From the doorway, Liang Yuhan spotted Bai Xuan in her blue official robe and sash, long sword at her side, striding imposingly down the street, her eyes widening in disbelief.
That wretch Bai Xuan, she's actually wearing that uniform.
Miss Liang II, I must remind you that insulting a court official violates Great Zhou law.
Liang Yuhang hadn't expected Bai Xuan's hearing to be so sharp. She'd clearly already walked past, yet she could still hear every word.
Do you really think being a mere 5 guards captain makes you all that? I am the legitimate young lady of Duke Liang's household, and as a lowly 5 guards captain, you must bow to me upon sight.
Does the Great Zhou Code lack such a provision?
Liang Yuhan was momentarily speechless.
Doesn't the Great Zhou Code have this rule? Of course it does. All those previous 5 guards captains on patrol would wag their tails like dogs whenever they saw me. And second, Miss Liang. Third, Miss Bai, why don't you wag yours too? Those former guard captains on patrol would always fawn over me, the eldest Miss and Miss Liang II, wagging their tails like dogs. Miss Bai the third, why don't you wag your tail too?
Back when he was betrothed to Bai Ming, it was because Bai Xuan was captured by the enemy and cleared of any wrongdoing, which tarnished Bai Ming's reputation, so he had no choice but to call off the engagement with her. Now, after finally setting her sights on the new river martial champion, Feng Haoren, Bai Xuan humiliated him so badly at a palace banquet, leaving her utterly disgraced. Even her grandmother said she had no eye for men. How could she pick a man who couldn't even beat a woman? Isn't this Bai Xuan just arrogant? She didn't believe Bai Xuan would dare lay a hand on her, the eldest miss of the loyal and brave Marquise's household. Bai Xuan indeed didn't do much, because she hadn't even made a move yet. Gu Zigan and the second and the third brothers, faces flushed with fury, charged forward, yanked Xue Bingyu by the hair, and slammed her to the ground.
What are you doing? Do you know who I am? I am the eldest Miss Shi of the loyal and brave Marquise's household.
Who the hell cares who you are? Dare to curse our boss, you're asking for it.
Insult our boss, and you're insulting all of us.
Our boss is none other than His Majesty's personally appointed first female captain of the 5 guards in Dazhou. Insult her. And you're insulting His Majesty himself.
Bai Xuan wasn't in any hurry to speak, waiting calmly until they had vented their full tirade. Only then did she raise her hand with a cool, indifferent gesture to stop them.
All right, stand down, all of you.
Yes, boss.
Xue Bingyu's long hair was disheveled from the rough handling, her eyes bloodshot with rage, tears streaming down her face. She truly hadn't expected that Bai Xuan would dare have her beaten right there in the street. Liang Yuhan watched Xue Bingyu in her disheveled, humiliated state. I couldn't help but twitch at the corners of my mouth.
Bai Xuan, you really dare to bully just about anyone, don't you?
Second, Miss Liang, you're quite mistaken there. I'm no bully myself. I'm the one who sets things right against those who bully others.
Aren't you the one doing the bullying? Relying on those armed guards under your command, you dare lay hands on the eldest miss of the loyal and brave Marquise's household.
It was merely carrying out official duties.
Letting your man rough her up, that is official duty too, is it?
Not at all. It was just my brothers spotting someone with a loose tongue and giving her a light reprimand for it.
Even yanking her hair, That was going easy on her. If it had been me, stepping in instead, Miss Yixi here would have been wailing like a banshee.
白帅, just you wait. My brother will make you pay.
Oh? You mean that brother of yours who broke the Great Zhou statutes? The fine Shu Wenyu I personally threw into the Ministry of Justice's prison.
What did you just say?
Looks like eldest Miss Shi hasn't heard the news yet. Your dear eldest brother is cooling his heels in the Ministry of Justice's prison right now.
You're lying!
After the palace banquet ended last night, Shui Bingyu ran into her maternal grandmother, Lady Li. Lady Li, not having seen her granddaughter in ages, missed her dearly, so she took her back to the Lai residence for the night. This morning, Shui Bingyu then arranged to go shopping with Liang Yuhan and plot how to deal with Bai Xuan along the way. She has no idea yet that her eldest brother was hauled off to the Ministry of Justice's prison by Bai Xuan.
You truly arrested young Master Shui.
Liang Yuhan isn't like Shui Bingyu, clueless about Bai Xuan. She is the one who has already tasted defeat at Bai Xuan's hands. Bai Xuan offered no reply, merely shifting her stance ever so slightly, with a half smile at Liang Yuhan.
If Miss Liang II wants to be a good girl, she'd better heed her father's words.
Got it. What are you getting at?
Didn't your father, Duke Liang, warn you last night to steer clear of the Zhongyang mansion?
How did you find out?
Has Bai Xuan planted spies in their household?
Chima, I figured it out with a quick flick of my fingers.
Bai Xuan wouldn't dream of telling Liang Yuhan about your Duke Liang's endless nagging. It is child's play to deduce from yesterday's palace banquet that the Zhongyang is doomed. So naturally, he'd tell his daughter to keep her distance from the Zhongyang girl.
Miss Shu, didn't you want your big brother to deal with me? Hurry up and go already.
Xue Bingyu bit her lip. Though she was loath to believe it, her brother had been captured by Bai Xuan. Yet, she was still burning with anxiety and hurried off toward the Marquise's mansion. Bai Xuan dusted off her clothes, turned and walked away. Liang Yuhan called after her.
Bai Xue, don't think that just because cousin didn't call off the engagement at the palace banquet, it means he likes you.
I couldn't care less, but it seems your cousin isn't all that fond of you.
Cousin? So what if you don't like me? My aunt and grandfather will both back me up. As for you, with the Baya family now in decline, you don't seriously think cousin still holds you in regard, do you? Cousin refuses to call off your engagement, merely out of gratitude for your father's life, saving grace. Mocking Bai Xuan!
Liang Yuhan hardly even finished speaking when Bai Xuan dug idly at her ear and walked away indifferently. By the end of the day, the mission was accomplished. Bai Xuan had temporarily settled the bandit brothers in the auxiliary courtyard, while the left guard's men dispersed on their own. Bai Ming learned the news that the bandit brothers had been driven out of the army by Shui Wenyu and hurried back at once, only to run into his eldest sister halfway.
Eldest sister, I heard you captured Shu Wenyu from the loyal and brave Marquise's mansion. Eldest sister, the loyal and brave Marquis is a cunning sort, one who bears a grudge over the tiniest slight. He'll surely find a way to get back at you.
He'd have to get his own son out of there first.
Normally, with Shu Wenyu captured, the loyal and brave Marquis should go straight to the Minister of Justice to bail him out, right?
He already has. But Minister Lu of the Ministry of Justice isn't fool enough. There is no sense in dodging offense to the Marquis of Zhongyang, just to provoke King Shao instead. That is why he dumped this mess on our dim-witted great-uncle.
Hearing the eldest sister's calm and unflappable tone, Bai Ming knew she already had a plan in mind. His taut nerves eased at once.
Sister Zhang, I'll bunk down in the outer courtyard with the lads tonight.
Until their situation sorted, he won't rest easy, otherwise.
All right, off you go.
After parting from her brother, Bai Xuan headed back to the estate's gatehouse. Lear caught the sound and stepped out, spotting Bai Xuan there alone, without Bai Ming to shield her.
He let out a mocking sneer. Back from the dead, you jinx. Little wretch, where'd you swipe that get-up?
Bai Xuan didn't even bother responding. She strode up and with a sharp slap sent Lear tumbling through the air. Old butler Bai Fu, who'd been waiting nearby since dawn, stared in stunned silence.
When did the third miss turn so formidable? So everything the young master said to the old madam today was true, after all.
He felt a twinge of concern, wondering how the third miss would explain herself to the old madam shortly.
Uncle Fu, what brings you here?
Bai Fu snapped out of it and hurried forward to greet her.
This old servant pays respects to the third miss.
Seeing Bai Xuan return unscathed from the banquet hall, the old butler felt his eyes grow misty. Having watched the third miss grow up from a child, he asked for nothing more these days. Just that she stay safe and sound. Bai Xuan quickly helped the old butler to his feet.
You've recovered well, haven't you?
Ma, thanks for your worry, third miss. This old servant's on the mend.
That is a relief. I'll be relying on you plenty from here on out. For all the estate's affairs, you'll have to bear the brunt.
Third miss, you flatter me. These are merely my duties as Bai Fu.
The old steward stood respectfully before Bai Shui, his eyes twinkling with delight.
The items for the year-end festivities you previously ordered have all been prepared.
Excellent. You've been waiting here all along. Is there something amiss? You've been waiting here all this time. Is there something the matter?
Only then did Bai Fu recall the important matter and hurriedly explained.
The eldest master stormed back home in a rage today, and in the old lady's courtyard, he declared that you defended the loyal and brave Marquis. You've committed a grave error. Right now, the eldest master is still with the old lady.
Bai Shun's expression turned faintly cold. Bai Heling is a grown man, yet he runs to his mother at the slightest provocation. That is the extent of his backbone.
Today, I had a talk with Uncle about matters in officialdom, and it seems he still hasn't grasped it. I'll head to grandmother's right away, and make sure she enlightens him properly.
With that, Bai Shan made her way toward the old lady's courtyard, Qingyuan Hall. The old steward followed silently behind Bai Shan, thinking that the third Mrs. robe was far too striking, and her bearing was nothing short of imposing. She even evoked the shadow of the second master in his days as the Tiger Might General. Bai Xuan entered the Qingyuan Hall and headed straight for the main hall. She had just reached the doorway when more than a dozen pairs of eyes turned sharply toward her. Bai Xuan was still clad in her fifth-rank official's robe, the blue brocade unchanged, her saber at her waist unsheathed, gleaming as she stood boldly at the hall's entrance. For a moment, everyone was struck dumb, unable to look away. Even old Madame Bai was taken aback at the sight.
You! How dare you show your face here?
As if she hadn't heard Bai Healing's outburst at all, Bai Xuan strode directly to the old lady's side.
Your granddaughter pays her respects to grandmother.
Rise, Xuan. Is what your uncle said true?
Grandmother, that depends on how uncle put it.
And you have the nerve to say it. You arrested the eldest young master Shui from the loyal and brave Marquis's household. The loyal and brave Marquis has already taken out his anger on your uncle.
Oh, what did the loyal and brave Marquis do to uncle? I see uncle's doing just fine, isn't he?
Or are we waiting for your uncle to lose his official hat? Now you realize just how grave your mistake is.
If you don't want to lose your own official hat,
you'd best ignore that young lord from the loyal and brave Marquis's house. He knows nothing of the ways of officialdom.
Old Madame Bai couldn't help but lift her gaze to her granddaughter, her expression grave.
Xue, tell me straight. What exactly happened?
Grandmother, it is nothing serious. Xu Wenyu violated the Great Zhou laws, so I simply arrested him according to the law.
If young Master Shui truly committed a crime, His Majesty should issue a decree for his arrest. When did a lowly fifth-rank courtier like you get a medal?
Uncle, you may not realize, but as fifth-rank courtiers, whenever we encounter violations of the Great Zhou laws, we arrest the offenders too. It is hardly anything extraordinary.
You, a mere young girl, dare to act so recklessly. Do you even know this will drag Uncle Bai and the whole Bai family down with you?
Mind yourself, and you won't implicate the Bai family.
Mother, I can't get through to this rebellious girl.
Bai Heling flicked his sleeve in frustration and turned to old Madame Bai, who had yet to speak.
This is acceptable, then. And you won't even scold Bai Xuan.
Li Fanghui wasted no time stirring the pot from the side.
Oh, this Bai Xuan has grown utterly lawless. Please, bring her in.
Servants.
The servants shrunk back in fear and slowly stepped forward. Ever since that business with rummaging through the boxes last time, the servants had all come to fear Bai Xuan a little, not to mention Bai Xuan now, a fifth-rank Langzhong herself, while the eldest madam remains confined.
Yet, she sneaks out on her own. Time to dust off the family rules. Lock her back up, right now. The eldest madam is under house arrest, yet she sneaked out on her own. Escort her back and lock her up.
I dare anyone to try!
How dare you disobey grandmother's orders? Do you no longer wish to serve in the Bai residence?
Old Madame Bai was also displeased that Lai Fangui had disregarded his orders. And now, seeing Bai Xuan erupt in anger, she seized the moment to speak.
Escort the eldest daughter-in-law back.
Let me go! Let me go!
Bai Heling widened his eyes, staring at old Madame Bai in disbelief.
Mother, do you realize what dire consequences offending the loyal and brave Marquis's mansion will bring?
This old lady does not know, but she knows. Shuar would never act without certainty.
Mother, have you lost your senses? Mother, how can you blindly shield Bai Shi without discerning right from wrong?
Who are you calling Sina? And who is failing to distinguish right from wrong?
Mother, my son spoke out of turn in the heat of the moment. Please do not take it to heart.
Though Bai Heling apologized on the surface, deep down, he harbored great resentment. Old Madame Bai was seething with fury, for the Bai family's men utterly lacked any valor, and the eldest had inherited none of it. Instead, the current Shuaner so closely resembled his father, bold and shrewd.
I believe Shuaner has given this much careful thought.
Grandmother, rest assured, everything Shuaner does will never bring calamity to the Bai family.
He intends to seize this opportunity to climb higher, so that in the future, in the capital, whenever anyone mentions him, the Great Zhou's first female 5 guards commander, they will know the mettle of his character and the caliber of his methods. Only then will the capital's nobles and officials dare not belittle him. In this way, as a woman, she will have firmly established her footing.
How can you be so certain?
Just because Schwanner was personally appointed commander of the 5 guards by His Majesty overnight. Just because Schwanner, a mere woman, dares to don this official robe. Just because Schwanner had the audacity to arrest eldest young Master Shui of the loyal and brave Marquise's mansion.
Mother, have you truly lost your senses in your old age? Bai Xuan, a lowly commander of the 5 guards, no matter how skilled, is overstepping her bounds.
Is this how you address your own mother? Senile, old fool, with every breath. I see, you're not the senile one, but the one who is utterly befuddled.
I'm only doing this for the good of the Bai family, so why can't you see my good intentions? Sure must release eldest young master, Xue Bengs, and Bai Xuan must go to the loyal and brave Marquise's mansion to atone with thorns upon her back.
Listen to me carefully. From now on, Shuar's actions are none of your concern. Interfere again. And don't blame me for disowning you as my son.
Old Madame Bai has seen it clearly. Her eldest son is nothing but a coward, while her granddaughter is a force to be reckoned with. She has heard all about the palace banquet, how this girl, despite being a woman, boldly challenged the newly crowned martial champion in public, relying solely on her own martial prowess to thrash the new martial champion until his teeth littered the floor. Shuar vowed to restore the Bai family's glory. The Bai household is no longer a mere jest.
Mother.
Leave us. I must speak with Shuyer alone.
Bai Helen was dismissed from Qingyuan Hall, leaving only grandmother and granddaughter in the room.
Thank you, grandmother, for your trust.
Old Madame Bai's expression grew solemn as she turned to her granddaughter.
Grandmother asks you only this. Do you have a plan in mind?
Indeed, I intend to bring down the loyal and brave Marquise's mansion.
Can you even shake the loyal and brave Marquise's mansion?
I plan to move into the loyal and brave Marquis mansion.
You dare to set foot in the loyal and brave Marquis mansion?
Old Lady Bai knows her granddaughter wishes to establish herself in the capital, and is about to undertake a major endeavor, but she never imagined it would be something this monumental.
Why the loyal and brave Marquis mansion, and not the Duke of Liang's residence? I recall that second Miss Liang had quite a few grudges against you, didn't she?
Liang Yuhan certainly took a dislike to me, but it was merely a matter of rivalry and jealousy, and never paid any mind to her petty schemes. At the loyal and brave Marquis's palace banquet, he provoked Prince Xiao, making him an outright enemy of Prince Xiao's household. Our Bai household stands aligned with Prince Xiao's, so the loyal and brave Marquis is our foe. Moreover, young Master Shu Wenyu is arrogant and overbearing, oppressing the common folk at every turn. Everyone longs to give him a lesson, yet no one dares lay a hand on him. Shu Wenyu mocked the brothers I brought back from the border, and through sheer bullying, drove them from the ranks. I will avenge that slight for my brothers, no matter what. As for the loyal and brave Marquis himself, there is even less need to mention. He is cunning and ruthless, stooping to any means for his own gain, framing the loyal and upright. He is no true minister of our great Zhou.
Old Lady Bai truly hadn't anticipated that this girl had so many compelling reasons. Shuar has clearly given this much thought before deciding.
Grandmother trusts you, but you must know when to hold back. And above all, safeguard yourself.
Grandmother, rest assured.
Suddenly, in Qingyuan Hall, a servant hurried in to report.
Old lady, someone outside seeks an audience with the third miss. She claims to be Nanny Su, from the Ministry of Justice.
I'll go see to it.
Bai Xuan took her leave from Old Lady Bai. He headed straight for the door. One of the brothers was waiting at the door, and upon seeing Bai Xuan, he hurriedly said,
Boss, the eldest master of the Bai family just took his men to the Ministry of Justice, and ordered the ministry officials to release Xue Wenyu.
Where is he now?
He has been stopped by our brothers at the gates of the ministry. The eldest master of the Bai family declared that whoever dares to block young Master Xue's release from prison will face his desperate fight.
Off to the Ministry of Justice.
He was determined to see how this short-sighted uncle would fight him to the death. In the dead of night, at the gates of the Ministry of Justice prison, on one side stood Bai Xuan and her sworn brothers who had rushed over upon hearing the news. On the other, Bai Hilin with his ministry guards. Xue Wenyu stood beside the loyal and brave Marquis, the shackles on his hands and feet already removed, his fists tightly clenched, his eyes blazing with fury.
Bai Mingyi, what do you think you're doing? Hurry up and take your men back now.
Uncle, young Master Shui arbitrarily expelled our great Zhou soldiers from the ranks, and drew his sword against innocent civilians in the street. This violates the laws of the great Zhou. Until this matter is thoroughly investigated, the Ministry of Justice cannot release him at will.
Lord Bai is the Vice Minister of Justice. and the ministry's affairs are his to decide. If you bandits refuse to step aside, don't blame my men for showing no mercy.
And just what merciless methods does the loyal and brave Marquis have in mind?
All 200 guards under my loyal and brave Marquis command stand ready here. And now I come to take my son home. Whoever dares to obstruct us, this Marquis will fight them to the death. If Third Miss Bai is set on blocking the Marquis's way,
then naturally, we won't stand in your way. But when it comes to young Master Shu's offenses, before the matter is settled, no one is to release her.
Bai Xue, what utter nonsense! Young Master, Shu committed no crime whatsoever. As the official in charge, I have decided to set him free.
Very well then. Uncle, you're perverting justice for personal gain. I'm afraid that official cap atop your head is as good as lost. All right, my uncle is abusing his power for personal gain. I'm afraid he doesn't want to keep that official hat on anymore.
Bai Helin's face flushed red with anger, a wave of embarrassment washing over him.
Miss Bai the Third, how truly imposing you are! The Vice Minister of Justice has already decided to release me, and yet you're still trying to stir up trouble.
The Vice Minister of Justice has no authority in this matter, nor can he release the prisoner.
Father, why bother wasting words with this demoness? Just kill her and be done with it.
Young Master Shui, you're quite formidable indeed, casually talking about executing a court official like that. Huh. I'd like to see if you've got the guts to back that up.
If Miss Bai the Third insists on forcing her way in, then don't blame this Marquis for not holding back.
Bai Shan didn't make a single sound, as the bandit brothers swiftly drew their long swords, their momentum in no way inferior to the guards of the loyal and brave Marquis's mansion.
Bai Xue, do you really want to fight to the bitter end?
It is the loyal and brave Marquis's mansion trying to forcibly snatch a prisoner from the Ministry of Justice. And I'm simply carrying out my duty. Protecting the prisoner, that is all.
The loyal and brave Marquis's mouth twitched violently.
What a sharp-tongued little girl you are.
Bai Xue, you're the real goddamn prisoner here!
Bai Shan whipped out a rope from behind his waist, snapping it forward with a crack, and it lashed across Shi Wenyu's face. The loyal and brave Marquis's son was struck, anger erupting through his entire body in an instant.
Men, burn this woman alive!
Suddenly, a tall and upright figure stepped out from the shadows of the night.
Loyal and brave Marquis, who exactly are you planning to kill?
The loyal and brave Marquis's heart jolted in shock.
King Xiao has arrived.
And it is not just King Xiao. Prince Xiao is accompanied by Lu Hongkai, the Minister of Justice. No wonder Bai Shan is acting so boldly. Turns out she has joined forces with Prince Xiao.
It is so late. Why are His Highness Prince Xiao and Lord Lu here?
While observing the stars from my residence at night, I happened to glimpse the Ministry of Justice prison ablaze with torches, and thought something serious had happened. So I summoned the Lord Lu to come investigate with me. Little did I expect to hear the Marquis shouting threats to kill someone.
A misunderstanding. This Marquis is simply here to pick up my son and take him home. How could I dare to kill anyone? Vice Minister Bai has already investigated. My son is innocent and should be released at once. If anyone dares to stand in the way, don't blame this Marquis for showing no mercy.
Minister Lu, upon hearing this, cast a cold glance at his subordinate.
Vice Minister Bai, young Master Xue has committed a crime. Have you interrogated him?
Bai Helin stammered, temporarily at a loss for words. How could he dare interrogate the eldest son of the loyal and brave Marquis's household? Lu Hongcai's expression darkened.
You haven't even interrogated him, yet you dare release him privately. What crime is that?
Bai Helin was instantly dumbfounded.
What is going on here?
Marquis, this case must be retried by this official, with the results presented to His Majesty. And I ask the Marquis to cooperate.
The loyal and brave Marquis's face changed drastically. What a ruthless and heartless Lu Hongcai, to throw his lot in with Prince Xiao in an instant.
Men, escort young Master Shui back to the prison. This minister will interrogate him overnight.
Where is Bai Xuan? Isn't Lord Lu Bai Shan?
It was young Master Shui who started the trouble, and even drew his sword on Captain White of the 5th Guard. How could we possibly be interrogating Captain White?
The loyal and brave Marquis turned green with rage. And he hadn't even fallen from favor yet. Yet, this old fox Lu Hongcai dared to trample all over him.
Lu Hongcai, you dare shield White God?
My lord, you have no proof. Accusing this official of favoritism. I won't own up to that.
White God led a band of former bandits to stir up trouble at the gates of the loyal and brave Marquis's manor. And my son only stepped out to calm things down, which sparked the clash. Now you're jumping straight to trying my son, while letting White Xuan off the hook. What is the meaning of this?
These men may have once been bandits, but they've earned merits on the frontier and joined the ranks with Prince Xiao's blessing. They are now soldiers of Great Zhou. These soldiers were unjustly expelled from the army by young Master Shui, so they came to demand justice. Where does causing a disturbance come into it?
I'd like to put this to Prince Xiao. Are these men bandits or not?
Loyal and brave Marquis, if you doubt the status of Great Zhou's soldiers, you should take it up with the Ministry of War.
The loyal and brave Marquis couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, his youthful fist clenching tightly in his sleeve. That casual remark had neatly shifted the whole affair onto the Ministry of War.
Whether Prince Xiao admits it or not, it makes no difference. These people are bandits at heart. If Minister Lu doesn't believe me, go ahead and investigate.
Lu Hongsai was no fool. Even Prince Xiao wasn't addressing it head-on, so he saw no point in arguing further with the loyal and brave Marquis.
My lord, this falls outside my jurisdiction. This official has no interest in investigating. If the Marquis has nothing more to say, then I shall proceed to question young Master Shi.
You wouldn't dare.
Amid the night, urgent hoofbeats interrupted the crowd's dispute. A contingent of Imperial Guards appeared at the entrance to the Ministry of Punishment, LD by the Imperial Guard Commander, Miu Wei.
Marquis, His Majesty summons you to the palace at once.
Might I inquire as to the purpose of Commander Miu's visit?
Miu Wei has long been on friendly terms with the loyal and brave Marquis, so in their usual exchanges, he mentioned a few extra words.
Marquis, your wife has brought eldest Miss Yi to petition before the Emperor, claiming that third Miss Bai incited her soldiers to assault them. His Majesty summons Ning to inquire into the matter, and all other parties concerned are to enter the palace as well.
The loyal and brave Marquis was momentarily taken aback. He had been occupied all day rescuing his son from custody, and now Bai Xuan had beaten his daughter as well. Excellent. Bai Xuan has pushed her bullying to this extent. Now he can enter the palace to lodge his grievances. He refused to believe His Majesty would not take his side.
Third Miss Bai, His Majesty wishes to see you.
Bai Xuan ignored him entirely and instead addressed Prince Xiao, standing nearby.
Out here in the dead of night. Aren't you cold?
I'm not cold.
Bai Xuan turned to Lei Ting, standing behind Prince Xiao.
Didn't you bring a hand warmer for your prince?
Lei Ting hastily produced one as if by magic. He had offered it to the prince several times already, but the prince had refused each time. Bai Xuan took the hand warmer and offered it to Prince Xiao. Prince Xiao said not a word and silently slipped it into his sleeve. The onlookers fell silent, confirming that Prince Xiao truly favors third Miss Bai. The loyal and brave Marquis stared at them as if beholding a ghost. Seething with rage, he boarded the carriage.
Your Majesty! Please, Your Majesty, you must seek justice for this old servant. After all, this old servant is the loyal and brave Marquis, personally appointed by Your Majesty. Yet now, I am being bullied by a mere captain of the 5th Guard. Oh dear.
Before the Emperor could even speak,
the loyal and brave Marquis wept openly before the throne, a grave breach of decorum.
The loyal and brave Marquis froze in place, lifting his gaze just enough to steal a glance at the Emperor, who appeared visibly displeased. Only then did he stifle his sobs.
This old servant was simply overcome with grief and lost all sense of propriety. I beg Your Majesty's forgiveness. Easy enough to say, but what kind of spectacle is this blubbering?
Tonight, he is truly had enough. Someone was crying. First, it was concubine Shui Shu. Concubine Xu Xu wept. Then Lady Xu joined in. And once Lady Xu had her cry, her daughter Xu Bingyu started up again. Now even the loyal and brave Marquis, a grown man, that's before him in tears.
It is the Emperor himself.
As the loyal and brave Marquis rambled on with a tale of events, his tone dripping with exaggeration, his face twisted in fury, a sharp contrast to Bai Xuan's unflappable calm. This drew the Emperor's gaze almost entirely to Bai Xuan. By now, the Emperor had lost all interest in the Marquis's endless prattle and was eager to see when Bai Xuan would finally strike back. Bai Xuan had not uttered a word, standing calmly off to the side, and even stifled a yawn with his hand. The Emperor was utterly speechless.
Does this girl even realize the loyal and brave Marquis is filing charges against her? Or does she fear no retribution from Your Majesty for bullying this old servant's son? Then his daughter, and now even daring to bully the old servant himself. Please, Your Majesty, seek justice for this old minister. Bai Xue, is what the loyal and brave Marquis claims true?
Your Majesty, what the loyal and brave Marquis said is far from the truth.
Then speak up. What really happened?
First, the loyal and brave Marquis claims I led a band of bandits to storm his mansion, but that is not true. Though my brothers once turned to banditry, they have since earned their place through military merit, enlisting under the Great Zhou's banners. as loyal soldiers. The loyal and brave Marquis keeps branding them as bandits, all to mislead your majesty.
Your majesty, these three were indeed bandits.
The emperor turns to the three men,
asking if they were truly bandits.
To clarify, we were once humble folk of the Great Zhou, but war ravaged our homeland, leaving us no choice but to survive. So we took to the hills as outlaws, but now we've enlisted in the ranks, serving as soldiers of the Great Zhou.
Huh! Soldiers of the Great Zhou! Our Great Zhou boasts hundreds of thousands of soldiers, many of whom were once bandits who joined the ranks.
Yet it is these very soldiers, scorned by the loyal and brave Marquis, who, in the Battle of Lai City, risked life and limb, charging into the heart of the enemy to set their supply wagons ablaze.
They burned the enemy's grain and fodder.
Bai Xuan,
how dare you! Deceiving the sovereign.
Bai Xuan's face hardens, a chilling aura radiating from him, plunging the grand hall into tense silence.
Loyal and brave Marquis, since you accuse me of deceiving the throne, then today, I wager my life against yours. If my words prove true, Marquis, if you're truly loyal and brave, bash your head here and now. If what I say is false, I'll draw my sword and slit my own throat right here. Do you dare to wager?
The emperor too was awed by Bai Xuan's commanding presence, left momentarily speechless. The loyal and brave Marquis's cheeks twitched, his lips quivering as he struggled to utter a word.
Well then, loyal and brave Marquis, do you dare take this bet?
The loyal and brave Marquis pressed his lips together in silence, his silence already conceding the advantage in sheer force of will.
Enough. Enough. This hasn't spiraled that far out of control.
Let's speak of it calmly.
Yes, your majesty.
Bai Xuan retracts her chilling aura, standing silently in the grand hall.
You claim they torched the enemy's grain supplies.
But is it truly, beyond all doubt?
Then you lead them to set the enemy's grain ablaze.
Was it some renowned expert? Or perhaps one who rescued these three?
Clearly, the emperor doubts these bandits possess such prowess.
Your majesty, it was I who led my brothers to ignite the enemy's grain stores.
After Bai Xuan's lengthy plea, you're merely claiming the glory for yourself.
I dare not. I am simply recounting the facts.
This is utterly absurd! You, a mere frail woman, dare to lead a band of bandits in torching the enemy's grain, and boast so brazenly without fear. Mind you, don't spring your tongue.
Prince Xiao, clad in ink-black robes, steps forth, gazing at the emperor with evident surprise. Your majesty.
I have detailed the border garrison's exploits in several memorials, and dispatched them post-haste by swift courier to the capital, wherein this very incident is noted. Were you unaware?
The emperor is taken aback by the question, and only then recalls Prince Xiao's memorials. At first, he perused them patiently, but lost interest upon reading of the third prince's mobilization. In the latter two memorials, all concerning Prince Yao's commendations for the soldiers, with a long roster of meritorious officers, the sight alone gave him a headache, and he never bothered to finish them. Little did he expect that among the commended would be Bai Xuan and these former bandits. Are they truly among them?
Prince Xiao did mention this matter.
Your Majesty, my memorial states it plainly. Third Miss Bai, passing by Tiger Head Mountain, encountered bandits and subdued them. Reform and turn over a new leaf, striking by burning the enemy's provisions, and join the Great Zhou army.
Now, I'm curious to know, Miss Bai the Third, how did a delicate woman like you subdue over 100 bandits?
Just like how you tamed your husband, the newly crowned martial champion.
The loyal and brave Marquis, red-faced and furious, stiffens his neck and falls speechless. The emperor falls silent for a moment, then glances at Uniqlo by his side.
Fetch King Xiao's recently submitted memorial.
As your majesty commands.
Several memorials are swiftly retrieved, and the emperor takes one to examine it closely. Sure enough, one of them states that Bai Xuan subdued a band of bandits and set fire to the enemy's grain stores. The memorial also bears the names of these three bandit leaders, Gu Zigang, Liu Zhuo, and Su Rui, which match precisely those of the three men standing in this hall.
It was my oversight. Since these bandits have atoned through meritorious deeds and enlisted in the Great Zhou army, they are now soldiers of Great Zhou, loyal and brave Marquis. Henceforth, never bring up their past as bandits again.
Yes, your majesty.
You three, for burning the enemy's provisions and rendering great service, each receive 500 taels of silver. Bai Xuan has already been appointed captain of the 5 guards, so no further honors for the moment. Earn them through future feats.
Your subject. Baishuan boldly requests your majesty to award merits accordingly, and grant titles to my brothers in arms, so all may know that through achievements and valor, anyone can rise in rank and nobility. Thus, the soldiers of Great Zhou will charge fearlessly into battle, vowing to defend our realm unto death.
The grand hall erupts in stunned silence. The emperor's face visibly darkened. This girl is getting an inch and taking a mile.
Haven't we already rewarded them with gold and silver? Huh? Are you still not satisfied?
Come now, Miss Kai. One must know when to be contented. His Majesty has already bestowed rewards upon them. Why make further trouble for His Majesty?
It is fine if my brothers forgo official ranks. Then, please have His Majesty seek justice from the loyal and brave Marquise's household on their behalf. Brothers, we seek no official ranks. Then, Your Majesty, please seek justice for us from the loyal and brave Marquise mansion.
We seek no rewards, and we beseech Your Majesty to preside over justice for us.
What justice do you seek from me?
Your Majesty may not be aware. That young Master Shui targeted our innocent new battalion without cause, and beat us soundly for no reason, hurled insults at us, and ultimately expelled us from the ranks. Our brothers have suffered grave injustice, and thus we implore Your Majesty to right this wrong.
Your Majesty, they were once bandits, and their presence in the army only shames our great soldiers.
Does young Master Shu realize that when our Great Zhou's founding emperor conquered the realm, he too subdued desperate refugees and bandits along the way, incorporated them into the army, and reformed them through discipline, winning the hearts of the people throughout the realm? These bandit brothers were once the common folk of our Great Zhou, driven to desperation by border wars and famine, forced onto paths of no return.
The emperor's mouth twitched, as this girl even invoked the founding emperor himself. Xue Wenyu fuming craned his neck, yet found himself speechless regarding his forebear's deeds. How could he possibly know? Enough.
I am well aware of that, and henceforth speak not of these soldiers as bandits, nor cause them further trouble.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Baishuan waited a moment, but the emperor said no more. And that is all.
Your Majesty, young Master Shui abused his authority, brutally beating our brothers in the camp, and expelling them from the army without punishment from Your Majesty. How can the troops be appeased?
Third Miss Bai, you seek to press your advantage. Yet my son was indeed at fault, but he has already been arrested and thrown into the Ministry of Justice prison for a full day. What more do you want?
The arrest of young Master Shui was because he drew his sword right in front of all the capital's citizens. I had him taken to the Ministry of Justice, as part of my duty to maintain order in the capital.
Lord Zhongyong was at a loss for words, and couldn't hold back any longer.
Your Majesty, I was merely testing the fighting prowess of these former bandits. I never imagined they'd be so fragile.
I've never heard of a test that leaves people bloodied and battered, let alone one that brutalizes over 100 men.
Enough. No more bickering. Xue Wenyu has abused his authority, and he deserves punishment. 50 strokes of the cane, no less.
Your Majesty!
The loyal and brave Marquise's eyes were bloodshot. His fists clenched tightly in his sleeves. Yet he dared not utter another word. Though the emperor was punishing Xue Wenyu, he was none too pleased with Baishuan either. This girl's edge was simply too sharp.
Then Lady Shui spoke up. You sixed your soldiers on my eldest daughter. What is that about?
In response to Your Majesty, Lady Shu the Elder insulted this lowly officer in the street, claiming that the former commanders of the 5 guards, whenever they patrolled, would wag their tails like dogs at the sight of her, and demanding that I do the same.
The emperor was speechless. Had the Marquis household grown so brazen on his favor, so arrogant already?
If I may ask, Your Majesty, we of the 5 guards, and I myself, personally appointed commander by Your Majesty, devote ourselves wholly to defending Great Zhou, safeguarding the capital region and its people, only to be casually branded dogs by Lady Shui the Elder.
Who could endure such nonsense?
Any well-bred lady raised with proper discipline, a well-read and sensible person, could never utter such words.
How so? Does Lord Zhongyong wish to stake his life on it?
Very well. This Marquis accepts the wager my daughter would never say such a thing.
He lacks faith in his son, yet he has utter confidence in his daughter.
Very well, then let Your Majesty be the judge. Should Miss Shu have uttered those words, Lord Zhongyang shall dash his head against the pillar on the spot. But if she did not, I shall draw my sword and take my own life right here.
Your Majesty, I consent as well.
This Baishuan has gone too far in her insolence. Today, even if it cost me this wretched old life, I shall stand against Baishuan to the very end.
Summon Mrs. Shi and her entire retinue to the hall at once. Escort Mrs. Shi and her entourage into the hall.
The emperor issued the order in a cold voice. He wanted to uncover exactly who was lying. Consort Xue, Madame Xue, and Xue Bingyu ascended the hall together.
Captain Bai of the 5th Guard claimed you publicly insulted him, and that the other guard captains in the capital witnessed it. How you fawned on them, wagging your tail like a dog. Is that true?
Xu Bingyu had been listening from behind a hole with her aunt, Consort Shui, so she naturally knew of Bai Shuan's accusation against her. She had already prepared her explanation.
Your Majesty, this is utterly false! Chen Yu and Miss Liang II were shopping in a jewelry store on the street when Miss Bai arrived with her entourage, swaggering arrogantly, claiming I had broken off her brother's engagement without cause.
As she spoke, Shu Lingyu glanced sideways at the second young master Bai, standing nearby.
I am truly sorry, though you have done me a great kindness. But your sister's reputation is tarnished, and she is so overbearing and unruly. I simply cannot marry into your family.
Miss Yu, I have no objection to you breaking the engagement. But please do not slander my elder sister. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind.
What tone is that? Who are you threatening?
Miss Yi, let's get to the point. No more beating around the bush. Everyone knows how much Miss Xi fancies the new top scholar, young Master Feng.
Bai Shuan's words instantly evoked a scene in the Grand Hall that day, when Feng Haoren was beaten until he was spitting teeth across the floor.
Bai Xuan, do not spout nonsense. It concerns my daughter's reputation. Bingyu, and it has nothing to do with young Master Feng.
The emperor eyed Lord Zhongyu, who had once cherished Feng Haoren like a priceless gem, but now discarded him like a worn-out shoe. She couldn't help but sink into contemplation. Bai Shuan merely let out a cold sneer, without offering a word.
Your Majesty, it was precisely because I broke off my engagement to second young Master Bai. That third Miss Bai, seething with rage, had her subordinates yank my hair right there on the street.
Miss Xi the eldest, the crime of deceiving the sovereign is punishable by beheading.
Third Miss Bai, every word I uttered is the unvarnished truth. Where is the deception of the sovereign here? You are the one deceiving His Majesty. Today, second Miss Liang and I personally bore witness to the entire affair. Your Majesty may summon second Miss Liang for questioning. The jewelry shop's proprietor can testify as well.
As for Liang Yuhan and the shopkeeper, what other witnesses do you need summoned? Bring them all into the palace at once.
Your Majesty, we personally witnessed Miss Xi, the eldest, hurling abuse at third Miss Bai.
You two are the assailants. You cannot serve as witnesses, apart from yourselves. Do you have any other witnesses?
The 55th guards of the left guard mansion were present as well.
Bai Shuan was just about to speak when Shu Lingyu straightened his back.
Indeed, Your Majesty. Please also summon the 5 guards from the left guard mansion.
Marquis Si Zhongyang couldn't help but startle, seeing his daughter brimming with confidence, and only then did he slightly ease his worries. What more could Bai Shuan fail to grasp? Shu Lingyu sending his subordinates to testify in the palace clearly means he has already bribed them.
Your Majesty, besides these so-called guards from the mansion, this humble officer has another witness.
In truth, Bai Shuan had always planned to rely solely on this one witness.
Who?
The 17th prince.
Nonsense! The 17th prince wasn't even there!
The 17th prince was there. It was merely that the eldest miss hadn't noticed him. Across from the jewelry store you're in, there's a roast duck shop, and at the time, the 17th prince was right there, enjoying some roast duck. He witnessed the entire incident with his own eyes.
Xu Bingyu's face drained of color, for he had bribed every single person he could think of, but never imagined a 17th prince would be among them. The 17th prince had already spoken up for Bai Shuan at the palace banquet, so this time he'll no doubt stand firmly on Bai Shuan's side.
Miss Xi, confess your wrongdoing now. Beg His Majesty's mercy for your crime of deceiving the throne. It is not too late.